Not Gonna Lie, I Want You by Tyla Walker.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, but you look good enough to eat in a dress like that.
Oh, really?
Without a doubt, baby.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, but Miss Tyla offers the best deals on audiobooks, ebooks, and bundles on her website.
That's right. You can grab any of them for 40% off with code SAVE40 when you go to tylawalker.com.
And the best thing is that you don't have to deal with ads, interruption, or cutting content to meet YouTube's guidelines.
Exactly. You get to listen to all the best parts.
So, should I go change into something less distracting?
Over my dead body.
This is Tyla Walker's Not Gonna Lie, I Want You. Chapter 1. Becca. Hey, Becca. I hope you find the condo in all right condition. My husband and I hired a cleaning service before you arrived to make sure it's clean for you. I know you're going to love New York City. Emily certainly did. It'll take some time to get on your feet, but I believe in you, cousin. With lots of love and hugs, Jamie. Blowing out a stream of air, I stare at the condominium that my cousin just gave me. Not only is it huge, amazing, and completely out of this world, but it's nothing like anything I've lived in before. No wonder Emily dropped everything to come here, I whisper to myself, setting down my things on the kitchen island. Jamie had it made. Ever since I attended Emily's wedding to Alfred, I've been thinking about following in my sister's footsteps and coming here to the big city myself. I don't have anything to lose. It's not like I've got a lot of opportunities awaiting me in our hometown. Greenville, North Carolina, population 2118 at the last census, isn't exactly a cultural mecca. I didn't have much of a plan, but when I spoke to Jamie about my wild dreams, she told me that she was moving out of her condo and needed someone to take it over. Can anyone blame me for taking the chance of starting over somewhere new? Now that I'm here in this big old space by myself, I don't even know where to begin. Should I stand on the terrace with a glass of wine, sloshing it around as I gaze at the horizon? How about I explore Skyside a bit? Jamie and Emily both mentioned a huge pool, saunas, an incredible gym. God, there's so much to do. What if I meet some cute guy in the elevator like Emily did? Rushing to the door, I open it and peek towards the elevator. It's currently in use, bringing someone down to the lobby. Damn, I whisper, shutting the door and retreating into the living room. What if the man of my dreams was in that elevator just now? Oh well, I don't fixate on that right now. I need to start making money and fast. With no one to depend on for groceries, clothes, and all that jazz, my finances depend entirely on me. Sure, I've got some savings from back home, but I'll be drowning soon if I don't get moving on the job search. Luckily, I don't have rent to worry about, so even an entry-level job should do. I wish I could just walk into some publishing house and beg a literary agent to take me as a client. I don't have any manuscripts at the moment, just some snippets of story scenes here and there that showcase my writing. If I want to make it as a writer in this big city, I need to have a novel under my belt. Sadly, I don't know where to begin or what to write about. Maybe I'll be hit with an influx of creativity, soon living in the big city, and I'll write a bestseller one of these days. Then again, I might just be delusional. After a quick walk around the neighborhood, I walk into the first spot that has a hiring sign hanging outside the door. Next day, dry cleaners. Behind the cash register, there's a tall white man with dark hair and blue eyes flipping through a magazine with his chin on his hand. When I walk through the door, he straightens up. Hello there. How can I help you? I gesture toward the hiring sign. Oh, I just came into town and I'm looking for a job. I see you're hiring, so... Ah, perfect. We've been looking for someone to man the register, he says, rounding the counter to meet me halfway. He's wearing a flannel with jeans, casual with a bit of a rugged edge to him. My name's Connor. Becca Hawkins, I reply swiftly, shaking his hand when he offers it. He's got a warmth to him, one that eases the tension in my shoulders. Mama says I've always had a bad tendency to be too trusting with people. But when you grow up in a small town with nice folk everywhere you go, it's kind of hard not to be like that. When's your availability? And when can you start? Damn. No resume, no cover letter, or anything? Job searching may be easier than I thought. As soon as possible. I'm free on weekdays from morning to evening. Great. You should be a perfect fit then. Do you live around here? Yeah, just a few blocks down. It's an easy walk from here to there. Pressing my lips into a thin line, I stick my hands into my pockets and hope he doesn't ask me more in that regard. Not many people with my background live in Skyside, so I'm told. He'll probably think I'm some stuck-up princess if I told him I inherited the condo from someone else. And you said you just came into town? He asks, a smile on his lips. I laugh, ducking my head as I scratch my neck. He's a cute guy. The way he smiles makes my stomach start flipping. Yeah, I moved here from North Carolina. I'm a small-town girl at heart, but I wanted to try my luck in the big city. I shrug. But I figured I needed to find a job before I got too crazy. Ah, looking to have fun? Connor teases, but I wave him off. No, I'm not like that. Not really. I'm a pretty calm person. That's good to hear. I'd have some trouble believing that a sweet girl like you is secretly a party monster who gets down on the weekends, he replies, organizing a cluttered mess on the front desk. He beckons me over with a hand, and I follow like a moth to a flame. Have you ever worked with a cash register before? I blink. I'm used to electronic ones with tablets, the kind that you swirl around on a stand after tapping some buttons on them. The ones that hit you with a suggested tip option after doing next to nothing for the customer. This one? It's old-fashioned and bulky, an artifact of a bygone era. I have, but I hesitate, hoping I'm not looking like an incompetent fool right now. The cash registers I've seen before are more modern. Connor laughs. Yeah, I've heard that before. I don't know why we haven't switched these out for a newer tablet model, but whatever. They're not too difficult to navigate. With a lot of patience, he shows me what buttons to press and how to properly finish a transaction. On my first try, I mess up because I accidentally pressed the decimal point. You're not supposed to do that, apparently. That doesn't make a lick of sense. The cash register starts making a loud noise, and I want the ground to open up and swallow me whole. I mean, come on. I can't even work a damn register. He must like me a little bit despite my incompetence. Otherwise, he would have waved me out the door already. You're all right. Lots of people don't know how to work these things on the first try. There's a whole manual that comes with them, but we don't have one lying around. Connor taps some buttons, the noise disappears, and the register is reset. Let's try again. $30. 3, followed by 3 zeros. He taps another button to apply the tax, then another to get the subtotal. If the customer pays with a card, they use this machine. Connor points at the card reader beside the register. Then you just press total and hand them the receipt. If they want to use cash, plug in the amount they give you so that the register can calculate the change for you. Simple. Yeah, definitely. I always say that and end up messing up somewhere along the line. But he doesn't need to know that just yet. I'm trying to secure a job here. Easy enough? Here's a list of the services we do here, along with the prices. He says, taking a small laminated card and setting it in front of me. With all that down, you're basically ready to start working here. Seriously? That's it? I blurt out. Don't you want to give me a formal interview to see if I'm a good fit for the company? Connor's shoulders droop and he sends me an amused look. Becca, this is a dry cleaning shop. I'm not about to sit you down and ask for your references when all you're going to do is work the register. Okay, got it. Just making sure. He makes me a little nervous, which is strange since I just met the guy. Not in a bad way either. It feels like high school again when you've got a crush on someone and you try to act cool around them, but it's not going your way. When do you want me to start? If you're available as soon as possible, then why don't you come by tomorrow? I'll be in, so we'll get to hang out a little more. Maybe I'll learn you're a crazy serial killer when we get to talking more casually. Who knows? I snort. That'd be something, huh? He gives me a quick tour of the dry cleaning shop, which isn't massive, but I can tell it gets a lot of high-profile customers. There are many dresses and suits that catch my attention, enclosed in clear coverings, outfits that I could never dream of affording. So tomorrow's okay for you, right? Connor asks me as he leads me to the entrance. I wouldn't mind getting to know you more. Tomorrow's fine. Can't wait. I wave goodbye before departing the shop, feeling a heat rise to my ears and down between my legs that takes me a moment to shake off. My heart's in my ears. Holy crap, I need to tell Jamie about this.
Chapter 2. Connor, I'm moving you to deliveries. My fork falls from my hand, crashing down upon the porcelain plate and splattering food in every direction. I know that's rude, but I don't care. I'm getting screwed over. All this time, I thought my dad was going to move me up the corporate ladder in the same way he's done for Chris. I've earned it. I worked my ass off mastering retail operations, waiting for an opportunity to flex my MBA. What do I get in return? Crap shoved in my face by my own dad. You can't be serious, I say, in an eerily quiet voice. My fist clenches around the napkin in my palm. Dad motions for the butler to clean up the mess I made and take away my plate, which Ernest does promptly. I don't move a muscle. He's lucky I don't start flipping every single one of these plates and cups over for the disrespect he's just shown me. Then he rings a little bell, and the chefs bring out the next course. Honey garlic glazed salmon served over white rice along with some expensive champagne from France. I'm so sick to my stomach by this news that I don't make a move for the food, despite the fact that it smells delicious. My dad has a thing for the dramatics, insisting on a full dinner service from our kitchen staff, even though it's just the two of us seated at this long mahogany table. God, I think I need something stronger than champagne. Maybe cognac. Sighing, I rest my elbows on the table and rub circles into my eyes. Dad's a stickler on proper table etiquette, but I can't give two shakes about his preferences right now. Connor, I know that this is a disappointment for you, but that's the understatement of the year, I replied brusquely, linking my fingers together. I glare daggers at him. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Did I do something wrong? Not at all. You're a hard worker, and I appreciate everything you're doing for the family business, but I needed to make a practical decision. Bull. Connor. Chris manages the whole West Coast, and he hasn't had to do half of the work I do, I exclaim. My older brother, the golden child, always gets crap handed to him when he doesn't deserve it. I get the crumbs if I'm lucky, and that's a big if. Why do I still have to do this crap job? Why can't we give this to someone else? Because I don't want to give it to someone else. You're the best option for this position. My dad clears his throat and taps his napkin along the sides of his mouth. He grabs his utensils and digs into the salmon calmly. I want you to understand that I get where you're coming from. I really do. Rolling my eyes, I shake my head and keep my comments to myself. That's a damn lie. He doesn't get it. If he did, he wouldn't be putting me in these positions in the first place. Instead of giving everything to Chris, he should have considered me and my feelings. That's too much to ask for, apparently. Chris was getting married, and he needed to move up the corporate ladder faster, he explains as if it's elementary knowledge. I wrinkle my nose in distaste. If it were up to me, I would have made Chris start out with an entry-level position and work his way up. Time was of the essence, Connor, and I couldn't leave your brother high and dry. My nostrils flare. He wasn't going to get left high and dry. He would have had to work his way up like I did. He hardly had any experience when he took on that position. Why do you think we're getting some faulty results from our West Coast locations specifically? Please don't try to blame your brother for that mess, my dad says, sounding somewhat exasperated. The moment I try to call it how it is, he strikes me down. Typical. We're still figuring out what's going on. I know what's going on. You put someone incompetent in a senior position. Leaning back in my seat, I cross my arms over my chest. And now that you're not getting the results you want, you're trying to blame everyone else besides the sole cause of this disaster. Dad sighs quietly, setting down his knife and fork. It was a difficult and troubling time, Connor. Your mom was sick. I was up to my eyebrows in stress. I needed the extra help, so I turned to your brother. That's the thing. Why didn't he choose me? Why didn't he trust me to do the job? Way to stab a knife into my heart and twist the blade around, Dad. What's done is done. We can't change the past. We can only work to improve ourselves and plan for a better future. That makes me want to puke. Things really didn't have to be this way. Mom's doing better than before. Why don't you put someone more accomplished in that position? And strip the title away from your brother? Dad scoffs. That would be cruel. What you're doing to me is cruel. I reach for the champagne and chug it down, needing some alcohol to numb my senses. When Ernest goes to pour me some more, I motion for him to stop. You're putting me in a bad position just to make sure that Chris can continue leeching off of everyone else. He's not leeching off of other people. Connor, I don't understand why you feel so much animosity towards your brother. You should be happy for him and his successes. When he does well, we all do well. He rarely does well, Dad, I remind him indifferently, offering a shrug when he sends me a stunned look. It's the truth. I'm not going to sugarcoat things to spare his feelings. I think you made a huge mistake in allowing him to manage the West Coast locations, and I'm not afraid to say it. Connor. Wiping my mouth and tossing the napkin on the table, I rise from my seat and make my way toward the exit. There's nothing left to say here. If I stay, I'll continue trying to convince my dad that he made a mistake, but he'll keep making excuses for Chris. Then he'll go around in circles, and I might end up downing a whole bottle of wine in my frustration. Connor, please sit back down. We can talk things through. I feel a headache coming on. I'm going home. Making my way through my parents' vast mansion, I'm reminded of how empty it feels with so little of us. Luxurious artwork decorates our walls, and the chandelier above my head is probably worth more than an average person's house. The staff runs around cleaning the property and making sure everything is spotless. Ernest stands at the helm, making sure my father follows his daily schedule, all while ensuring each worker completes their tasks that keep the Wilkins machine running strong. I don't want to make the same boneheaded decisions as my brother. No, I want to work for what I have. Sure, I've had a better advantage than most guys my age, but I know what it takes to work hard from 9 to 5 like anyone else. Taking free handouts from my dad never sat well with me. It left a bitter taste in my mouth. I don't like messing up and creating a mess for the people around me. That's exactly what would have happened if I started nabbing positions that I had no business being in. My brother Chris has a completely different outlook on things. He doesn't mind accepting the freebies my dad constantly throws his way. He says it's for the sake of his growing family, but that's a load of bull. He likes the 6-figure salary that he didn't have to work for. He likes bossing people around who have more work experience and skills than he does. God, it drives me insane, I whisper, pressing my car key and watching as the headlights of my convertible flash on. I don't deserve this. I really don't understand why my dad hasn't given me the chance to prove myself. I went to school, I did the time, I earned the necessary grades to get an MBA. That's a lot more than Chris has ever done. But in my father's eyes, it's still not enough. I have to bend over backward to make sure he's happy, and he still doesn't give me a break. I mumble to myself, putting my seatbelt on aggressively and jamming my car key into the ignition. I don't have the patience to wait for the garage doors and gates to fully open. With my whole foot on the gas pedal, I whiz out of my family's property and course through the empty streets back toward the heart of the city. I'm somewhat tempted to stop at a bar and drink my sorrows away, but I've got work tomorrow. There's some ice cream still in my freezer, at least. Maybe I'll watch some TV for the first time in forever and lounge for the rest of the night. I deserve that. A phone call takes up the space on my car's display screen. My dad's trying to call me. I'm not trying to hear a tirade about how I'm rude, selfish, ungrateful, or whatever else he wants to call me. I don't care. I'm trying to restore my mood, not keep it at rock bottom. I allow the phone call to ring until the notification disappears. Thank God. My ride home continues in relative peace. Once I get to the front of the building, I roll my neck and crack my knuckles. The valet approaches me, ready to take my car to the underground parking. I'll call him and apologize later. Maybe.
Chapter 3. Becca. Working at the dry cleaners isn't bad at all. Most of the time, it's slow, so it gives me the chance to scribble down my story ideas in my journal and flesh them out whenever I have the time. See you later, Connor, and I hope you feel better tomorrow. Drink a lot of water, okay? I call out from the entrance, lingering until I hear a response. Poor guy came in with a headache and a sour face. I left him to his own devices for a time, but he approached me and started talking despite his lousy state. He's funny, kind, and saved me a few times today when I messed up with the cash register again. Will do. Thanks for the concern, he replies, waving weakly from his spot behind the counter. Remember your homework. I want you to come back here with better movie knowledge than what you currently have because that was just embarrassing. I huff, resting a hand on my hip. It's not my fault that I wasn't interested in movies until recently. Cut me some slack. Nope, I won't. He grins wide, shaking his head. I'm trying to help you. Yeah, whatever. Just so you know, I find it hard to sit through movies by myself. I get bored easily. Does that mean you want someone there with you while you watch? 'Cause if so, just let me know, and we'll figure something out. God, I hope he's serious. Or maybe this is just mindless flirting. Some guys do that when they're bored and have nothing better to do. Have a good night, Connor. Quickly, I leave the shop and make the short walk back to Skyside. There's a slight chill in the air as I hurry along the bustling streets, carrying my notebook under my arm. I got a lot of writing done today, which is nice. I'm not usually this productive when I'm holed up at home. Instead of going straight to my condo, I head for Jamie's instead. My cousin deserves some updates on my life thus far. She's the one who got me this fancy pants living situation after all. Becca, Jamie exclaims, embracing me tight before ushering me into her home. There's a young girl drawing on the living room floor while a baby in a playpen bounces happily. That's Lainey and baby Jacob. I've seen the social media posts. It's so good to have you here. Would you like some dinner? Derek and I whipped up some minestrone. I'm not usually a big fan of vegetables, but I'm a guest and Mama always told me never to deny offers from your hosts, whether they're drinks or meals. Sure, I'd love a bowl, I say, sitting at the kitchen island while Derek finishes up the last of his cooking. Hi, Derek. Becca, it's so good to see you. Derek wipes his hands on his apron before rounding the island and hugging me. How's New York treating you? Having some fun? Definitely. I'm a bit short for the stool I'm sitting on, so my legs dangle over the edge and I swing them like a child. I started a new job at the dry cleaners a couple blocks away, and I've already met a cute guy there. Wow! Jamie's eyebrows shoot upwards. She glances at Derek, who fashions a similar look. Look at you. You're already making your moves in the big city. What's his name? What does he do? Cousin, I just told you what he does. I joke, playfully rolling my eyes. He works there too. He's been the one showing me the ropes. He taught me how to use a cash register. Derek pauses. You didn't know how to use a cash register? It's one of the old ones that hardly anyone uses anymore. I explain, placing a hand over my forehead and shaking my head. God, I felt like the silliest person alive when I couldn't figure it out. I can't use one of those either, Jamie offers, sliding me my bowl of minestrone. Steam wafts out of the bowl and into my face, reminding me of home and Mama's stews. Nothing to be ashamed of. I didn't even know there were places that still use those things. So he's your coworker and you have a crush on him? Derek asks. I snort, poking around at my soup. Derek, you sound like one of those girls from high school who's just dying to learn about everyone's crushes. Derek balks. You're the one who started talking about him. Daddy, she's right, Lainey says from the living room, rattling a toy for baby Jacob. You like to gossip. It's the only thing you and Mom have in common. Don't lie. I glance at Jamie, wondering if she'll be bothered by her stepdaughter's casual mention of her birth mother. Jamie can't help but laugh with me. Putting a spoonful of soup in my mouth, the flavors come together beautifully, and I find myself wanting more. I might have a bit of a crush on him, sure. He's cute and he's nice, but I doubt he's single. You don't know yet? Jamie, I just met the man. I'm not going to interrogate him about his romantic life when I've got a cash register to handle. Have you flirted with him? Derek asks, resting his elbows on the kitchen island. He takes a spoonful of minestrone from his own bowl and starts eating. Has he shown you any interest? If he has, that's a good sign. Trust me. Meh, I don't think he's looking for a relationship right now. How do you know? You need to learn more about this man. Or I will. Jamie lightly slams her palm against the kitchen island. I'll get a dossier on this guy and report back to you. I sigh. Please don't. Does he have money? Derek prompts. God, he really is a gossip. Does he live around the neighborhood? If he does, it should be easy to run into him at the store or the coffee shop. I don't know. I don't. I rest my chin on my palm. You know, maybe I'm getting too in over my head. I just came to New York. I don't need a man right now. I need money. Jamie waves her hand and narrows her eyes. Well, if he's a man with money, that kills two birds with one stone. Just look at what happened to your sister. And me, she teases, fluttering her eyes at Derek. Yeah. Emily's a legend back in our hometown. Every girl wants to do what she did, I reply, not wanting to sound jealous, but a sliver of envy still crosses my words. I'm happy for my sister, seriously, but life dealt her a jackpot with Alfred. It's not that easy, though. Every time I use the elevator, it's empty. Damn, Jamie whispers. Well, maybe this Connor guy is the right one for you. My coworker? I wince slightly. It's one thing to be open to romance, but it's another to pounce on the very first guy you see. I'm not too sure that's a good idea, even if he is one of the hottest white guys I've ever seen. He's nice and all, but I think I should focus on my own stuff before getting into a serious relationship. Yeah, Derek nods at my notebook. What are you working on? A novel, hopefully. I want to write something good and get published at one of the big publishing houses here in the city. If that doesn't work, then a job as an editor can work too. I love writing. It's the one thing I know how to do well. Yeah, working with cash registers doesn't seem like your forte, Derek says with a wink. Jamie grabs a nearby rag and whacks him in the leg with it. No need to attack the man, Jamie, I say with a sigh. He's right. Dinner goes on peacefully, with Lainey joining us eventually, after spending some time with her baby brother. With the lateness of the hour, I head a few floors down to my own condo. It's empty and silent. Nothing compared to the lively home Jamie created for herself not too far away. I hope that happens to me one day. It must be fun being a mother. Sitting in the middle of the living room, I open my notebook and try to write, but I can't. Nothing flows out of my pencil. I pace around, even making myself a quick cup of hot cocoa in the hopes that'll get something going. Nope, no good. The hot cocoa warms me up, though. I'm too preoccupied with thoughts of Connor and our small interactions at the shop. My mind drifts back to the times he laughed at my jokes and how his hand grazed mine while we spent some time behind the counter. He encourages me to be better, even though I might not be the best person for the job. It's sad, really. This job isn't the best one in the world, and it lacks any sort of benefit besides a check I get at the end of the week, but Connor likes having me around. That makes it a bit worth it. The pencil twirls around in my fingers. Lead never comes to paper. Words don't come to fruition. Messily written words scatter across the many pages of my notebook. One I bought specifically for writing my newest story. Some ideas string together nicely. Others make no sense. But I'm going to run with it anyway because I've got nothing else in my mind. I wish I could skip to the good parts of my life, where I'm a best-selling author with a handsome husband by my side. My kids are there too. Maybe a few pets are running around like a cute puppy and a kitten. Unfortunately, life isn't a book, and I can't skip to the juicy bits. I can only reminisce about the parts that already happened, so that's what I do. Connor comes to the forefront each time. I'm starting to like him more than I'm willing to admit.
Chapter 4. Connor. The traffic is brutal. I can't wait to get the truck back to the store and be done. I park it in the garage. It's after 5. I could just go home, but I walk back over to the store. I don't have to, but I'm kind of hoping to see Becca again. Okay, really hoping. She's freaking hot. No gorgeous black girl is waiting to greet me at the register. I go in the back, no luck. I'm halfway to the door when the manager calls out to me. Why didn't I get her number? I admonish myself, and decide that is my #1 priority for tomorrow. What would be a good first date? What would wow her socks, and preferably all the rest of her clothes, right off? One more delivery? I look up. It's Harriet, the manager. She's been managing the store since I was in kindergarten. She's a total peach. She's also the only member of the staff who knows my secret identity as the owner's son, and she's sworn to secrecy. Aren't I off the clock yet? I say, looking at my non-existent watch. My dad gave me a Rolex when I finished my MBA. I haven't worn it in a while. Once I get to the corporate office, I'll take it out of retirement permanently. I'll probably have to visit the shops once in a while, but if I never set foot in one again, that would suit me just fine. Please? I look back at her. I can't say no. It would be like saying no to my own mother. You just don't do that. Where is it? I say wearily. At Skyside, just around the corner, or I wouldn't ask. At least it is a reasonable request. No problem, I say, grabbing it off the rack. I check the tag. It's not in my building, but it's on the way. My father did point that out. He could have put me at a store way out in Queens or, God forbid, Staten Island. He picked the one right around the corner from my apartment. I declined to thank him for that at the time. I'm not planning on correcting that anytime soon either. Thank you so much, Harriet says. Have a great night. You too, I say. I intend to work this into my next conversation with my father. Unpaid overtime. I'm actually on the payroll at the standard salary. He suggested I try to live off it, saying it would give me an appreciation for what I have. I didn't tell him it wouldn't cover the HOA fee on my condo. Luckily, I have plenty of cash saved up from my hedge fund managing days and my trust. Still can't believe he's making me do this, I mutter as I walk around the corner. I pull out my phone and make the call. It's not to my dad, but my mom. Sometimes the best way is indirect. Connor, hi, she says. How are you? I'm fine. What are you doing? How's the new position? It's great, I lie. I'm just doing the last delivery now, believe it or not. The day flew by. I'm proud of you for doing this. Well, I gotta go. Tell Dad I said hi. I will, honey. Love you. Love you too. Hopefully, she mentions to my dad that I called and what time it was. If nothing else, I'll get credit for having a good attitude about it. Maybe that'll get me off the grunt work, finally, and into an office job like my brother. Obviously, you just need to be an idiot and get married like Chris. That's the only thing that convinces Dad someone deserves a legitimate job instead of the entry-level stuff a high school kid could do. Forget it, I tell myself. Think about Becca. I need a plan. She hasn't been in New York very long. The options are limitless. Dropping off, I tell the doorman. I hold it out for him, expecting him to take it. He doesn't move. I look at the tag. Apartment 8C, I say. Still nothing. They usually take it and put it in the back where you keep the packages, I say. There's a huge closet behind the front desk. How do I know this? Because I'm a resident of one of the other buildings, yeah, but still. And I've been known to get the occasional package. It has a pink tag, the doorman says in a bored voice. So that means you take it upstairs. Elevator's over there to the right. I know. I never heard of this pink tag thing before. Well, now you have. Over there. To the right. Are you sure about this? Positive. Fine. I stomp over to the elevators. At the end of the hall is a large mirror, just like in my building. I get a good look at myself in my cleaner's uniform. I know it is important for the company to portray a professional, consistent image. But I also know I have about $50,000 worth of designer suits hanging in my closet in the building on the other side of the courtyard. I much prefer the Wall Street shark look to this getup. Ridiculous, I snarl as the elevator door opens finally. I get in and punch the button. As a bonus, the elevators in this building are apparently set on extra slow. When it finally stops, I march down the hall. Maybe I should hit the gym tonight. I feel like pounding on the heavy bag for a while. I ring the bell. Nobody comes. I ring it again. Does the pink tag mean I wait for the owner to get home? What if they are on vacation in the Maldives or something? For the next 2 weeks. Who is it? Next day dry cleaning, I say with a smile. It's killing me, but I'm going to keep that smile plastered on my face. No one's going to call the 800 number and complain I had less than a sunny attitude. What would my dad make me do if that happened? Work in the back pressing clothes? He acted like putting me on the register was a favor. Now deliveries. Next day. Connor. The door opens. Becca. We stand there staring at each other, and then we both start laughing. What are you? We both say together, and we start laughing again. I brought your dry cleaning, I say, holding it up. That's not mine, she says. I don't really have much to dry clean, and I do my own laundry. And if I did take it in, I would bring it home myself. Well, that makes sense, seeing as you work there. There must be some mistake then. Isn't this 8C? I ask, checking the tag again. You're on the wrong floor, she says. Oh God, I am, I say, smacking my head. Been a long day, huh? You got it. But what are you doing here? What do you mean? She says. I live here. I mean, come on, Skyside? I say. How? It doesn't make any sense. No one can afford Skyside working at the cleaners. I know. I've seen all the numbers of the operation, including the salary ranges for the different positions. My dad said that would be helpful to me as I worked my way up. How? I haven't figured out yet. Oh, she said. Yeah, my cousin used to live here, but she got married and moved out. It was her friend's condo. She inherited it. I'm kind of part house sitter, part mooch. I see. It's really nice, she says. I can't believe how much it costs. I guess I always wanted to see how the other half lives, and now I am. So you like it here? I mean, it's great, but I really don't feel like I fit in. I mean, Even though I live here, I think people must think I'm just like a nanny or something, you know? What am I saying? Of course, you know. She smiles at me. She's so pretty when she smiles. She reaches out and pats my arm. If you ever feel the need to make fun of rich people, you can come and hang out with me. Anytime. Thanks, I say. I can feel the smile freezing on my face. What a strange thing to say, I think. Then I remember the only context she knows me in is through the dry cleaner, where I work a crappy floor job. Oh God, she thinks I'm a working stiff. She has no idea that I am one of those rich people. Very rich people. She has no idea that the only reason she sees me in a minimum wage position is because my wealthy father wants to punish me for being single, apparently. I decide not to mention I live in the complex. Doesn't matter anyway. I didn't expect to see her until tomorrow. I was going to try to get her number, but now I'm just going to ask her out. I'm not about to let this opportunity go to waste. Well, I shouldn't keep you, she says. You probably want to deliver that and go home. Well, yeah, I say. But I was wondering. What? What am I wondering? She seems to think rich people are kind of snobby. Can't say I blame her for that. But where does that leave me? Ease into it, I tell myself. I was just wondering, what have you seen since you've been to New York? Knocked all the touristy stuff off your list yet? I'm working on it, she says. It's a long list. You should show it to me, I say. I was born and raised here. I could be useful to you. I say the last part with a bit of a suggestive tone. She blinks once, but other than that, she doesn't react. She's not going to be that easy. Not a problem. I love a challenge. Maybe, she says. See you tomorrow? I should deliver this, I say, holding up the cleaning again. Yeah, I don't want to keep you. Well, it is just clothes, I say. It's not like it's perishable. Oh man, she says. I heard, wait, come in here. She tugs me into the condo and shuts the door. Maybe it will be that easy. I heard my neighbor absolutely lambasting a delivery guy the other night. He was such an asshole. You have to watch out for guys like that, I say. Are you a guy like that? She's into it. I'm going for it. I'll ask, and she'll say yes. The only question is where to take her. I'll leave that up to her. I want her. The rest is immaterial.
Chapter 5. Becca. I promise you, I'm one of the good ones, Connor says. This is definitely flirting, I think. The guy's been nothing but mixed signals. Good to know, I think, and wait. I smile at him encouragingly. I'd like to take you to dinner, he says. Somewhere really nice. I'd like that. I don't hear a but in there, do I? I have to think fast. Everything in New York is super expensive. The solarium, the cafe, and the lobby charges like $10 for a bagel and cream cheese. I have that list of things to do in New York, I say. I haven't even been to Central Park yet. Can we go there? He looks surprised, but he recovers quickly. Sure, he says. Sunday? The shop isn't open on Sunday. We don't have to work. That would be great, I say. Pick you up at 11? Perfect. Well, he says, I better. He holds up the dry cleaning again. See you tomorrow, I say, and open the door for him. When he leaves, I shut the door and then lean up against it. I catch sight of myself in a mirror, and I'm grinning like an idiot. I deserve to be happy about this, I remind myself as I go to my phone. I have to text Jamie right now. The cute guy from work just asked me out, I type. She texts me back a thumbs up. Where are you going? Central Park. Lainey wants to know if you are going to scooter there. I laugh and head into the kitchen to fix my dinner. After I eat, I get out my laptop and work on my book. It's not easy, as my thoughts keep drifting back to Connor. The alarm wakes me up out of a dream, a very explicit dream. We were doing it in the store, like everywhere. Not the sexiest of locations, but it didn't seem to matter. At work, I'm with a customer when he walks in. As he heads into the back, I sneak a glance at his butt. Even in his uniform, I can tell it's nice. Sunday can't come fast enough. Luckily, the store is busy all day, which is a nice distraction. When Saturday night rolls around, I regret not saying yes to his offer of dinner. We could have been going out right now. Instead, I spend the evening trying on different outfits. I narrow it down to 3. Sunday finally gets here, and Connor is right on time. "Do you mind if we take the subway?" he says. I get so sick of driving in the city for my job. "Of course not," I say. Gas has got to be really expensive too. I haven't braved the subway yet, but Connor knows exactly where to go. When we emerge from underground, I notice the sky has darkened considerably. "There's the park," Connor says, pointing it out. That's when the skies open up. "Come on," he says. He grabs my hand and we run for it. "Want to go in here?" I look in the window of FAO Schwartz. "Sure," I say, and he squeezes my hand. A thrill runs up my arm and shoots through the rest of my body. "What was your favorite thing when you were a kid?" he asks me. "I was always a bookworm," I say, "even when I was little." "There's got to be a bookstore around here somewhere," he says, pulling out his phone. I put my hand on his and push it away. "Let's stay here. What was your favorite?" "Hot Wheels," he says. "I wonder if they have them. I had the loop-de-loop thing, worked like one out of every 20 times. My brother and I would do it for hours." We wander around the store. I don't spend much time with kids, so a lot of the modern fads are lost on me. That may change now that I'm in the same building as my cousin and her family. "Oh, look at this thing," I say, pointing to a massive koala bear. "You want it?" Connor says. "Oh no," I say. "It costs $3,200. I lean over and whisper in his ear. I don't know how people can afford stuff like this. He smiles stiffly. "Stop talking about money," I order myself. Obviously, it's making him self-conscious. The store is huge. It's jam-packed with merchandise. In various spots, employees are demonstrating some of the more complicated toys. The top floor has lots of dolls, including a row of babies. Connor and I stop and stare at them. "Cool or creepy?" he whispers to me. "Definitely creepy," I whisper back. There's a whole row of them lined up and staring at us. "You should write a book about it," he says. "Dolls that come to life and—" "No," I say. "I like happy endings." "Well, someone always survives, right? For the sequel?" I laugh. We walk back downstairs, finding more stuff to look at on the way. When we leave the store, the rain has slowed to a light drizzle, but the sky is still dark. "Not a great park day," Connor says. "Next Sunday, maybe?" I ask. "Sure." He suggests we head downtown instead, where there are lots of stores we can slip into if the rain picks up again. I agree. I don't really care where we go. I just want to be with him. "Hungry?" he says when we pass a pizza place. "A little bit," I admit. The truth is that I'm starving. I was too nervous to eat this morning. I take my wallet out of my purse, intending to chip in. He frowns and pushes my hand away. There is nowhere to sit, so we stand at a high-top table while we wait for our slices to be heated up. "The smell is killing me," I tell him, and he agrees. It smells divine, like tomato sauce and oregano. The heat coming off the ovens is drying my clothes off finally. When we leave, I'm not only stuffed, I'm pleasantly cozy, like I'm snuggled in a warm blanket rather than walking down the street. The only thing bothering me is lunch. I have to make it up to him. Maybe I could buy him lunch one day this week at work. I look up at him, and he looks down at me and smiles. "What?" he says. Nothing. I can't do that. He's too proud, that much is obvious. I know. I can bake him something. I'm a really good baker. Cookies? No, muffins. A batch of cookies you share with everyone in the store. A 6-pack of muffins can be just for him. He can eat one every day for breakfast and think of me. Hey, he says, you think $3,200 for a stuffed animal is a lot? I want to show you something. He takes me to Cartier. The doorman opens the door for us, but I hang back. What are you doing? Connor says. We can't go in there. Of course we can. He grabs my hand and pulls me inside. Ooh, I say. When you step inside, it's like entering a castle. The ceilings soar overhead. It's understated elegance. It's like the store is saying, yeah, I am that rich, but I don't have to flaunt it. That would be vulgar, I tell Connor. That's a good way to put it, he says. You must be a great writer. You really have a way with words. I can't help it. My heart's fluttering. It's not the compliment. It's the way he's looking at me. He's complimenting my mind, but I think he's also thinking about my other assets, which is fine with me. He takes my hand and leads me through the store. There is a gorgeous marble staircase in the center. It was built as a residence, Connor explains. Can you imagine it? I can. I'm imagining us coming home from some very fancy gala. We race up the stairs, anxious to get our hands on each other, but we can't wait. It's a very long staircase. Connor lifts up the back of my gown and takes me from behind. My face and hands are pressed against the cold marble while he gives it to me nice and hard. The upper floors are slightly more traditional, but just as elegant. We wander around a large circular display filled with engagement and wedding rings. Anything I can help you with today, mister? Wilkins, Connor says, sticking out his hand. The salesman takes it. Connor Wilkins, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, sir, the man says. He's smiling, but there's something more to it. Like it's a joke to him. Connor messed up. Who does that? Introducing themselves to a salesman? Connor's trying to be smooth, and I love him for it, but it's clear that we don't belong here. Maybe we should go, I say, tugging on Connor's arm. Shopping for anything special today? The salesman asks. Just browsing. Let me show you some of our new arrivals. We follow him to another room, and he motions for us to sit. What are we doing? I whisper to Connor frantically. Shopping. We can't. The salesman comes back with a tray. He puts it down in front of us. One ring catches my eye. I can't help myself. It's a stunning diamond, surrounded by diamonds, with a diamond-encrusted band. This one, right? The salesman says, and plucks it out of the tray. He holds it out to me, and in spite of myself, I hold out my hand. You can try it on, Connor says, and the salesman nods. It's amazing, I say, staring at it. We haven't shown it to anyone else yet. You're the first. I don't put it on. I thank him and hand it back. When Connor takes me home later that night, I know I had a great time. Him. What I don't know for sure is if he's just a polite coworker who wanted to help show me around NYC, or if it was some kind of date. Nothing about it was overly romantic, and I'm too embarrassed to ask since I do have to work with the guy and all. So we end up sharing an awkward hug at my front door. I almost kiss him, but then I pull back at the last second. What if he's just friendly? For all I know, he could have a girlfriend. I distract myself from my questions by instead going to the Cartier website. I can't find that ring, but I find one similar. It's over $150,000. I don't need that ring, I think. It's Connor I want.
Chapter 6. Connor. Well, good night, I say. I lean in for the goodnight kiss, but it doesn't happen. She hugs me and I hug her back. She smells so good. I want more, a lot more, but I don't push it. Some things are worth the wait. I hop on the elevator. I have to stop myself from whistling merrily as I stroll across the courtyard. It turned out to be a great day. I was dubious about hanging out in Central Park when I checked the weather this morning, but I didn't want to suggest a change. And I was right. Once the skies opened up, I had no doubts about where we would go. FAO Schwartz is always fun on a date. It was extra fun with Becca, but that was just the prelude to the main event. I knew Cartier would blow her mind. Somewhere along the way, my plan changed. I think it was when she tried to pay for the pizza. She really has no idea who I am or how much I'm worth. Kind of refreshing, I think. Being somewhat anonymous is exciting. When I managed the hedge fund, it wasn't like I was a household name or anything, but women could tell I had money. It's been a long time since I had a girlfriend who I was 100% sure was only interested in me. In my own condo, I take a minute to admire the view. The sun is going down and the city is waking up. I pull up the DoorDash app and peruse my favorites. I decide on Italian. The pizza we had at lunch left a taste for it in my mouth. The place I'm ordering from reminds me of the restaurant my dad's oldest and closest friend, Mr. Antonelli, owns. I can't decide between lasagna and eggplant rollatini, so I order one of each. I remember what Becca said about her neighbor. If I had my DoorDashers rating me as a customer, I'm sure I would get high marks, and some comments about what a great tipper I am. When the food comes, I eat about half of each entree, probably a little bit more, and put the rest in the fridge for tomorrow. Then I head to my laptop. I need to email Cartier. "Thank you, Leonard," I mutter as I wait for my laptop to come to life. Leonard, the salesman who waited on us, showed Becca the ring. I know him well. My dad always likes me and Chris to come in with him when he buys my mom jewelry, which he does fairly often. "Hi, Leonard," I type. "Thanks for your discretion today. I appreciate it. Can you put that ring on hold for me? Not sure for how long, but let me know if you need a deposit." That done, I interlace my fingers and place them behind my head. I don't expect to ask Becca to marry me anytime soon. That would be ridiculous. At the same time, I can definitely see it happening down the road. What can it hurt to keep the option open and be prepared? She's so sweet and sincere. And hot, a little voice says. It's not coming from the back of my head. It's coming from the lower region of my body. "That she is," I say. I close my eyes and picture her in Cartier. Her eyes got so wide when she saw that ring. Kind of how I imagined she would look the first time I had her. Excited. No. Thrilled. The face she'd make the first time I enter her. I can't wait. Plan. I can make this happen. Friday night would be good. That would give us a whole week at work, the tension between us building and building. I need to take her somewhere quiet and romantic. No, I think, shaking my head. Maybe not. If I do that, she'll be wise to the fact that I'm trying to seduce her. I need to stick to the original plan. I don't know if any of New York City's famous steakhouses are on her list of quintessential New York things to try, but they should be. I send another email. Our company handles the linen service for a lot of restaurants. That has its own perks. I get an email back almost immediately and confirm my reservation for Friday, 8 o'clock. I think about texting Becca immediately, but decide to wait. Better to do it in person. The next day, I'm slightly less annoyed as I tear open my own cleaning package and put on the stupid delivery uniform. I'll ask Becca as soon as I can. "Morning. Connor?" my neighbor says as I step out of my apartment. "Undercover," I tell him. "Ah, got it," he says. "I thought Halloween came early for a minute. Too early for jokes." "You know it," I say. "I'm at the store before it's open to customers. That means Becca isn't there yet either. She hasn't shown up by the time I finish loading the van, so I don't really have a choice. I have to get going. The morning isn't too bad. Traffic is less snarled, or maybe I just don't mind it as much. A little old lady gives me $1 when I drop off her order. At least she didn't pinch my cheek. A man is standing in front of the store window next door playing and singing. I drop the $1 and a 20 in the open guitar case. The man is so shocked he stops playing. "Thanks," he says. "You're good," I say. "Good luck." As I climb into the van, he swiftly pockets the 20. I turn off the radio and continue singing his song. I get back to the shop just a little before lunch. Perfect. Becca is busy at the register, but she takes the time to smile and wave at me. The way she looks at me lifts my mood even higher. A minute ago, I wouldn't have thought that was possible. "Do you want to go to lunch?" I ask as I pass by the one time she isn't busy with a customer. "I just have to finish loading the van and then I can eat before I go out again." "Oh," she says, "I don't think I can. Harriet had to leave for a doctor's appointment, and I said I'd take my lunch when she gets back." "Oh," I say, mood deflating. "Okay, well, I can't really do anything. I'll be out all afternoon. It's now or never." "Do you?" The bell on the front door jingles and another customer walks in. It's like half of Manhattan decided to pick up their laundry and dry cleaning right now. I give Becca a nod and she smiles. I continue loading the van, but every time I try to ask her, someone walks in. Once the van is packed up, I wait 10 minutes. Finally, we are alone. "So, I thought maybe we could go out again," I say, and she smiles. "I don't know what else is on your list, but what should be included is to try one of New York's famous steakhouses. I got us a reservation for Friday. What do you say?" Before she can answer, the door opens again, and not one, not two, but 3 people walk in. "Get the hell out!" I scream in my head. Becca is smiling apologetically at me. "This is not a good time to talk about it," I say. "I'll text you a link. Friday, 8 o'clock. I'll look at it when I take my lunch." "Perfect." I text her as soon as I get into the van. Now I just have to wait. I've never wanted to look at my phone more when driving. That's not something I do. Ever. Not to mention my father gave me a good long lecture about it when he stuck me on delivery duty. Each time I check and there is no word from Becca, my annoyance grows. I shouldn't be here. I should be at corporate in my own office, not in a stupid van all day getting dollar tips. Maybe I should go back to the hedge fund, I think. But then my dad won't retire. He wants Chris and I to run the business together. That way we can each have more time for our families like he never did. But Chris started the family thing already, and that's why he gets to run the West Coast branch. I'm starting to fear I'll never get moved into management until I'm a family man. For some reason, those two things are intricately related in my father's mind. Stuck, I say. That's what I am. Not only stuck in the job, but stuck in traffic too. It's getting worse, which means people's tempers are getting shorter. I put my turn signal on and double park. There is room to get around me, but people are pissed anyway. I get a chorus of swear words accompanied by middle fingers as I run the next delivery into the building. When I get back, I reach for my phone. There is a text from Becca. Great. Perfect. This is just what I need. Friday night, I want to work on my book, but we never did get to Central Park. Do you want to try again on Sunday? What the absolute hell? I say. A horn blares. I look in the mirror. This truck can't squeeze by me. I toss my phone onto the passenger seat and put the vehicle in drive. As I inch along, I have time to think about it. Why the hell would she want to go walk around Central Park rather than go to a nice steakhouse? I know she's passionate about her work. Hell, hearing her talk about it was one of the things that I found attractive. Plus, I admire anyone who can write. I took creative writing in college thinking it would be an easy way to satisfy the writing requirement. I mean, how can you get stuff you are making up wrong? Turns out a lot of ways. The realization builds slowly and then hits me like a ton of bricks. The non-kiss. The lame excuse. The offer to hang out in the park. I punch the wheel in frustration, and when my horn blares, everyone around me chimes in. But I'm not frustrated about the traffic. This is much worse. I've been friend-zoned.
Chapter 7. Becca. Connor's acting weird. I can't do much about it, which is driving me up the wall. If I ask him what's wrong and why he's acting so distant towards me all of a sudden, I'll come off as a weirdo. I'm nothing to this man besides his coworker. We've had our moments together, those sweet, fleeting ones, where we make each other laugh between our jokes and banter. But that's it. No relationship in sight. Hey, he mumbles. Coming into the shop for yet another batch of deliveries, he sighs loudly as he drags his hand across his face. Are the dresses ready to head out? Mm-hmm. I nod, jutting my thumb toward the neatly organized clothing that has been tagged accordingly. Ready to go. Thanks. As he makes the move towards the dresses, he sends me a look over his shoulder. Have you been on your break yet? Tapping my pencil against my notebook, I shake my head. I figured I didn't have to. Business has been slow today. Connor shrugs. Doesn't matter. You still need a break. Do you want me to head out and bring you a sandwich from the bodega down the block? What are you craving right now? Don't worry. I packed a sandwich and a root beer. I'll be fine. Good. Can't lose you to exhaustion and malnutrition. Connor gathers the dresses and heads for the exit. See you in an hour or so. Bye. Once he leaves the shop, I'm alone again. I sigh, stretching out my limbs and rolling my neck. All I do for most of the day is sit on this stool and work on my story. With a lack of customers streaming through the doors, I've managed to get a lot done. But damn, it would be nice to have a bit more action here. Now that Connor's been moved to deliveries, I've lost my work buddy, or work husband, as they say, but that may be pushing it. Despite my earlier hopes, I'm starting to think he doesn't like me like that. Maybe he did and changed his mind. Still, I'm missing the interactions we used to have. Since he's gone for a good portion of the day, I don't talk with him as often anymore. He comes in, grabs the deliveries, and heads out, all while looking incredibly miserable. I'm starting to wonder why he tolerates this if he's constantly unhappy. Personally, I would have walked out already. It's a good thing he doesn't do that, though, I whisper, doodling a flower at the corner of my notebook page. I don't want him to leave me alone. I'd lose my damn mind. The next time he comes in, I'm eating my bologna sandwich while organizing some receipts behind the counter. My hand's going numb from all the writing, so I decide to do something a little different. Connor mentioned the receipts being important for tax purposes somewhere down the line. On your break? Nope, but I'm eating, I reply with a shrug. Multiple receipts sprawl across the counter, covering most of the space. Sorry about the mess. I was just trying to help out a bit. You don't have to apologize to me. Leaning on the counter, he sighs. He tilts his head until a loud crack rings out, followed by a soft groan. I'm trying not to fixate on that amazing noise, the moan, not the bone cracking. I hope you're not too bored now that I'm in and out so often. I'm holding up fine. Yeah, you're not bored yet? Of course I get bored, but I'm doing stuff to preoccupy myself. That's the best way to pass the time. Talking to him used to be the best way to lose track of the hours, but I keep that thought within the confines of my mind. How are deliveries going? Honestly, I'd rather spend time in the shop with you. Driving around is boring. I don't like using a car. I only do it when it's absolutely necessary. Seriously? It's New York, Connor exclaims. I should be using the subway to get around, but I can't do that while carrying a bunch of dresses and suits that are worth thousands of dollars each. That makes sense. I pick at my sandwich, averting my gaze. Sorry, I don't mean to pry or anything, but it seems like you're unhappy with what you're doing. There's a pause. Connor bites his bottom lip as his finger trails along the jagged edge of the counter. Then his eyebrows perk upwards, and he wrinkles his nose. Well, it's not what I want to be doing, but the job needs to get done by someone. Yeah, but why? Why endure this madness? What's wrong with the job at the local coffee shop, deli, or bakery? I shake my head. Never mind. No worries. Connor turns away, much to my discontent. I shouldn't be bothering you while you're trying to work. That nearly makes me laugh out loud. He can't be serious. Does he see a long line of customers waiting for my attention? Is the phone blaring? Are my fingers thundering across the keyboard with the amount of emails coming in? No, and hell no. I don't get where he's coming from. Again, he's acting weird about this whole thing, but I'm too afraid to ask why. Connor glances at his watch. I've got another delivery within the next half hour. I should get going. He hurries towards the back, leaving me in the dust. Sucking in a deep breath, I try not to let that hurt my feelings. His abruptness, the brusque way he'll end our conversations just to hurry off and do something else. He's stressed out, and he's trying to make the most of his situation. I get it, but I wish I could get some more transparency. Oh, who am I kidding? I won't get crap from him. I'm the girl he talks to because he's bored. Are you sure you don't want me to stop by somewhere and get you some more food? His eyes flicker to my half-eaten sandwich. Do you like anything in particular? Sushi? Fast food? I'm good. I set down my sandwich and wiped the crumbs from my hands. This is fine for now. Okay. With the clothing over his shoulder, he heads out for that damn van again, the one he uses to zoom around the city, leaving me here by myself to count the dust bunnies on the floor. When does your shift end again? 3 o'clock. Damn, I probably won't get to see you again today. Connor offers a crooked smile. In that case, I hope you have a good rest of your day. You have a nice way of cheering me up sometimes, Becca. I could say the same about you. I wave. See you? He's gone, and I'm alone again. When he first told me about this delivery, I didn't think it would be that big of a deal. I thought we'd continue as we always had, joking behind the counter and getting to know each other more. And yet, it's been more like a disaster. He doesn't talk to me as frequently anymore. He's not as happy as he used to be, which is a damn shame because I love seeing him smile. This job's weighing down on him. I hope I'm not right, but I feel as if there's going to be a change to our relationship soon, and it won't be a good one. Oh well, I clean up after myself. It doesn't take long before Harriet shows up for her shift, hurrying in with her purse and her water bottle clutched in her hand. Hey, honey. Have a good day today? Yeah, more or less, I reply, gathering my things. It hasn't been too busy today, so not much to do. Well, that's a relief. You're getting the hang of this, aren't you? Harriet sends me a sweet smile, which temporarily makes me forget about the whole mess with Connor. Before long, you might be coming after my job. No way, I wave my hand, shaking my head firmly. I can't do what you do. If you ever change your mind, let me know. Let me be honest, honey. You won't be stuck doing this job forever. You're going to want to head towards new and better horizons soon enough, and you might want some managerial experience before doing that. I consider that for a moment. Yeah. She's got a point. Next day, dry cleaners is nice and all, but I can't do this for the rest of my life. I've got better things to put my attention towards. Consider what I said, but remember. She wags her finger. You didn't hear this from me. I'm not supposed to encourage our employees to strive for better work environments, but I don't care about those silly rules. Thanks. With my stuff in hand, I make my way to the exit and wave goodbye. Harriet takes my spot behind the counter. And when Connor gets back, can you tell him I said goodbye? Sure thing. Man. When Emily first got to the big city, she was swept into a whirlwind romance with her beau. Why can't I get something similar? Instead, I'm getting mixed signals from the cute guy at work, who may or may not want something more with me. It would be easy for me to take the subway around the city, find a bar, and maybe start making out with the first guy who shows me a little bit of attention. That feels wrong, though. As if I'm wronging Connor in some way, even though there's nothing between us. Would he do the same for me? I hope so. He would have mentioned if someone else were in his life by now. Even if we're just friends, friends talk about their dates and girlfriends, right? It makes me sick to my stomach to think about him with anyone else, wrapping his arm around them and kissing them gently. God damn it. I think I've caught feelings for him.
Chapter 8. Connor. Chugging down an energy drink, I gulp down the contents and try to pretend as if it's going to energize me for a few more hours. I'm parked outside of the dry cleaners, watching as Becca works inside at the register. She's taking down a customer's information, smiling wide and laughing with the older woman who's dropping off a sparkly ball gown. She's beautiful. I can't take my eyes off her. I have to be careful I don't stare at her too long and let her catch me. She's got beautiful dark skin, amazing curly hair, and the best pair of lips I've ever seen. I swallow hard, wondering what I'm going to say to her once I'm inside. Leaning an elbow on the center console, I scratch at my chin. I'll go in there once she's done with the customer. Then I stop, completely at a loss for what to do after that. I'm not usually this slow when it comes to women, but Becca has me in an interesting predicament. The fact that I'm technically her boss, and she doesn't know it, makes this a bit sticky. The fact that I'm seemingly also trying to break out of the friend zone, but I don't want her to realize who I am or how rich I am, adds another level of complication. Not that I'm going to give up. The challenge is actually kind of exciting, but I have to pick every move carefully. It's been a long time since I cared enough about a girl to put in this much effort, but I think Becca is worth it. Getting stuck in the friend zone with Becca is the absolute last place I want to be. I don't think the situation is hopeless. It's never hopeless if you're smooth enough. Still, if I wasn't the owner's son, I'd just make a big display and tell her we're going on a date. I have to be a little more sensitive in this case, something I'm not used to. Still, I know enough to realize what an HR nightmare it could be if I'm too pushy before she's ready, especially when she inevitably learns who I am. No matter what happens, I'll fight like hell to crawl my way out of this friend territory. I'll figure something out. I'll bring out my old tricks from high school and college that used to pull girls all the time. As soon as I'm sure she's receptive to being flirted with, I have no problems. Maybe I should just tell her who I am from the start. But she's a humble girl. She doesn't seem like the type to get impressed by flashy displays of wealth. Not only that, what if she then only dates me because of that? No, I think I like this way better. It's a puzzle, but I'll solve it. I sit in the vehicle wondering how I'm going to win her heart. Then I think of that ring she liked the other day. I'll surprise her with it soon enough when the time is right. Lifting up my gaze, the older woman from before starts heading out. It seems like Becca charmed her since she keeps turning around and adding to the conversation. As touching as that is, I want to head inside. It's my turn to talk to Becca, lady. Eventually, she leaves and I jump out of the van. Smoothing out the wrinkles in my shirt and making sure I look presentable, I make my way inside to find Becca scribbling in her notebook again. She's diligent about her craft. "Hey there," she greets, straightening up on the stool. "How are the deliveries going?" "I'm done with them for the day," I reply. Her face brightens up. "I know, right? If I had a bottle of champagne right now, I'd pop it open." "So does that mean you'll be sticking around the shop for the rest of the day?" I shrug, leaning on the counter. "I could do that, sure. Or I could call it in early and go do something fun. I get tired of looking at this place sometimes." "Yeah," Becca laughs, nodding her head. "I get what you mean." I glance at her notebook, filled with all the pretty words that come from her head. I'm not much of a reader, but I'm really curious about the story she's writing. Part of it is because I want to see how creative she is. I also want to read the words she uses and become even more enamored with her than I already am. Have you eaten today? I tilt my head. Why don't we call it a day and head to the sandwich shop? Or we can get some tacos. Whatever you'd like. Becca's mouth drops open slightly. Then she places her pencil in her notebook and closes it. Are you asking me out right now? If that's how you want to see it, sure. What the hell am I saying? Of course, I'm asking her out. I just don't want to seem overeager, or I'll never get out of this damn friend zone trap. Still, right now that's backfiring on me. I think you deserve to have a bit of fun. Have you explored the city anymore? Not really, she admits, lowering her gaze. I haven't had the time. I started looking for a job the moment I came into town, and I've devoted myself to this job ever since. That day we went out was my biggest adventure. I chuckle. You shouldn't have. Believe me, it's not worth the trouble. God, what's going on? Becca smiles. You and Harriet are both encouraging me to leave this job behind and find something better. You're making me think as if I'm not wanted around here anymore. No, not at all. We love having you. Harriet speaks the world of you. The way her eyelashes flutter at me nearly makes me lose my train of thought. That was a close call. But we can see that you have a lot of talent, and you shouldn't waste it by spending too much time around here. Yeah, well, until I've written my novel, I have to do what I have to do to make money. I don't have much of a choice in that regard. Pressing my lips into a thin line, I nod. I wish I could just take her financial stress right off her shoulders. I would find her a place in the countryside or by the ocean where she could have beautiful views while she writes her stories. I'd bring her a cup of tea or a mug of coffee whenever she wanted one. I would massage her tense shoulders, kissing along her collarbone and shoulder until I trail up the expanse of her chin. Connor? Becca waves her hand in my face, and I snap out of my daze. Son of a bitch. There's a growing strain between my legs that needs to go away soon. You okay? I lost you there. I'm fine, don't worry. Shaking away the jitters, I continue. If you're looking for something fun, why don't I help you with that? I hope you're not implying a trip to the bar or club, she replies, taking a look at the time on her phone. It's noon. No. I was thinking of Coney Island. Oh, I've heard about that place. It's kind of an icon, isn't it? Absolutely. Why don't you come with me? We can head there on the subway. I don't like driving around the city during this time. It makes me want to break some traffic laws. Sure, but... Becca frowns. What about the shop? We can close up for the day. Do we have the authority to do that? We do. I do, technically. I can deal with the owner later. Won't you get in trouble? Maybe not. I know how to talk myself out of trouble. Ah, so you're a seasoned troublemaker, she jokes, starting to gather her things. All right, I'll go with you. I still don't know how to navigate the subway just yet. And I still have to buy a Metro card since you covered for me last time. That's easy. The more time you spend in New York City, the easier this stuff gets. In a few months' time, you'll be a pro. Don't worry. And what's there to do on Coney Island? Becca asks, picking at the skin of her palms. She tends to do that when she's nervous. Is there food? I smirk. You'll see. I promise that you'll have an amazing time. Before we go, let's just make sure that the shop is in decent order and that there are no high-profile clients we need to deal with. The owner might not be happy that we're leaving early, but if there's nothing important to do, he won't be super mad. I'm trusting you with this. Becca points a finger into my chest. If we get in trouble, I'm putting all the blame on your shoulders. Please do. My dad can't tell me anything right now. I'm still pissed with him, so he's been walking on eggshells around me. I like that. He deserves to feel some heat after making the crappy decisions he has. Follow me. We head to the back, making sure everything's in order. That light-hearted banter between us is starting to come back, thank God. She's not afraid to joke around with me and tease me. My awkwardness ebbs away quickly, striking back with quips of my own that make her barrel over with laughter. The intrusive thoughts in my mind make me wonder what would happen if I just leaned over and kissed her. Would she like that? Or would she just put in her resignation notice and leave me in the dust? My fear of the latter has me backing off from those ideas, as tempting as they are. If my dad got a letter explaining she was harassed by her coworker, who then turned out to be me, he'd kill me and never promote me to management. As much as I go on about Chris being unfit for the job, he's never been accused of anything quite that bad. All right, I think we're good to go. I'll just let Harriet know that she has the rest of the day off. I pull out my phone. She'll appreciate that at least. Becca rests her hands on her hips and narrows her eyes at me. Seems like you've got a lot of authority around here. Have you worked here for years? You've got tenure under your belt? Something like that? After sending the text, all of my attention rests on Becca. Let's get going soon. I want to show you as much of the city as I can. Can't wait.
Chapter 9. Becca. Holy Mother. He actually asked me out. It's not a daydream or a hallucination of mine. It's not fake or something I've written about in my notebook. It's all real. I hope you don't mind that we're meeting my parents at Coney Island. They just let me know that they'll be in the area, and they want to grab something to eat, he says. Admittedly, that nearly makes me stop in my tracks altogether. Why would he be bringing me to meet with his parents? What's going on? Every time I think he's asking me on a date, he adds something that makes me confused again. Meeting someone's parents is a date thing, sure, but not this early. So does this prove I'm just a friend, and this is in no way romantic? Oh well. I'm in too deep to turn around and walk away from this, so I follow him along as we stroll through the busy city streets on the way to the nearest subway stations. There's so much to this city I have yet to discover, and I'd be more than willing to let Connor lead the reins. Are you all right with walking so much? You get used to it after living in the city a while, he says, pulling a Metro card out of his wallet and using it. I mimic his actions with my fresh new card. Don't worry about it. I need the exercise. It'll do me well. I smile, following him as he leads me through the station. My breath hitches in my throat, hearing the loud entrance of a train on the opposite platform. How often do you take the subway? Is it better than driving a car around? To me it is, he replies, beckoning me to sit on a bench while we wait for the next subway. Only a few minutes away if the electronic signs are anything to go by. Getting stuck in traffic makes me want to say screw it and start driving on sidewalks sometimes. Pedestrians be damned. I snort. You know, we were pedestrians while making our way here. What if someone came along with your mentality and ran us over? I don't mind being a hypocrite when it benefits me, he jokes, followed by an indifferent shrug that makes me laugh. Never in my life did I think I'd enjoy hearing such crass things come out of a man. But Connor makes me forget about that for a second. Are you close with your family? I ask, sticking my hands into my pockets and relaxing into the seat. It's sweet that you're meeting with them like this. Yeah, well. Connor rubs the sole of his foot into the concrete underneath us. I've learned to value the time I still have left with them. Oh, I see. They're older, and my mom was sick for a while. She's better now, but it reminded me that I shouldn't spend too long without them around. I might regret it. I nod. That makes a lot of sense. Plus, there's so many stories that come out about people losing their loved ones in an instant. It can happen so easily. Tomorrow isn't promised. Connor shakes his head and waves a hand. I don't mean to ramble about this and bore you to tears, but it's just how I feel. No, I like hearing you talk about this. He glances at me from where he stands, a small smile forming. That's sweet. Just let me know when you want me to shut the hell up, and I'll listen. I don't think I'm that audacious, I say. It's good to be close to your family. My sister Emily and I are pretty close. And I have a good relationship with my cousin who lives nearby, so that's good too. I agree with you. We need to make the most of the time we have now. The worst regret in life must be looking back on your life and realizing you should have cherished your relationships more. Connor wets his lips for a moment, staring across at the other train platform that comes to collect the people commuting, the people in suits, the girls with headphones on their ears, the single parents tugging along an unruly child. Growing old is a privilege that a lot of us don't seem to acknowledge, he says after a while. A lot of people don't get the chance to live a full life. Sometimes it gets cut short for whatever reason, and it's sad as hell. But there's nothing we can do about that. You've got an impressive way with words. Do you know that? I stand with the rest of the people on the platform. Lights shine on the walls of the tunnel to our right, silently announcing the arrival of our train. You should get into writing too. Connor scoffs. No way. I don't think I have the patience to sit down and write a whole novel like you can. I'm not done with that yet, so don't get your hopes up. I will, because I believe in you, and I think you can do it. The train arrives, and the doors slide open, allowing a handful of people to trickle out. After them, we head inside and take a few empty seats by the doors. I should have known you were a writer. You're always using big words sometimes that I hardly know the meanings of. I think that's because I've read a lot of books. Whatever. It's impressive regardless. I was never good at writing back in school. He tilts his head closer to mine as the train gets going, sending a spark of excitement through my body. I once got a C out on a paper because the teacher didn't like my writing style. Well, that's the thing about writing. It's pretty subjective. One person may not like your writing, but another might. There's a lot of freedom for writers to find their own voice and to find an audience that'll read their works. Here's the thing, though. Connor puts a finger up to his mouth. I was never able to write well because I would write long, convoluted sentences that probably didn't make any sense to my teachers. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I would talk out loud to myself while I wrote, and then I'd write down everything I said. So you forgot what periods and commas were. I grin, which earns me a nudge on the shoulder from him. I guess so. My English teacher would always get on my ass for that. She would use me as an example of what not to do in an essay, and then she'd show the rest of the class my 300-word sentences. Ouch. I grimace, not wanting to imagine the embarrassment that would bring to any young writer. It takes a lot to accept criticism and keep some semblance of confidence. But for a grown adult to go after your writing in front of a class of your peers, soul-crushing. I'm sorry about that. Don't be. It just reaffirmed to me that I'm not meant to be a writer. Connor looks at me, and there's a glimmer in his eyes, probably due to the lights on this train. I turn away after a few seconds, setting my sights on the other passengers on this train with us. Still, I can feel his lingering gaze and find myself wanting more. I can tell that things are different for you. It's always been a dream of mine to be a writer. It's a lot of fun. You get to create your own worlds, stories, and tales to tell other people. You can breathe life into the people on a page. You can influence people with your writing, which is the best feeling in the world. When you get published, he says, straightening his back, and I'm purposely saying when and not if, I'll be the first person in line at your book signing. Stop it, I reply. Your flattery is going to fatten up my ego. Good. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't read that much right now, but if it's a book with your name on it, I'll gladly pick it up and give it a try. Even if it's a cheesy romance. Connor narrows his eyes. I may not read it in a day, but I'll finish it. I promise. Well, damn. You've just made my day. The subway brings us near Coney Island, so it's only a short walk to the beach from where we arrive. Connor seems to know his way around, so I follow his lead as he snakes through the crowds. In a time like this, I would love to reach out and hold his hand, but I'm not going to push my luck. We had such a good conversation back there. The last thing I want to do right now is soil the vibe by acting too clingy. Still, why is he bringing me to meet his parents? I guess it could be seen as a friendly gesture, but what if they interpret it as something more? What if it starts getting to my head too? Are your feet still okay? Connor glances over his shoulder at me, slowing down when he sees me trailing behind. I should have warned you how much walking this would be. No, I'm fine. There might be a blister forming on one of my ankles, but I keep that to myself. Let's keep going. I'm excited to meet your parents. Yeah, they're nice. My mom's a sweetheart. My dad can get on people's nerves sometimes, but he's well-intentioned for the most part. Got it. As long as they don't run me off the moment they see me, we'll be okay. Connor chuckles. Trust me, they wouldn't dare. My mom gets mortified if she offends people. Thankfully, the walk isn't too bad. With blue skies above and a nice sea breeze wafting in, I'm enjoying the sights and the time I'm spending with Connor at my side. Technically, I could call this a date, but Connor's just a friend. We're just friends. Yeah. Keep repeating that to yourself, Becca. Maybe one day you'll actually believe it.
Chapter 10. Connor. We'll be meeting my parents at this fast food joint called Nathan's. Is that all right? Is that like the 50th time I've asked her whether something was okay? I'm overdoing it. If I were watching a friend do this, I'd call him a cornball. Hot dogs, burgers, that type of thing. Sounds delicious. I'm starving. My parents like the place because it's where they used to go when they first started dating. That's so cute. I love how they've continued their little tradition over the years. Maybe you can write about an elderly couple who do that in one of your books, I suggest. She responds with a cute smile and stares at her shoes while we walk. Damn, I want to kiss her. We're almost there. Waiting outside the restaurant, my parents are standing on the sidewalk and people watching. My mother always likes to assume the best in people, while my dad sometimes makes cynical little comments that make my mom swat his arm. I can see where I get it from. Mom, Dad, hi! I wave an arm. Then I lightly elbow Becca to follow. We're a little late. Sorry about that. Sweetie, it's not an issue at all. My mother narrows in on Becca immediately, face brightening. Who's this, Connor? You didn't mention you were bringing a friend. My name's Marie. Yes, I did. I sent it to the group chat. Your mother's a technophobe, you know that, my dad responds, shaking Becca's hand before nodding towards the restaurant. Shall we? We're famished. So am I, Becca says, eagerly following us around. My father decides to wait in line and order while we get some seats outside. Becca chooses a hot dog with onion rings, which is a fine choice. I go for the usual hamburger while my mother only wants a serving of fries. Becca and I sit beside each other while my mother sits across from us. She sighs, basking in the sunlight that beats down on our skin. How are you, Becca? Are you a native of New York? No, ma'am, not at all. She shakes her head. I'm from North Carolina, so I'm more of a small-town girl. I've got a few family members here, though. Oh, how wonderful. You're close with your family, then? Yes, I am. My sisters and my cousin are some of the best people I know. They've got hearts of gold, and they're willing to drop anything to help someone out. So you've got kindness running through your family line. My mother leans her chin on her palm and smiles wide, often tossing me a look here and there that expresses her approval. That's great to hear. A lot of people nowadays don't care about others unless it benefits them in some way. You can just say my name. I won't get offended, I joke, earning a laugh from Becca. Meanwhile, my mother gasps quietly. Connor, don't say that. It's not true, Becca. Don't believe him. He's very nice when he wants to be. I know. Becca and I have been talking a lot, so I think she's gotten a good idea of how I operate. I can tell that Becca isn't the type to gush about her own achievements, so I want to do that for her. Mom, Becca's a writer. She's working on a little something right now. Really? My mother clasps her hands together. That's amazing. I have so much admiration for the creatives in our world. I can tell that you're a very talented young woman, Becca. I see the spirit of an artist in your eyes. Thank you so much, ma'am. Your words make my heart flutter a little bit. My mother loves comments like that. Becca and my mom talk avidly until my dad arrives with the food, setting everything down along with the drinks. To my surprise, my mom seems drawn to Becca and wants to continue speaking while my dad and I enjoy our meals. Becca's a charmer, and she's managed to enthrall my mother. She never fails to impress me. Even my father makes a few comments here and there, making Becca smile and respond with a sweet response that makes him grin. By the end of the meal, there are stars in my mom's eyes. It's clear that she's going to beg me to bring Becca around sometime in the near future, and maybe even bake her sourdough bread. My mom likes to do that for any girl who she thinks might be my girlfriend. After Nathan's, we take a stroll around Coney Island. My parents walk a few feet in front of us, arms linked, while my mother points out the various sights we come across. Meanwhile, I stick behind them next to Becca. Thank you, I whisper. For what? Tolerating this. You really didn't have to. You could have knocked me to the curb and I wouldn't have blamed you. Why would I do that? Becca asks, raising a brow. I love talking to your parents. Your mom is the sweetest woman in the world. She likes you, I can tell. We're approaching the amusement park. The Ferris wheel peeks out in the distance. You'll be the topic of all her conversations for a long time. Really? God, that's... Becca sucks in a deep breath, but there's a wonder in her expression that's nothing short of endearing. I didn't know I'd have that type of effect on her. My mom's a sucker for sweet people. Coney Island always brings out the child in me. My parents are more than happy strolling along the boardwalk by themselves while I take Becca to the game booths, ready to show off some of my skills. I'm eyeing a big teddy bear for her, maybe even some cotton candy if her stomach allows it. Becca follows me to one booth. As we wait in line, I point out the white and purple teddy bear I want to win for her. I have no space for that thing, Connor. I'm sure you do. Put it on your bed. But I don't need one. It'll be a nice keepsake for our time here together. Wouldn't that be nice? The line moves forward. I just want to do something nice for you. Indulge me a little bit, will you? Becca sighs, scratching at her neck. Still, there's an ever-present smile on her face that makes me realize that she likes this little banter between us. She puts up a bit of resistance, but eventually gives in. Fine, fine. If you don't want the super huge one, I'll get you a smaller one that you can keep on your table or desk. Have I talked to you about my cousin Jamie? I think you've mentioned her a few times. She lives near you. Yeah. She has a stepdaughter named Lainey who might want one. But the last time I saw her, she showed me one of the biggest teddy bears I've ever seen that she keeps in the corner of her room. Jamie would kill me if I showed up at her door with another big teddy bear. Oh, I'm sure she'd be happy. Let me deal with Jamie's wrath. I'll handle her. Becca scoffs, shaking her head. No, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Messing with Jamie isn't something I would recommend. How scary could she be? Is she short like you? If so, there's nothing to worry about. Wow, okay. Becca crosses her arms over her chest, feigning offense, but it's not working too well for her. She's as amused with this as I am. Go ahead. But please, not the big teddy bear. I think it's bigger than me. I can see that, Shorty. The game booth is simple enough, taking some darts and aiming them at the balloons to pop them. One by one, the green balloons pop loudly as I sweep across the board. The teenager working the booth gives a nod of approval. Take your pick, sir. Which prize would you like? Glancing at Becca, I send her a look that tells her to make the choice, but she shakes her head and sticks to the side. Rolling my eyes, I choose a small white teddy bear that can be attached to a keychain and hand it over to Becca. It's cute and fits in her 2 hands. You didn't have to get me anything. It's not like we're dating. So what? I wanted to do something nice for you. Think of it as a thank you for having to deal with that interrogation from my parents. It got a little awkward at times, but you handled it like a champ. We make our way to the boardwalk, a boisterous clamor of excitement and activity. You could have gotten up and walked away at any time, but you didn't. That would have been rude. I would have done that if someone dragged me along for an impromptu date with their parents, too. You're one of a kind, Becca. No wonder my mom likes having you around. Becca stays quiet. Did I step on her toes? She's staring at the teddy bear. Then she sticks her hand in her pocket and pulls out her keychain. It takes a few seconds, but the teddy bear snaps onto her chain. Cute. I didn't know this was a date, she says softly. The wind wafts by, sweeping a few strands of curly hair out of her face. All I want is to reach out and kiss her. I guess I believe in seeing what happens, but it feels like one. Right? Becca smiles shyly. Seeing what happens isn't a bad thing, she admits. So you like taking it slow? I confirm. Not the type to rush into a whirlwind romance? Noted, I think to myself. Guess that ring won't be making an appearance in the next few weeks. But that's okay. I don't mind waiting until she's comfortable. In fact, I want to. Are you? I raise an eyebrow and then shrug. Nothing wrong with it, I reassure her. She shakes her head. But I liked it. I'm having the best time. I should be the one thanking you. We continue to walk around a little longer. When Becca walks off with my dad to help him carry milkshakes he's buying for everyone, my mom leans over and whispers in my ear. God, Connor, she's the cutest thing in the world. I know, I admit, really meaning it. She's the best.
Chapter 11. Becca. On the table, there's a hot chocolate that awaits me. My keychain sits beside the mug, featuring the cute little white bear that Connor won for me on Coney Island. He said it was a date. I wasn't imagining that. He confirmed it, and I met his parents. There's no one in the condo with me. I've got half a mind to call Emily or Jamie and bother them with details about my day, but they've got their own lives and families to deal with. I wouldn't want to intrude, so I'm speaking to this little teddy bear with large beady eyes and a neutral expression, a keepsake for the wonderful time I had with Connor. We did everything that a couple usually does, but I still don't know if I can call ourselves that. We haven't talked about it. He did say something about going slow, right? Or did I say that? I'm fresh out of the shower, my face patted down with some moisturizers that smell nice. Leaning on the kitchen island, I stare down at the teddy bear. Would I be crazy to think he wants me to be his girlfriend? Should I even be his girlfriend yet? I just moved here. Is this all too fast? Teddy bear doesn't reply. He keeps staring at me. His mom likes me. I shrug. That's a good sign, right? Gazing at the clock. It's only 9 at night. I'm not the type to go out for a night to the bar or club, so a hot cocoa at home will have to suffice for now. New York has a booming nightlife, and I have the right as a single woman to indulge myself. But still, my thoughts linger on Connor. It's been like that since he walked me home after our time on Coney Island together. It's times like these where I could use some melatonin or something, I say, taking my hot cocoa and keychain to my bedroom, where I put both on the nightstand. I'll be lucky to get an hour or two of sleep. Super lucky. The optimistic part of me thinks that I can get some work done in these conditions. So I take out my notebook and open up to the last page I worked on. There are some scenes that I like, so I reread them in an attempt to get some inspiration. I can't focus, though. My eyes skim the familiar words, ones that I could recite by now, but my mind keeps wandering elsewhere. My thoughts drift back to Connor, his parents, and our time together on Coney Island. I won't be able to forget something like that. I pile some pillows behind my back so I can sit upright on my bed. Teddy Bear sits comfortably on my nightstand. Taking his head, I gently twist his position so that he's looking at me. It was so beautiful. Connor has his moments where he's a little insensitive. He likes to forget that he's not the only person in the world, and his comments reflect that. There are also some moments where he's the only person I want to talk to. I want his approval, his attention, his care. At the same time, I don't want to force myself into his life and assume a position that doesn't belong to me. That's not right. Mama taught me better than that. But if he wants to keep things so casual, why would he bother bringing me to his parents? That doesn't make any sense. My notebook drops limply in my lap. Am I insane? I must be. I'm talking with a teddy bear, for God's sake. Worst of all, I'm not going to get any sleep. There's too much going on. My emotions are whirling around, and the caffeine from the cocoa is working overtime to make sure my body doesn't start dozing off. Is Connor still awake? The clock strikes 10. He has to be. A young guy like him wouldn't go to sleep so early. What if he's out with someone? That's when I start gnawing on my fingernails. My stomach makes a grotesque noise. Something about that thought makes me want to cry. What if he's got someone else he hangs out with when he's not at the shop? Teddy Bear stares at me, a small reassurance. Connor likes me. Why would he hang out with some other girl while leading me on? I've heard a lot of stories of guys who do that sort of thing. Maybe I'm stupid or naive or a mix of both, but I'd like to believe that Connor isn't like that. It's a slim chance, but I'm hanging on to it as if my life depends on it, as if I'll fall into a pit of lava if my fingers start slipping. I'll take my chance. Why not? Isn't that what Connor and I talked about on the subway? How people tend to look back on their lives and regret not taking the opportunities they were given while they were young? What if this is one of those opportunities I'll regret not taking? If so, why does my phone feel like the most evil contraption right now? I'm pacing around the room. At this point, I've gnawed off all of my fingernails. Do I or don't I? What if he doesn't answer? What if he answers and tells me to piss off because he's with some other girl? I don't know what's worse. I might quit my job if it ends up being the latter. After a few deep breaths, I reach out for my phone. My heart's in my ears. I type out a quick message. Are you awake right now? Then I toss my phone back onto the bed and try not to look at it. If I don't pay attention to it, the phone won't sense my fear. I grab my notebook and my pencil, scribbling down a few nonsensical words while I wait. Soon enough, curiosity kicks in, and I want to see my phone screen. There might be a notification by now, so I check. Connor's name is on my screen. His text came in almost 2 minutes ago while I was losing my mind. Swiping my screen, he responds in the affirmative. I was pretty bored before you texted me, so I'm glad you did. I swallow hard, fingers shaking hard as I type a new message. You're not busy right now? I didn't want to bother you in case you were. I'm sitting in my room right now about to start a movie. But if you wanted to talk, I'd be more than willing. What if I called you? It's easier for me than typing. Sending the message, I hold my breath as I wait for his incoming text. He could still say no. I remind myself of that before getting too excited. To my surprise, the text bubble disappears. I've ruined it. I've messed everything up. But then, a phone call comes in, and it's Connor. I let it ring for a few seconds before answering, trying my best not to sound shaky over the phone. Hi, I say, relaxing into bed. If only he knew what was going through my heart and mind before texting him. How are you? Doing much better now that I get to talk to you. What are you doing right now? Are you busy? Not really. I was trying to get some work done, but I can't focus. Sounds like you're overworking yourself. Why don't you take a break and spend some time with me? Seriously? Over the phone, I mean. I wouldn't expect you to drop everything and head to my place. That'd be crazy. He chuckles. Unless you wanted to, of course. A part of me gets really excited at the offer, but I tamp it down. At least it makes me feel that he isn't keeping this casual because he has other women on the side, which is a positive. I just showered, and I'm cozy in bed, so I'll have to pass on that offer for now. Bummer. Want to watch a movie together? How? Pretty easy. Do you have a laptop nearby? I can send you a link that allows us to watch a movie simultaneously. The wonders of technology. Grabbing my laptop, I follow his instructions and navigate to the website in question. He's watching a thriller that he's heard good reviews about. He gives me a moment to get some snacks ready before resuming the movie, which is considerate of him. Why is this guy so depressed all the time? I ask quietly, but then I remember I'm on the phone with Connor, and he can hear those little whispers of mine. Thankfully, he laughs aloud at that. Yeah, I don't know. These movies like to feature a dark, brooding man as the main character. And then there's usually a girl who falls hopelessly in love with him, even though he's probably the worst person ever. Huh. Sounds like some male fantasy coming true. Yeah, it would be nice to have a girl fall for you that easily. That's why fiction and dramas are so popular nowadays. Is that what you're hoping for? I ask. I guess it's easier to air my thoughts when he's not nearby to look at me with his pretty eyes, which render me useless in seconds. To find a girl who'll fall in love with you that easily? No. Probably not. Damn. There's got to be a bit of a challenge. Otherwise, it's no fun. When you work for something and eventually get what you want, it feels so satisfying. Oh, I see what you're saying. Do you think the same way? I think so. I'd honestly find it weird if I met a guy and he became super obsessed with me despite knowing nothing about me. Connor stays quiet. The movie escalates, and the main character gets chased down by a group of thugs that he somehow beats by outsmarting them. Then he walks away with a cigarette in his mouth. The movie drags on. I let Connor know that I'm falling asleep, and he responds with a mumble. I think he's already drifted off, and it doesn't take me that long to follow along. But the last thought I have as I drift off is that I might be falling in love. I just hope that isn't too fast for Connor, because it's not exactly casual like we agreed.
Chapter 12. Connor. Black coffee and scrambled eggs are my meal to start off the day, while I skim through the local news on my phone. Nothing interesting catches my eye. I feel like texting Becca, but considering how often we talk lately outside of work hours, I'd hate to come off as desperate. Thankfully, my boredom is quickly interrupted by my mother calling, her friendly face popping up on my phone screen. Hey, good morning, I say, picking at my scrambled eggs. How are you doing today, Mom? Oh, honey, I'm doing wonderful. I just came in from the garden. My hydrangeas look beautiful right now, so I've picked a few to start a bouquet. I was thinking about giving this one away. Does your friend Becca like flowers? Would she like something like this? Man. I thought my mom would have forgotten about Becca by now, but it seems like she's had more of an impact on my mother than I originally thought. I don't know. I'd have to ask her. Ask her, Connor. Women love small gifts like this, especially if they're homemade. You don't have to surprise her with something big and extravagant. From what I can tell, Becca is a humble and sweet girl. She is. I like spending time around her. Does that mean you finally found the one? Pressing my lips into a thin line, I drop my fork and put my phone on the table. I click the speakerphone, wanting a quick sip of my bitter coffee before continuing the conversation. For some reason, my mom likes to bring up topics that I don't have much energy to think about at the moment. This is one of them. Mom, I love you a lot, but you're jumping the gun a little bit. I haven't known Becca for very long. I like spending time with her. She's a great girl to be around, but... Honey, when you know, you know. It doesn't have to take long for a man to realize that he wants to be with a woman for the rest of his life. My mom really thinks that I'm in a relationship with Becca. That's all my fault, really. I hope it doesn't break her heart when I have to tell her the truth sometime soon. I'm sure your father and I have reminded you time and time again about how we met and fell in love. I don't think I need to repeat it. Please don't, I whisper, picking up a forkful of egg. I'm trying to keep my appetite, not ruin it. I really like her, Connor. She suits you. She brings out the light in your eyes. And don't try to pretend as if you weren't staring at her as if she was the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. I'm your mother, and I know you better than most. I also know that you've got a flair for being dramatic. Was it really that obvious when I looked at her? Maybe it's true when they say Mom knows best. I don't know what the future has in store for Becca and me. I'm just trying to go with the flow right now. I'm sure as hell not going to tell my mom I have a ring already waiting. Nope. The official face of this relationship is taking things slow. Becca wants casual, and I'm not about to scare her off by coming in heavy. Mom hums. There's some snipping in the background, which is probably her shortening up her flower stems before placing them in an intricate vase. She's done it so many times in front of me, I can envision her doing so right now. When your older brother told me about his wife, I was over the moon. You have no idea what joy it is as a parent to see one of your children embark on a life of marriage and children. I'm grateful that my illness didn't take me. I gotta see your brother get married, start a family. I even gotta meet my grandson. I breathe in deeply. She's going on one of her rants about how she wants to see me get married, too. I don't have the heart to interject right now, so I eat quietly and sip on my drink while she continues. I don't know how much time left I have on this planet, but I'd love to see you accomplish the same before I go. Trust me, Connor. Your life changes completely when you find the person you love. You want to give them the world. You're willing to move heaven and earth just to make them happy. Is that what Dad did for you? Of course. I wouldn't have married him if he hadn't. He cared for me and protected me. Your father wanted to make sure that all of my needs were accounted for. Now, that isn't to say that Becca is a girl who needs to depend entirely on you. She looks like she's strong with a good head on her shoulders. You mentioned how she wanted to be a writer, right? Yes. She's working on a book right now. Wonderful. She can kickstart her career soon. And you, as her husband, would support her and stay by her side throughout whatever. Mom, why are you assuming that I'm in such a rush to get married? What if I want to take things slowly with Becca and get to know her some more? I think she'd get freaked out if I suddenly proposed the idea of marriage to her. Well, you never know. Maybe she'd love the idea. You'll never know until you go for it and ask. My mom's got her rose-colored glasses on. Again, she's such a romantic. Growing up, she used to consume romance novels as if they were her lifeline. No wonder she's got such an unrealistic perspective on life. Things aren't that easy. A small part of me wishes they were, though. I'd love to make Becca the woman of my life, but it's too soon. I might scare her away. Yes, I saved the ring just in case. But that was the point. I saved it. I haven't given up on Becca, but I know better than to overwhelm her right from the start with a damn proposal after 2 sort of dates. What we have right now is perfect. I'm in no hurry. All I'm saying, honey, is that I want you to get married. If it's with someone as wonderful as Becca, then I'd be so happy. I love planning weddings. In another life, I'd probably have chosen that for a career. Yeah, in the lifetime where Dad doesn't swoop in and knock you off your feet. Exactly. But I love your father, so I don't want to linger on that thought. I can't imagine a life without him. It feels far too foreign and strange. Anyway, when are you bringing Becca around again? Why don't you invite her for a Sunday dinner sometime soon? We'd love to host her. I'll see if she's up to it. Remember, Mom, some women don't want to get love-bombed. Love bombed? Goodness, I don't even know what you're talking about. I want her to feel welcome to our family if she's the one that you decide to marry. That's all. As much as my mom is getting on my last nerve, it's hard to argue with her too much since I kind of know that she's right. I just can't tell her that yet. My mom would fly off the handle and blow all my attempts at keeping this low-key out of the water. But then a really weird idea hits me. It's so crazy, it's almost perfect. What if Becca and I really did tie the knot? Or at least pretended to? What if I asked her to be my fake fiancé for a while just to humor my mom? I'd have an excuse to spend plenty of time with Becca without coming on too strong. And if I play my cards right, I can use the time to prove to Becca that I'm husband material. No risk of being friend-zoned if I put myself firmly in the fake husband zone instead, and that is something I can come back from easier. Meanwhile, my mom would have her urge to plan a wedding fixed, at least temporarily. That's not all, I realize. The cheat code to getting through to my dad is settling down, marrying a nice girl, and starting a family. Is this really what I have to do to rise the ranks in the family company? Handouts aren't really my thing, but I've busted my ass for so long that it feels like I deserve to accept one at this point. I'm tired of driving all over the damn city in a hack job. Connor? You there, honey? Yes, Mom. I'm just finishing up my breakfast. Thank you for the talk, though. You've given me a lot to think about. Please consider what I said. I want the best for you, and from what I saw on Coney Island, Becca is one of the best. I'm trying to take you at your word, but you've said that about most of my ex-girlfriends. I like to be nice. Those girls you were with were beautiful and intelligent, but they all lacked a humbleness to them that I saw immediately in Becca. She doesn't come from an affluent background. She's empathetic and understands what others have to go through. Mom, are you some sort of psychic or palm reader now? Because you're starting to sound like one. I'm just saying what my heart feels. I think Becca is the one for you. With women like Becca, you have to be careful and act fast. Why? Are they going to run away? No, not necessarily. But someone else might realize the gem you have on your hands and try to steal her away from you. I've seen this happen many times. You have to cherish her and value her as a person. Otherwise, you're going to lose her, and it'll be your fault when that happens. Gee, thanks for the pep talk, Mom. I know that you're a great man, Connor. You have a sensitive heart underneath that tough exterior of yours. Don't be afraid to show your vulnerability to Becca every now and then. She'll appreciate it. She coughs gently and sighs. Well, I should get going now. I've talked your ear off about this, so I think you got the point. Heading off for some tea and cookies with Dad? I might do that, yes. As long as he's not busy. Oh, that reminds me. Never stop wooing her. Never let the spark die out between you two. That's how you get romances to live on, even during the rocky times. Becca and I don't even have a romance going on. Yet. But with all of Mom's good advice, I'm starting to really see the roadmap to getting in with Becca. And it's just wild enough it might work.
Chapter 13. Becca. Seriously? Connor perks a brow at me. You would save a cat from a burning building but sacrifice yourself? Absolutely. You cat lovers are something else. We're proud of who we are. You can't shame us. Resting my hands on my hips, I send him a look that makes him cackle. Soon enough, we're both bending over with belly laughs that fill the empty store with the sound of our joy. Over the past few weeks, Connor and I have spent a lot of time hanging out in the store together. It's embarrassing for me to admit it, but I love seeing him walk through that front door at the beginning of each shift. My heart starts pumping faster, and I subconsciously make sure my hair looks all right by using my dark phone screen as a mirror. During our time together, we've had a lot of interesting conversations, things that have allowed me to understand him a bit. He's such an enigma to me, so I jump at the opportunity to learn more about him at any chance I can get. Thankfully, he's been willing to indulge me during this time, no matter how annoying my questions seem to get. I might be delusional by saying this, but I think he likes it. No, I really don't understand what the big deal is. I shook my head. Connor and I were debating the differences between breakfast meals, bacon and sausage, pancakes and waffles, that sort of thing. And I really don't get the difference between turkey and pork bacon. It all tastes the same to me. Have you lost your mind? You sound like you need to get analyzed by a doctor or something. I'm serious. And pancakes and waffles taste the same. The texture is different, but the experience. Connor brings his fingers together as he emphasizes his words. The experience is different, wildly different. Stop disagreeing with me, Becca. You're in the wrong and you know it. You know what else I don't get? The difference between plant-based meat and real meat. Connor slams a hand on the counter. I shrug him off and keep going. I had plant-based chicken nuggets the other day, and they weren't bad at all. I dunked them in some ranch and barbecue, and they tasted like the nuggets you get at any fast food joint around here. You are so wrong, it's laughable. They aren't the same at all. There's a distinct taste to each of them that... He shakes his head. You know what? I think I need to expand your palate a little bit and start taking you to restaurants. This is concerning to me. I cover my mouth while I laugh, and he sends me an odd look. What's so funny? Nothing. That's just how my sister got married. The next day at work, he catches me writing a scene where one character is brutally attacked by another. Those scenes are hard for me to write since the descriptions can be so visceral, but he seems into it. He even wants to learn more, even though I am shying away from sharing. Why don't you go to one of those open mic nights and share what you've got for the crowd? I'm sure they'll love you. I hum quietly to myself. I don't think my writing is ready to be released to an audience just yet. Why? It's really good. I like it. And I don't even like books and reading all that much. You're clearly biased, so I don't know if I can take your word as gospel. Connor scoffs, making such a loud and dramatic noise that I can't hold back the laugh that bubbles out of my throat. What you just said was very disrespectful, and I hope you're ashamed of yourself. Did I lie? Of course you're going to like my writing. You're probably the only person who I let see my notebook. Really? What about your sister and your cousin? I haven't shared this stuff with them yet. They know that I write, but they don't know the details, and they haven't seen examples of my work. I get shy and nervous, so I don't like sharing what I have until I'm completely satisfied with it. Wow, I'm that special to you, huh? Connor winks at me. I threaten to toss my pencil straight at his head if he does that again. Don't deny it. You know I'm right. Whatever lets you sleep at night. I'll sleep real nice and snug, knowing that I'm the only one you've shown your writing to. And one day, when you're a best-selling author, I'll make sure to let everyone know that I was the one who saw your drafts before you made it big. As time goes on, Connor shows me that he's not only interested in my passion, but he's rooting for my success. Every time I express doubt in myself, he's the one offering words of support and saying how he can't wait until he sees me on the bestsellers list. He and I have become close over time because of that. I'm opening up more to him, allowing him to see a side to myself that I keep hidden from the rest of the world. The people who know me best are my family, but I'm finally expanding that circle to include Connor Wilkins. Despite everything going on between us, I still don't know how he sees me. As a girlfriend? As a fling? There's something special between us, at least on my end, but I can't figure out how serious he is. Let me get you some food. You're starving, I can tell. Connor nudges my elbow and heads for the door. There's a falafel cart nearby. Have you tried falafel? I don't think so. Well, here's your lucky shot. You don't have to buy food for me. I can handle my part of the bill. No, I don't want you to do that. I'm offering to buy, so it's only right if I pay the bill. Sorry, rules are rules. Flipping the open sign to closed, he motions for me to follow along, and I obey without a second thought. You're not inconveniencing me in any way. Trust me. Can I pay you back? Nope, I won't accept it. I'll block you if you try it. I frown. He's mighty insistent about this whole thing, so I let him have his moment. Since I haven't eaten this before, he does the ordering at the cart and gets me something that looks incredible once it's handed to me. One bite into the falafel, and my world is changed. Seriously. Holy crap. I cover my mouth as I chew. Connor's smirking at me while he eats, crumbs sticking to his lips. This is so good. Where has it been all my life? I'm sure they've got falafel somewhere down there, in that little town you're from. You're just scared to try new things. No, I'm not. You're the same girl who thinks sausage and bacon taste the same, so I'm not trying to hear a peep from you. Sit this one out, shorty. How dare you? I joke, but I'm way too focused on my falafel to care much about this conversation. Since I'm starving, I finish that falafel within minutes and consider going back for more. God, that was so good. I'm a fan now. Come sit with me while I eat. Connor leads me to a nearby bench, half of his falafel still in his hands. Sure. Can I have some of your food, though? Wow. Greedy. He hands over some of his food regardless. Then we sit on the bench and I happily eat. I've been wanting to ask you something, but I don't want to come off as a creep or anything like that. That catches my attention quickly. Through a mouthful of falafel, I shake my head. If I thought you were a creep, I would have left you in the dust ages ago. Spit it out. Well, Connor hesitates, running his tongue over his teeth. It's a weird question. Tell me! It's going to sound ridiculous, but think about it, okay? My mom thinks you're destined to be her daughter-in-law. How would you feel about telling everyone we're engaged for a few months just to humor her? The falafel nearly falls out of my mouth from the way it hangs open. After a few seconds, I compose myself and wipe a hand across my face. Connor, are you serious? Or are you playing with me? Because if you are, this isn't very funny. I'm not playing with you. I'm asking this out of curiosity. I think this might work, and it'll make a few people happy in the process. What? People? Like who? My mom, he says. The words fall so casually from his mouth that I really think I'm spiraling and having some sort of a mental health episode. She really likes you and wants to see me married off. Look, we don't actually have to get married or anything like that, he offers quickly. It would just give her and my dad a little faith that someday I'll settle down and get them off my case, you know? Suddenly, my throat goes dry, so I nearly choke on the piece of food going down my throat. I smack my palm on my chest a few times and clear my throat once I'm done, feeling my head get dizzy even though I'm sitting down. This can't be real. Connor, can I be honest with you? Please. I think you've lost your mind.
Chapter 14. Connor. I think you've lost your goddamn mind. Damn it. I really was hoping she'd go for this. Well, at least I tried. Back to the drawing board. Becca lets out a strained breath. I take the falafel from her hand before she crushes it in her palm. This is crazy. Are you serious? I just said I am. No. But are you actually being for real? Becca grips on the bench tightly. Please don't play with me right now. I can't deal with pranks. I'm being real. Look, I just thought it would be fun for us and make her happy. It's not a big deal. It's just fake, so no one has to get hurt. My parents want to think I'm heading for marriage, so why not let them think it? But why does that mean we should get fake married? That doesn't make any sense. Why? Becca closes her mouth, bringing a fist to her lips and shaking her head. It's as if she wanted to say something just then, but holds herself back. I don't get it. Look, I wasn't trying to make you have a breakdown with this. No, I'm not breaking down. I'm just trying to make sense of this whole thing. Do you really think I've been asked to fake marry someone before? Give me a break. This is new to me. My mom's been nagging me to get married for a long time. My dad, too. We have a lot of fun together, so I just thought we could finally give them what they want. Look, Becca, you're the first girl I can imagine being even fake married to. He laughs. Take it as a compliment. Becca straightens up and turns away from me. She fixes her gaze on the pack of seagulls across the way from us, fighting over a piece of bread. I see. I'm trying to lift up her spirits and make her happy because I think she deserves it. She's been through so much, and it's been her dream to see her children married. She loves weddings. God, it's her favorite thing. She nods along but doesn't say a thing. I mean, she scrolls on her phone for hours at a time looking at wedding venues, dresses, flowers, all of that. She could be a wedding planning consultant if she wanted to at this point. She knows the industry like the back of her palm, and she loves seeing other people happy, so it would work out for her. I sigh, rubbing my eyes. I'm getting off track. I still don't get why you need to be married just to make her happy. I sigh, wishing I could tell her about my dad and how it would help me with the business. Too late, it's occurring to me that my story doesn't make anywhere near as much sense without that part of it. But I can't explain it, or else she'll know who I am. In other words, not just her co-worker at the laundromat. Look, just forget it. It was kind of an impulse idea. I was just thinking that if we're going to go out anyway, we could pretend it's a little more serious for her sake. Just make her think that settling down might be in the future like she always hoped. She thinks you're perfect for me, and I thought it would be fun to humor her for a few months. It's okay. I think I'm starting to understand you. Becca swallows. But what's going to happen when she finds out this whole thing is fake? Wouldn't that break her heart? That would be counterproductive to what you want to do. No, I assure her. I've had girlfriends before, you know. We give her a few months of wedding talk to get it out of her system. Whenever we need to, we can tell her we called it off. She'll recover, don't you worry about that. I don't tell her the part where I'm already certain I can get Becca to agree to marry me for real before that ever happens. She might run right this second. Connor, I want to help you, but this whole thing sounds ludicrous. I snort. There you go with the big words no one else uses. Stop it, I'm trying to be serious. Sorry. She smacks her palm on her knee. How would we fool the rest of the world? We haven't known each other for very long. I feel like anyone with a brain and working eyes would see something's up between us. And then we'd get called out for being frauds. Sounds right. Then that'll make your parents sad, and I'll be sad too. I don't want to hurt your mom. She's a sweet woman, and I agree that she deserves happiness. She doesn't deserve us lying to her face about our relationship, or lack thereof. Yikes. That hurts me more than it should have. I want a relationship with Becca, but it's clear to me that this isn't the right route to go. You're right. I nod. Sorry for asking. It was a crazy idea. I shouldn't have asked something like that. It was never going to work. Becca glances at me as I rise to my feet. She reaches out for my wrist. Hold on. Can we talk about this, please? No, seriously, it's fine. I mean, like you said, it wasn't exactly a well-thought-out plan. I was just thinking it would be a fun goof. I get it if you take marriage too seriously for that. I don't want to make you feel bad or anything. Forget about the fake marriage proposal, I say, staring at the cyclists that whiz by, and the couple that share a soft-serve ice cream that has started dripping down the woman's hand. Seriously. I didn't think about it as carefully as you did, obviously. I just thought it would be a fun joke. Not a joke, but... I pause, looking at her. Well, you're the writer. What's the word? Ruse? She suggests. Yeah, there you go. Becca rubs circles into her temples and closes her eyes. Connor, this is not a normal thing people ask someone else to do as a prank. Not a prank, I correct. A prank means we're doing it to make my mom feel stupid. A ruse. She sighs deeply. Okay, but we've never really delved into the romantic side of things. I mean, we just hang out, and I haven't even called you my boyfriend yet. You know? I don't think jumping to a whole level past that is a good idea. If I were to agree and become your fake fiancé, I'd act like a damn fool. My mom thinks you're great, so you don't have to worry about looking foolish, I assure her. But seriously, it was just a whim. Don't worry about it. All right, a fake proposal, fake engagement, and fake marriage isn't the way to go with Becca. Noted. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop trying with her. Hell no. I don't care at this point if she decides to put in her resignation tomorrow. That's not going to deter me from wooing her the old-fashioned, traditional way. The same way my dad, his dad, and all of my ancestors won over their other halves. I shot myself in the foot by asking her that, but that's okay. I'm picking myself up, dusting myself off, and continuing forward. Opening the door for her, she heads inside the dry cleaners and plops down on her stool behind the cash register with no intentions to leave early. I breathe a sigh of relief as I flip over the closed sign back to open and return to her side by the register. All of our orders are ready. The phone's silent, thank God. We stand quietly in the shop, keeping to ourselves and allowing the tension to rise between us. Thanks for the falafel, by the way, she murmurs. It was great. Want me to get you another one? I offer, trying to make up for the awkwardness I just unleashed. She laughs, and at least it sounds genuine. Connor, we just ate. How many do you think I can fit in my stomach? I frown, trying to think of another way I can get her to let me spoil her a little bit. Most women I date want me to buy everything for them. I don't like being played for my money, obviously, but I do like providing for women. Becca's so stubborn about accepting anything, which I guess is fair considering I've allowed her to think I'm poor, but it drives me a little bit nuts. Besides, I messed up just now. I know it, so I also know I owe her something to make it up to her. Women like the little things. My mom's words echo through my mind. On my next round of deliveries, I stop to buy her $10 worth of candy bars and leave them on the front counter at the laundromat for her to find. At least for that, I'm not taking no for an answer.
Chapter 15. Becca. No matter what I do, I can't go to sleep. Counting sheep, staying away from my phone, keeping the lights off. Nothing works. This shouldn't come as a surprise to me. Connor's fake marriage proposal repeats in my mind on a loop, taunting me and reminding me of something that's within my reach, but I'll never truly have. It only happened a few hours ago, and I haven't been thinking straight since the end of my shift. I nearly blurted it out in front of him on that bench, but now that I'm alone, I can muse out loud. Why is he asking me to be his fake girlfriend when I want to be his real girlfriend? Running a hand through my hair, I stare at the ceiling and try to make sense of my life. I mean, seriously? Connor's the cutest guy I've ever been around. He blows all of my ex-boyfriends out of the water, and he's not even my boyfriend. From the moment we met, I knew that he was something special. He's magnetic, with an ability to command the attention in the room without trying too hard. He's got a brusque nature, which is off-putting at times, but he's deeply intelligent and sensitive to certain topics, like his family. Not only that, but he believes in me. My heart beats so hard when I'm around him, and it's because I want to be with him. I don't want to be his fake anything. I want to be his reality, his girlfriend, the woman he lies beside each night. Why can't he understand that? What if this fake marriage proposal is a blessing in disguise? It would give me the chance to spend more time with Connor. It would give me a reason to call him and talk to him more. To be by his side. Isn't that what I want? God damn it, I whisper. The teddy bear on my keychain sits patiently on my nightstand again, watching as I pace around the room. Why is my life so difficult? Why can't things come easily for me? It happens to everyone else. Why not me? I wish the teddy bear could come to life and start talking some sense into me. I really need it. It's too late to call Jamie or Emily or my twin sisters back at home, so I'm stuck by myself to deal with this predicament. Great. Even though Connor and I have a good thing going on, I'm afraid that it's going to get stuck in the friend zone for the foreseeable future. The thought makes my stomach churn. I want him to hold my hand and kiss my face. Right now, he keeps his distance and sends me longing stares that I sometimes catch in my peripheral vision. Connor, you bastard. Why are you doing this to me? I was having a good time in this new city. During times of stress, writing tends to calm me down. I pull my notebook from out of my nightstand and sit on my knees beside my bed, using the mattress as a makeshift desk for the time being. My black pen's running out of ink, so I toss it somewhere across the room and grab a purple one instead. Then I designate a certain page near the back of the notebook and title it Writing Prompt Number 5, Bajillion. Usually I project my problems onto a character I'm writing about. In this case, there's a girl named Valerie who lives in the city of New York. Same features as mine, the same situation as mine. She's pining over an attractive guy named Hamilton. She wants to be with him, but she's afraid that he only sees her as a friend, even though they do a lot of things that couples do. Go out on dates, meet the family, and tell each other personal stories. All that and more. But I don't know if I want to settle down right now. I whisper, scribbling the words across the page hard enough for the pen to rip through the page. I huff. Hamilton, you asshole. Just say what you're truly feeling. It's not that hard. Unfortunately, I can't kill him off just yet, regardless of how angry he's making me feel. No, Hamilton's got a part to play in this plot. I need some more drama, something that really gets my blood pumping. That's why I make Hamilton and Valerie stay in the friend zone. Valerie rejects his fake marriage proposal, because duh. But then Hamilton goes on and finds another girl at some coffee shop he goes to. Then he starts liking her. He starts hanging out with her instead of with Valerie. As time goes on, he starts to forget about his relationship with Valerie and decides to go all the way with this new girl. Her name's Franny. Beautiful, smart, the heiress to some foreign company, so she's loaded with money. Hamilton likes that. My grip tightens around the pen. My breathing becomes more staggered, but I keep writing. Hamilton and Valerie work together, and since they're still so close, he gives her updates on his blossoming relationship with Franny. He wants to marry Franny. He wants to put a ring on her finger. He wants kids with her. After I finish writing Hamilton and Franny's happily ever after, while Valerie sulks in the shadows, I take either side of my pen and completely snap it in half. The spring flies out and plastic shards fall on my bed. Looking to my right, the teddy bear stares at me with his beady eyes in silent judgment. I scoff. Don't look at me like that, I hiss, scowling at the toy that serves as a reminder of Connor and I's relationship. You'd be acting the same way if the girl you liked was leading you on. But he's not leading me on. Connor doesn't have some other woman that he's pining after. It's only me. He said it himself. Bringing out another pen, I go back to my notebook and scratch out the hastily written scenes of Hamilton and Franny ending up together. Instead, Franny doesn't come into the picture this time around. I scratch out until I reach the part where Valerie rejects his fake marriage proposal. What happens next? Does the story end there? Are Valerie and Hamilton cursed to spend eternity in the dreaded friend zone? God, I hope not. What an awful way to live. There's an easy solution to this. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I'm a bit scared to say it aloud. Why? Because it'll prove me wrong and put Connor in the right. As much as I like the guy, it still pains me to admit that he's right sometimes. He didn't have to lift a finger, but I'm slowly getting won over by his idea. I don't want our story, Valerie and Hamilton's story, to be precise, to end here. I want to know what happens next. I want to know if they end up together, or if they find out that they're not as compatible as they once thought. The pen's in my hand. I have the power to see this story through. Why don't I go through with it? Otherwise, the latter might come true. Connor may find someone else who suits him just as well as, or better than I have. The thought makes my heart ache. It makes me want to sob into a tub of ice cream while I stare miserably at the city horizon. I don't want that kind of life for myself. When I came to New York City, I promised myself that I would do away with the sadness of the past. No more lost connections. No more failed relationships because of a lack of communication. It's time to start being honest with myself. I like Connor. I want to be with him. I want to see how this fake marriage of ours is going to turn out. Will it lead us towards something more? Will I learn that Connor's not as great a guy as I imagined him to be? Who knows, but at least I'll get the chance to say that I tried. Teddy Bear sits with his arms outstretched in his usual position. I sigh, setting down my pen in between my notebook pages and closing it. I can't believe I'm actually considering this. My hands rest on my legs. I want to get fake married to Connor. Can you believe that? He's convinced me. No, that's not right. I convinced myself. So many women around me have taken the chance with the men in their lives. Jamie did it with Derek. Emily did it with Alfred. Why shouldn't I do the same with Connor? I guess I'm afraid. Afraid of rejection. Afraid of this not working out and having to distance myself from him when he's been such a great person to me. What am I going to do if I lose him when everything's said and done? What if he doesn't want to be around me anymore? God, that'll hurt like hell. People survive those situations all the time, though. I'm sure I'll do the same. It's not like I'd be the only woman in the world who lost the one who got away. My heart will be broken. And I'll never be the same, sure, but I might learn something from it. What do you think, Teddy? I tilt my head. Do you think I'm crazy? My loyal friend doesn't say a thing. He only stares at me, which leads me to believe that I'm making the right choice and that I need to go through with this whole thing. One day, Connor might realize that I'm the one who he should fall in love with. Until then, I guess I'll just play the part of his fake fiancé and hope he'll catch the hint, eventually.
Chapter 16. Connor. Popping open an aged bottle of wine, I pour myself a glass while I gaze down at my laptop. When I'm bored, I like to browse mansions online and imagine myself living somewhere exotic. If I wanted to, I could easily call up the sellers and snag one of these pretty properties for myself. No problem. I'm sure my dad would have some questions as to why I suddenly spent $30 million on a Spanish castle, but that's pocket money for our family. Plus, castles are wildly overrated. Back in college, I shared a dorm with a guy who was descended from French nobility, and his family owned a fair share of castles in the countryside. This is also the same guy who told me how the French Revolution was a bit of a problem for his family way back when. All that space, all that land, just to get shared by a handful of people. Something about that doesn't sit right with me. Just as I'm about to click onto page 20 of my mansion search, Becca calls. My grip on the wine glass tightens. I take a gulp of the strong red before deciding to answer, cherishing the slight burn and buzz that wafts through me soon afterward. Hey, I greet, setting down the glass clamorously. Didn't think you'd want to talk to me ever again if I'm being honest. Huh. Yeah, you're not getting rid of me that easily. What are you doing right now? Are you busy? Not at all. The mansion I'm currently looking at looks like a big white cube, selling for $16 million. God, what is happening to our country? I was just passing time. Why? What's up? Well, I wanted to talk to you about that fake marriage proposal you surprised me with. I grimace. Please, don't remind me. I was somewhat getting over the humiliation. No, wait. Hold on, I've thought about it. It's the craziest idea I've ever heard by a long shot, but... Becca sighs. I hold my breath as my hand clenches into a fist. I want to make your mom happy too. This isn't the best way to do it, sure, but I think we can make something work. Are you serious? You're the one who dropped this idea on me. Why are you so surprised? Because it's crazy, I agree. And I didn't think you'd actually agree to do it. So should I just retract my offer? If you don't want to do it anymore, then... No! That's not what I said at all! I bring my fist to my lips, gnawing on the skin a little bit. What the hell? I didn't think I'd actually get this far. Now that I'm here, what do I do? How do I act? I need to get you an engagement ring. Geez, you're already thinking about that? Get me a ring for like $100 at the nearest pawn shop. Doesn't have to be a big old thing. What? No, you deserve something nice and cute. My mind drifts to all the high-end jewelry stores in the city, the ones where the rings cost the same as a down payment for a house. What if I take you ring shopping over the weekend? You can pick anything you want, no budget. Connor, have you lost your damn mind? I should be slightly offended that she didn't hesitate with that remark, but I shrug it off. What? Getting an engagement ring is a big deal for women. What would she do if she knew I already picked out a ring? But that's for later, not this fake engagement. I don't want you getting into debt over a ring, Becca exclaims. It's just some tiny stone that'll rest on my finger. I don't need it to be luxurious and fancy. It just needs to get the job done. Going into debt? What are you... Stopping myself quickly, I remember that she doesn't know the extent of my family's wealth just yet. $50,000 engagement rings are insane to the average person, but that can easily go on one of my credit cards without a second thought. Oh, right. Yeah. Why'd you hesitate? Because I thought about what you said, and since it made a lot of sense, I won't argue on it. You're right. I still want to get you something nice, though. Don't you have a budget in mind? No, not at all. Did you really think I had marriage in mind when I came to the city? Becca laughs to herself. It sounds like she's eating something. Besides, I've always been a more humble type of girl. Extravagance just doesn't do it for me. Then what is she going to say when she visits my parents' property? And what is she going to think when she finds out that our net worth is in the billions? That a trip in a private jet is as easy to come by as an Uber? Got it. Okay. I scratch my chin. What about an upper limit of 10,000? Choking noises come from her end of the call. I wince. Damn it, I really need to do more research on what it's like to be poor. 10,000! What? Becca scoffs. That's way too much. No, I'm not letting you take out a loan just to pay off this ring. This is all fake anyway, so no need to go big on something so temporary. Sure. We need to figure out something, though. I'll need to tell my parents about this. My mom's going to lose her mind with happiness. Yeah, you're right. How do we tell them? Not over text, I assume? That's a bit too informal, and your parents deserve better than that. How about a family dinner? I'll organize it with them. I'll let them know that there's something special going on and to bring out our best china. Do your parents have some antique dinnerware? My family does. We've kept ours for years. Generations upon generations. Some of the plates and cups are chipped by now, but they work just fine. My mind wanders to our dinnerware set that cost my dad upwards of $100,000. He liked it because it featured some cute elephant designs along the sides, so he decided to surprise my mom with the gift after coming back from his tour of Asia. Yeah, we've got something like that too. That's so cute, Becca replies. Okay, I guess we'll have to play the part well. I think it'll be a little easier considering I've already met your parents. They liked you a lot, so most of the hard work is already done for you. Now I just have to convince them that marrying you wasn't a hasty idea and that we're truly in love. I lean on the counter, sloshing my wine around in the glass. My mom will fall for it. She's a hopeless romantic. Yeah, I could tell. She has such a dreamy look in her eyes when she talks. She seemed so happy to tell me the story about how she met your dad. I really liked that about her. She's happy with her trinkets and her gardens, that's for sure. She's not supposed to overwhelm herself nowadays since she's still recovering from her illness, but that doesn't stop her from tending to her garden. Even though... I bite my tongue. Most people don't have gardeners, huh? Even though what? Becca asks. Nothing. You've just made me the happiest man in the world by accepting to be my fake wife. It's the least I can do. You're the reason why I haven't run out of money just yet, even though I was severely underprepared for the job. Rolling my eyes, I chuckle. I still think she's mortified over the fact that she couldn't figure out that old cash register. Yeah, on second thought, I should have kicked you to the curb because you didn't know that pressing the decimal on the register makes it croak. And I wouldn't have blamed you. Clearly, I was a liability to the business, but you kept me around. I'm grateful for that. Man, I lucked out with her. The moment she walked into the dry cleaners and asked for the job, I knew that she was special. Not only that, but she's out of this world beautiful. I have never met someone like her, and now that she's in my life, I don't want to lose her. I can't. Clear your schedule this Sunday. I'll let my parents know so that we can have a Sunday dinner with them. That'll make them happy. Okay. Are we going to go ring shopping between now and then? I already have a little something in mind for you. Just let me know your ring size and I'll keep you updated. I'm trusting you. Don't go crazy or it might piss me off. Now you're just tempting me. I smile, finishing the last of my wine. See you later, Becca. Once the call hangs up, I droop my head and let out a stream of air. That settles it. I'm a soon-to-be married man. Sort of. I already have an idea of how my parents are going to react. My dad will be confused. My mom will be shaking with happiness, imagining our wedding and what our children are going to look like. I don't care what Chris will say to me when he finds out, but he'll sneak in a few jokes here and there about the whole thing. This is a good thing, I whisper, gripping the edge of the counter. Mom will be happy. I'll get a kickstart for my career. And I'll figure out some way to guarantee that Becca winds up realizing that she wants the real deal after the preview. Who knows? My voice echoes in my large, lonely condo. I've needed someone like Becca in my life. I just didn't realize it until now.
Chapter 17. Becca. My dad loves going to Mr. Antonelli's Italian restaurant. That's one of his dearest friends. Plus, we always get great service when we go, so that's an added bonus, Connor informs me. Staring down at my outfit, I wonder if I am underdressed for the occasion. This yellow sundress is a hand-me-down from Emily. Not to mention there's still no ring on my finger yet. Connor says he wants something custom-made for me, so that takes a while to get done. When I tried to ask him how much money that cost him, he didn't want to say. So I dropped the subject before my curiosity got the best of me. Hopefully he's keeping things under $2,000. That's the absolute maximum that I'm willing to accept. Nervous? Connor asks, tossing me a look. I shrug, staring out the window. I didn't know you had a car this fancy. It's not a new model, don't worry. Cars depreciate in value. It's not worth buying a new model every year when you can buy a nice, reliable car, a few years old, for like half the price. I get you. My first car was an old 2004 model, sturdy, reliable, and lasted me a good couple of years. It only cost me around $3,000. What a deal. Connor turns into the parking lot of a quaint Italian restaurant with a decent amount of clientele. His parents beat us here. They're waiting near the entrance, sitting shoulder to shoulder on a bench. Connor's mom rests her head on her husband's shoulder. There they are. So we're seriously doing this? My chest feels as if it's tightening on me. Air doesn't reach me as easily. We're going through with this whole thing? Getting cold feet? Connor relaxes against his seat while he turns off the car. He's dressed in a blazer, white dress shirt, and pants that match the blazer. There's a silver watch on his wrist. He's wearing a cologne that makes me want to cuddle next to his arm and never leave. Not cold feet. I don't know what I'm feeling. I rub at my neck. I guess I'm scared. I know this is all an act, but it still messes with me a little bit. Everything will be fine. Trust me. My parents aren't the type to make a big fuss about something like this. Really? I'm trying to believe him. I don't want a scandal. You won't get one. Come on, don't leave my parents waiting in the cold. With a deep breath, I exit the car and follow Connor to meet his parents. His mother greets us with an embrace, while his dad shakes my hand and opens the door for us to enter. Thankfully, the ambiance inside isn't stuffy and suffocating. There are a lot of families and couples in the booths, enjoying dishes like spaghetti and lasagna with a bottle of red wine between them. The smell of garlic bread hits me soon afterward, which reminds me that I haven't had a bite to eat since midday. To my surprise, the host leads us to a secluded booth near the restaurant's terrace. There's already a bottle of red wine waiting for us, and the host places a steaming bowl of garlic bread at the center of our table. My dad likes going to his friends' businesses. Mr. Antonelli is one of his oldest friends, Connor whispers as we slide into the booth seats. Oh, that's why we're getting the VIP treatment, huh? Sure, it's part of the reason. Settling into our seats, the waiter provides us with menus and tells us the wine of the day. Connor's dad is quick to choose the bottles for us. We then order a few plates of appetizers to share amongst the four of us. Is he even looking at the price tags of some of these things? $25 for a plate of fettuccine Alfredo? And the wine bottles? Holy crap. I find myself wondering just how well off Connor's parents are. Maybe they know this is a special celebration, but I hope they aren't spending more than they can afford. Or maybe they get a great discount since this place is owned by an old friend. Go ahead. Don't be shy, Connor's dad says, gesturing to the wine. Serve yourself as much as you want. Connor nods, pouring himself some wine before doing the same with my glass. I'm not used to this much luxury, but I have to admit that it feels really good. I guess it's good to know people in high places like restaurant owners. The wine flows smoothly down my throat, and my stomach grumbles at the sight of the fresh appetizers being brought to our table in record time. Wow, they're fast here, I remark quietly. Connor's mom laughs. Mr. Antonelli would be beside himself if he heard that his workers didn't serve us quickly. He's a diligent man. He makes sure that his workers provide excellent service every single day. They're not just doing this for show, Connor's dad explains, reaching out for a piece of garlic bread. They serve the best food in town, in my opinion. Really? Connor perks a brow. Better than Nathan's? Depends on what I want to eat on a certain day. The older man waves his hand through the air. Then he reaches for his wine glass. I'm not a picky man when it comes to my food. You know that. He loves French cuisine the most, though. Italian is a close second, Connor's mom adds on. She's only taken a few sips of wine. I've hardly touched mine or any of the appetizers. The nerves are starting to get to me. Connor, honey, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Your father and I are thrilled at the fact that you wanted to have Sunday dinner with us. It's been a long time since we sat down and enjoyed something like this. It would be great to have Chris and his wife here for this too, but it's all right. This is still great. But we feel as if there's a reason behind this special dinner, Connor's dad says. My throat goes dry. I'm wrinkling up the hem of my dress, considering my fists have been clenched around the fabric. Well, you have a point. Connor smiles, straightening up and wrapping an arm around me. Becca and I have something very important to tell you two, and we wanted to do it in an intimate way. What better place than this? Yes, this is a wonderful restaurant. Thank you so much for taking us here, I say, thankful my voice didn't croak while the words came out. That would be an easy way of letting them know I'm a nervous wreck. And thank you for being so kind to me. You deserve this. And so much more, Becca. Connor's mom reaches out and grabs my hand, reassuring me with a gentle squeeze. She has a soft touch, which reminds me of home. It doesn't seem like you have much of an appetite right now. You've barely touched anything. There's a reason for that. Connor interjects, coming to my rescue. She's a little nervous. Excuse me. Connor's dad waves down a waiter who's carrying a full tray of champagne flutes. By the grace of God, that man leans down, and the flutes stay upright. Give my compliments to the chef, please. And also, can you bring us another bottle? Another bottle? I briefly try to recall if Connor has ever said what his father does for a living. Our big fake news isn't going to make them go broke celebrating a lie, is it? I know that wine bottles can be very expensive, especially if they're of good quality. I can't imagine what that bottle costs, maybe a couple $100. It better change my life if that's the case. Leaning in close to Connor, my words come out as a quiver. Why is he ordering so much wine? The bill will cost us so much. Don't worry about that. I blink. Worrying is one of the best things I do, and seeing us run up the bill in a matter of seconds has me squirming a little bit. We really didn't have to do this. A good takeout meal from a reputable place would have made me happy. All right. Connor's dad claps his hands. What's going on? You aren't telling us something. Becca and I are engaged, Connor says, staring into his wine glass. I asked her recently and she said yes, so we're going through with it. Oh my God. Connor's mom claps her hand on her husband's shoulder. Honey, this is amazing news. That was quick. Beats our record, Connor's dad returns. I smile. But underneath the table, I can't stop wringing my hands together. They're smiling and happy about the whole thing, but the guilty part of me starts rearing its ugly head. These people have been nothing but good to me, but I'm sitting here and lying to their faces. This isn't right. Who raised me? Where's the engagement ring? Connor's mom cranes her neck to try and get a look at my left hand. Connor, you're supposed to give her a ring. We're working on that. Don't worry. Connor holds up a hand. I wanted something special for Becca, so we're taking our time with the ring. By our wedding day, she'll have a nice stone on her finger. Oh, well, that's a relief. Connor's dad chuckles. You accepted his marriage proposal, and you were okay with no ring? You're a special girl, Becca. Yeah, this whole thing happened in a blur. Connor made it sound like this would be easier. Naturally, they've got their questions. Anyone would. I trust Connor's judgment, I say, linking my arm with his. He leans over and kisses my cheek. In my peripheral vision, his mother is wiping away tears. I know that he has good taste, and he'll choose something great. God, you've made my night, Connor's mom stammers out. Covering her mouth with a hand, she then reaches for her wine glass. Let's toast to this. Cheers to Connor and Becca's happiness. And may they be blessed with many beautiful years ahead of them. Cheers. My wine glass clinks with theirs, and I take a sip of my drink. My nerves and my stomach are flipping like Olympic gymnasts. I don't know how I'm going to get through this dinner.
Chapter 18. Connor. Oh Lord, I have to start making calls. My mother waves a hand around in search of her purse. Once she finds it, she pulls out her phone and struggles to put the passcode in. Honey, what's my code again? Wait, it's okay. I figured it out. See what you've done to your mother? She's having a freak out over this news, my dad jokes, sipping calmly from his wine. Underneath the table, Becca's hands haven't stopped fidgeting since I made the announcement. Reaching over, I grab her hand and give it a gentle squeeze. She responds with a quick smile. Playing the part of a hopelessly in love person comes easily to me. Why? Because I'm slowly reaching that point with Becca. I don't know if she feels the same way just yet, but my feelings for her are real, potent, and pure. I'm only freaking out because I have to call a lot of old friends to help plan this wedding. God, there's so much to do. Flowers, venue, catering. Mom, you don't have to worry about all that yet, I say. She looks at me as if I've stabbed someone with my steak knife. We haven't decided on a wedding date, I continue, hoping to soften the blow. I don't think we have to go crazy with the planning. Mom shakes her head and sets down her phone. You're just like your father. When our wedding date was coming up, he was relaxing and sipping on champagne while I ran around trying to pull everything together. I hope you don't do the same thing to your fiancé, Connor. I won't let you. Becca straightens up in her seat. I wouldn't let him get away with that either. Ah, so she speaks, my father says. I toss him a glare while he leans in a bit closer. Tell me, Becca, are you happy with everything going on? My son hasn't forced you into this marriage thing by holding you at gunpoint. Or has he? Dad! Honey, don't say that! My mom swats at his arm. Thankfully, there's someone here willing to fight in my corner. They're young and in love. There's nothing dubious about it. Sure, but Becca has been looking scared since Connor mentioned it, so I just wanted to make sure. After Becca takes a rather long gulp of wine, she sets down the glass and nods. Mr. Wilkins, I can assure you that this is everything I've ever wanted. I love Connor, and I'm happy to spend the rest of my life with him. Damn. I wasn't expecting that, but I'm certainly not going to complain. My mother's swooning over those words, and my dad's taking another languid drink from his glass, already eyeing the bottle for some more. This is wonderful, my mother whispers, wiping her eyes with a napkin. I'm so happy for you, Connor. I knew that you were going to find the right one sooner or later. When I met Becca, I knew that she was a special woman. You might tire them out with all this sappy talk, Marie. Don't be cynical during a moment like this. I'm happy for our son. The night drags along. Becca doesn't eat much, so I take charge of finishing the food on her plate. My parents are content, satiated by the wine they drank. As for me, I'm antsy. The night's still young. Becca needs to get home, but I don't want her going alone. We hope to see you two soon. My mother waves a hand as my father leads her to the car. Please stop by whenever you'd like. If you want to have dinner with us anytime soon, let me know. I'll organize something nice. Marie, please. The kids want their alone time, my father says, a teasing glint to his words that makes me narrow my eyes at him. He winks at me, then waves us off. See you around, son. Keep in touch. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad. Unlocking the car, Becca and I plop into our seats. I let out a sigh. Geez, they're a lot to handle sometimes. They're sweet. I'm glad they didn't ask too many incriminating questions, Becca says as she buckles in her seatbelt. That reminds me to do the same. If I were in their shoes, I'd have a laundry list of things to ask. Hopefully, you'll never put your kid in a situation where he or she resorts to a fake marriage deal in the first place. That sounds a bit more bitter falling off my tongue than it sounded in my head. Oh well. Did you have a good time at least? Absolutely. The food and wine was great. I like this little place. She stares out the window while I back the car out of the parking space. I might have to come back sometime. The wine's got my tongue a little loose. I can feel it. For some reason, it enables me to say the things that I usually keep behind my tight lips. It makes my reasoning a little more erratic. Do you want to go home? I ask softly, staring at my rearview mirror. No cars. I put the car into drive and lurch forward towards the empty dark street. Or do you want to come back to my condo? Becca whips her head towards me. I watch her in my peripheral vision. Heat rises to my ears, my cheeks, and rockets down between my legs. Shameless, I know. There's not much to stand in my way besides Becca's willingness. I want her to say yes. I want her to want me as badly as I want her. Are you serious? Becca whispers, tightening her grip on the edge of the center console. Are you drunk? Speaking out of your ass? I shrug. Nope, I'm pretty sober. Slightly tipsy, sure. Luckily, the ride to Skyside isn't too far. It's a genuine question. We either go to your apartment or mine. The choice is yours. Becca's gnawing on her fingernails. Cute. I want to reach over and kiss her knuckles, but that might be pushing things too far. Why? That makes me snort. Because I want to spend more time with you. What? It's only 8 o'clock. If you say no, I'm going straight home to sulk and watch a boring TV show. Don't subject me to that fate. Cracking her knuckles, she purses up her lips. Fine, Connor. Take me to your place. Sounds fun. Extremely, I mumble, thrumming my fingers against the steering wheel as we reach a red light. With that answer, I want to blast through this red and any other red in my way. Patience. What do you want to do when we get back to my place? Leaning my elbow on the center console, my right hand inadvertently grazes against her left. She doesn't pull away, thankfully. She remains still. My eyes are half-lidded as I coast through the streets towards my building. For some reason, she tenses up the moment we turn the corner onto my block. Skyside is an impressive sight for anyone. Even now, I find myself staring up at the incredible building and thanking my lucky stars for being born into a billionaire family. Becca's staring at the building with wide eyes. I don't blame her, but at the moment it strikes me as a little weird. She lives here. Shouldn't she be used to this sight? Well, I thought that was something you'd decide, she says in a small voice. She pulls away her hand, much to my discontent. We could just hang out, play cards, talk, whatever you'd like. I know what I want. I know what I'd like to do to her. Whether or not she wants the same thing, who knows? Blue balls await me if she gets sick of me and decides to leave. Something's on your mind, I can tell, I say, cutting into the thick silence that fills the cool ambience within my car. Spill. I'll keep bothering you until you do. I'm not thinking about anything in particular, I just... Becca relaxes into her seat, rolling her shoulders. Her head lolls towards me. I had a great time. I don't want it to end just yet. Sounds like you and I are on the same wavelength, then. Impressing my parents is an amazing feat. They've seen and lived through a lot. They're able to tell when someone isn't being genuine. Yeah? Becca smirks. We're a fake couple, remember? Neither of us is being genuine with them. Regardless of that, you've got a good heart and they can tell. We all can. It's just an aura you give off. Makes other people feel good inside. Do you really think that? Duh. Pulling into Skyside, one of the valets jogs over to my side while I grab the keys from the ignition. I wouldn't have hired you otherwise. Hello, sir. The valet opens the door for me and accepts the keys. Then I pull out my wallet and slip him a 20. He nods silently and bows his head in appreciation. Meanwhile, Becca grabs her things and waits for me to round the car. Her hand is open and free to take, but I'm feeling a bit audacious. Who can blame me? I've made it pretty damn far. Wrapping an arm around her, I kiss her temple and lead her inside. She lets out a small noise. Thank you for everything tonight, I whisper against her skin while we walk through the Skyside lobby, booming with life and light despite it being nighttime. This building never sleeps. I need to make it up to you somehow. You really don't have to, she says breathily, tensing up against me. It's fine. No biggie. No. I shake my head. The elevator dings and the doors open. I'm a big believer in giving back to the world. And you, Becca Hawkins. I run my thumb across her chin. You deserve something great.
Chapter 19. Becca. This is your apartment? I ask. Yep. He seems pleased with himself over that. I can only imagine that he has some sort of inheritance deal like I do. Or maybe he is house sitting. Maybe some customer at the cleaners got sent to Europe for a year by their company, and they knew Connor from the shop. Why are you thinking about this? I ask myself. Who cares? All the signals tonight, all the times when he put his arm around me and kissed me, I felt something. We were supposed to be faking it, but he had to feel it too. There was this connection that's so much deeper than just a guy playing around and trying to have a fling with a coworker. It has to be. What do you think? He says. It's a nice place. Do you want the full tour? I look at him. His eyes are sparkling. I don't think he's that excited about giving me a tour. That would be great, I say with a little too much enthusiasm. He shows me the kitchen. The built-in wine fridge is full, but he's probably under orders not to touch it from whoever lives here. I don't ask for a drink. I'm not thirsty, not for wine anyway. Next is his office. He's got a massive monitor and a laptop. Guess the owner said he could hook up to the monitor. The laundry room has granite countertops, because why not? The guest bedroom looks professionally decorated. At the end of the hall, he hesitates, then picks the one on the left. Wow, I say, looking at the view. The room is impeccable. He's obviously not supposed to be in here. His room must be the other door. I don't really care, though. I walk over to the window, and he follows me. Kiss me, I order him in my head. All week I've been wondering how he really feels about me. The thrill of seeing him coming into the shop and the disappointment whenever he left, dreaming about him and waking up and not knowing if today was the day. I look at him. He's staring out the window. I wish I could read his mind and know how much this means to him. The warning voice of my mother telling me I'm too trusting echoes in my head out of nowhere, and I try to smother it. Becca. Yes? It's hard to get the words out. I can barely breathe. He is so close and he smells so good, and he cups my face gently in his hands and kisses me, softly at first, but then with more urgency. God, yes, I murmur as he starts kissing my neck. I can't move. All I can do is feel. He's got one hand on my chest and grabs my butt with the other, pulling me in close. He grinds up against me. I can feel his hardness through his pants, and it thrills me. Well, it both thrills and frustrates me. A yearning grows between my legs. I think I'll die without him. That emptiness will grow until it swallows me up, and I'm gone. I reach between us and grab him as best I can through his pants. His hands find the zipper on my dress. While he works on that, I undo his belt. He pushes my dress down to my waist, and I undo his zipper. I slide my hand in his pants. I expect him to undo my bra next, but instead, he just leans back and looks at me. So beautiful, he says. I feel my face heat up and look at the floor. He tips my chin up and makes me look him in the eye. That sends a new jolt of electricity through me. I thought maybe you weren't that interested in me, I say. I thought maybe we were kind of a short time thing. We were just hanging out until someone else came along. Are you kidding? I'm not waiting for someone else. I'm crazy about you. I undo my bra and peel it off for him. The way he's looking at me makes me shiver. God, Becca, he says. Then he grabs me. My chest compresses against his shirt. The soft fabric against my bare skin feels amazing, but I want his shirt off now. His tongue delves deep into my mouth. I can't do anything. I'm frozen under his touch. It's like something I've been waiting for my whole life is finally coming true. I wrap my arms around him and hold on. I know you want the steamy details, but trust me, they're way too hot for YouTube. Head immediately to tylawalker.com and use code SAVE40 for a fantastic deal on the hotness. Now, back to our story. We should get in the bed, he murmurs as I snuggle up against him. I can't move, I say truthfully, but I also fear we've probably broken the rules enough. He sighs and pulls me in tighter. The next thing I know, the sun is up. I don't mean it's rising. I mean the room is flooded with light. I'm still tucked under his arm, my head on his chest. He's snoring lightly. Connor, I say urgently, what time is it? Huh? I pull away from him. His pants are next to me. I grab his phone out of his pocket. Look at the time, I say, shoving his phone in his face. Eh? He says and pulls me closer. We have to get to work. I jump up and start running around picking up my clothes. I need to shower, I say. See you at work. You can shower here. No. Becca. I bend over and kiss him. He cops a feel and I let him, but I really have to go. Run of shame, I think, as I dash back to my building. I'm not ashamed, though. I'm so happy. When I get off the elevator after the fastest shower I ever took, dressed and ready for work, he's there. Breakfast? He says, holding up a bag. I know what that must have cost. The lobby cafe is ridiculously overpriced, but right now, who cares? I wanted to know how our story would turn out, and right now I'm very pleased with the ending/beginning.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 20. Connor. Hey, I call out to Becca. She looks up from the register. Last one, I say, holding up the clothes. Come here. She casts a look around the empty store and runs to me. We duck into the back room and kiss frantically. You should go, she says, pushing me away. We could both get fired. I steal one more kiss and then head out. Traffic isn't bad, it's terrible. But I don't care. Friends don't do what we did last night. Not even friends with benefits. Not like that. With that kind of intensity. She's so damn hot, I think. If only now I didn't feel like absolute crap for lying to her. Well, not lying, but definitely not telling the truth. Oh, come on! The taxi driver next to me yells. He lets out a string of swear words as the light changes to red, and we have to sit through it again. I don't care. I have a long list of memories from the night before I can play through my head. How she smelled, how she tasted when I kissed her and when I tasted her. The noises she made. How cute she looked dashing around the room naked this morning. I really didn't want to let her leave, but in a way she was kind of right. Not that my dad would fire me. But the quickest way out of the shop and into the executive suite is to work my butt off. I can't show up late on the first day that my dad finally sees me as a soon-to-be family man and is hopefully looking for a chance to promote me, no matter how tempted I was to toss Becca on my bed and have her again. I'll make up for it tonight. I don't know what it is about this morning, but everyone in the city seems to have forgotten how to drive. I find an actual parking spot around lunchtime, and instead of getting back on the road immediately, I buy a sandwich at the deli on the corner. They have 2 teeny tables outside, so I sit down and open up my phone. Becca and I have been texting all morning. Dinner tonight? I'm in the mood for peaches. Again, I type. She texts back a laughing emoji. So you like peaches? I like your peaches. I chew thoughtfully, trying to think of what I can text her that will have her squirming with anticipation all afternoon. Before I can think of anything, my dad calls. Hi, I say. Where are you? 70s, why? I want you to remember this moment. This is the moment you found out I'm moving you up to corporate. Really? I say, dropping my sandwich back onto the wrapper. Thank your mother. She says now that you are engaged, you can't be working in the shop anymore. He sounds rather gruff. I'll thank her. Okay. Dad? What? You won't be sorry, I got this. I've got a lot of great ideas I can't wait to share with you. I know you do, he says. I can tell from his voice he's smiling. He's proud of me. I'll finish the day, I say. And if you keep me on deliveries for a bit, I can train someone. Nah, he says. I'm moving someone over from store 7. It will be fine. See you here tomorrow, bright and early. I hang up. Becca has texted me back several times. It's so quiet this afternoon. All I can think about is last night. You should work in the shop so I can see you all the time again. A thrill rushes through me, followed by a little bit of disappointment. I've wanted to get out of the shop ever since my dad stuck me there. But this means I won't get to see Becca as much. I wrap up the rest of my sandwich as I head back to the van. My plan worked perfectly. Not only do I have the promotion, but I got her. And I am far more excited about that. Now I just have to figure out how to come clean so she doesn't kill me. If she's into me, finding out I'm secretly rich now can't be bad news, right? When I get back to reload the van, the store is busy. No stolen kisses. I'm disappointed, but I intend to make up for it tonight. Dinner at my place? I text Becca during one of my stops. She agrees. I text my housekeeper and ask her to call me. She usually comes once a week, but when I tell her I need a special favor, and am willing to pay double overtime to get it, she agrees. On my way back to the shop, I stop and buy a dozen roses. I park the van and walk into the shop. Becca is finishing up with a customer. Do you want me to lock up, Harriet? She asks as I walk in. I catch Harriet's eye and shake my head. No, that's okay, Harriet says. Her eyes are on the bouquet I'm holding. You go home. Okay, Becca says, turning around. Connor. Her face lights up when she sees me. Nothing else matters. Not the job, not my father's approval. It's all about her. I got you these, I say, holding them up. You shouldn't have, she says, grabbing them and burying her nose in them. Good night, I say to Harriet, and Becca waves at her. Oh, get out of here, you two, Harriet says. About time, she mutters as we walk out the door. I arranged dinner at my place, I say. Did you get eggplant? I did, actually. Eggplant rollatini, and a special dessert eggplant if you are still hungry. I think I'll still be hungry. When we walk into my condo, the table is set for 2. I can smell the food I ordered from the kitchen. I'm sure it's in the oven on warm, and every instruction I gave was followed to the letter. When did you have time to do this? Becca said. I had the housekeeper set it up. Listen, I have to tell you something. Housekeeper? You have a housekeeper? Forget that for now, okay? We need to talk. She frowns. It sounds serious. It is, but it's a good thing. On the coffee table are 2 wine glasses and the corkscrew. I lead Becca into the kitchen. Red or white? I ask. Should we really drink that? Of course, I bought it to drink. A strange look crosses her face, but then she nods. I open the wine fridge and pull out one of my favorites. Do you trust me? I say with more than a hint of innuendo in my voice. Her eyes widen and she smiles. We go back to the living room. I uncork the bottle. Taste it, I say, swirling the glass before I hand it to her. That's really good. I fill our glasses and hold mine up. What are we toasting? She asks. I have something I'd like to toast. I got promoted today. Oh, Connor, she says. She starts to hug me and then remembers the glass of wine in her hand. She sets it down and then throws herself at me. "What's your promotion?" she says. "Tell me everything." "I'm moving to corporate." She gasps. "That's fantastic." She kisses me, but I push her away. It's killing me to do it, but I want to come clean. "Look, I have to tell you something," I say. "Is it bad?" "Sounds like it's bad, tell me." "It's not bad. My dad owns the cleaners." "You mean the store?" I shake my head. We don't franchise. My father always hated the idea. He founded the company. He owns the whole thing. Stores all over the country. My brother manages the West Coast operations. "So why are you doing deliveries?" I shrug. That's over now. I don't care anymore. I don't think I learned that much working in the store, but I probably wouldn't have met Becca if my dad hadn't made me. So I guess I owe him that. He wanted me to get to know every aspect of the business before he moved me to corporate. I have an MBA, and my degree is in finance. I managed a hedge fund for a while. "Hedge fund," Becca says. She's looking around the apartment. "Yes, that's when I bought this apartment. My dad doesn't pay my bills or anything like that," I explain. "I have money. I'm not just some rich toddler in a man's body like some of them." "This is your apartment? I thought you were house-sitting." I burst out laughing and look down at my uniform. Last day for this sucker, I think gleefully. Then I immediately feel guilt again for misleading her. "Look, I'm sorry about all of this. You obviously saw me as a coworker, and I didn't exactly want to pop that illusion. You probably would have been scared away from giving me a chance. It would have changed everything, you know?" I gesture around the space with one hand. "But this is my apartment," I say. "I never worked for my dad before. He made me take a job in the neighborhood supermarket when I was 14. He could have hired me. He sounds like a good father." "Oh, I agree, but at the time I was pissed. You know the app the store has? I wrote that. It was a project for my computer science class in high school. I thought after that he'd let me work at the store in tech or something." "You wrote the app?" I shrug. "I thought it was going to make a difference. Like it would be, I don't know, huge or something. I was just a dumb kid. Everyone seemed really excited about it revolutionizing our ordering system, but I think they were just kissing my ass since I was the boss's son. Nothing ever really came of it, but we still use it to this day." "This is a lot to process," she says. "I haven't scared you off, have I?" "No," she says, shaking her head. "I'm glad, actually. I've been trying to figure out all day how to tell you you can't buy me breakfast from the solarium again. Their prices are outrageous." "Wait a minute," I say slowly, the realization creeping across my brain. "You kept refusing to go to dinner with me just because it cost money, didn't you?" "I didn't want you spending money you didn't have to impress me," she says. "You didn't need to do that to impress me. I already liked you." "I thought you were friend-zoning me," I say. "Every time I tried to ask you out somewhere nice, you only wanted to go to Central Park." "I thought Central Park was supposed to be romantic," she said. "Oh, I really don't understand New York yet. Oh, I'm going to show you what romance is, believe me." "Right now?" she says. I kiss her. "Right now." We kiss again. I graze her ribcage and she sighs. "Connor?" "What?" "Can we start with dessert first tonight?" "Sure, I have cannoli and spumoni." "No," she says, placing her hand on the bulge in my pants. "I want eggplant." "You got it," I say and pick her up. "Are we going to do it on the bed this time?" she says. "Eventually. I have many courses planned."
Chapter 21. Becca. It's been about a week since Connor started his office job. When I wake up, I'm alone in my own bed. Connor suggested we sleep at my place last night since it's my day off. Eventually, we got around to sleeping. I go into the bathroom. There's a post-it note on the mirror. "Good morning to my beautiful girl," I read. I look at the shower but decide since I'm not working, I'm in no rush. Unfortunately, Connor had to take his shirt when he went back to his apartment to get dressed. I would have liked to lounge around in his shirt all morning. His clothes always smell wonderful. I pull on a t-shirt and some yoga pants and go into the kitchen. Coffee, I declare. While it's brewing, I poke around in the fridge. I'm in the mood for something decadent. I decide to bake. Why not? It's my day off. I don't have much in the way of ingredients, just the basics: flour, milk, eggs, butter, and white and brown sugar. Recipe for coffee cake, I tell Google. I've made it before. I picked the recipe that's never failed me yet. Coffee cake looks hard, but it's not. The crumbs on top are messy, but fun. Nothing beats a good coffee cake. I poke around in the cupboard looking for a cake pan. I find a muffin tin first. That's even better, I think. I can take them to Connor at work. The kitchen has a fabulous mixer. I soften the butter in the microwave. Then I whip the batter. I top each muffin generously with the brown sugar, cinnamon, and butter mixture and slide the pan into the oven. They need to bake for 20 minutes. I turn on my laptop. Publishing, I type into the search bar on the job website. I scan the opportunities while the smell of muffins fills the kitchen. By the time the muffins are done, and I stick them with a fork to be sure, I have a couple of great prospects saved. I had put my job search on hold because I didn't want to quit the cleaners. Once I realized the job came with the perk of a hot white coworker, I wanted to see Connor as much as possible. Now he's not there. I've already got his attention. And he's working Monday through Friday. The sooner I can get something with more regular hours, the better. I want us to be on the same schedule. And after all, I did come to New York to try to get into publishing. Although it might be smart to ask Harriet if she wants me to work Saturdays for a while. My bank account would thank me for that. Connor might be rich, but I won't be a mooch. While the muffins cool, I hop in the shower. Then I have to decide what to wear. I can't choose, so I try on 3 different outfits and take selfies. What says girlfriend of an executive? I text Jamie and send her the pics. She doesn't answer fast enough. I have to decide. I go for a business cut blouse with a flowered skirt, flats, because I'm taking the subway to his office. I check my front view, both side views, and the back. I catch a glimpse of myself in a store window on the way to the subway. I really like how my butt looks in this skirt. Hopefully, Connor will too. Maybe when he comes over after work, he'll just tear into me again. The thought makes me smile and also feel more than a little bit frustrated. It's going to be hard to see him at the office and then have to wait until tonight. He looks amazing in a suit. I amuse myself on the ride to the office, thinking about all the things we've been doing. Sometimes it seems like he is insatiable. But boy, am I having fun trying to keep up. I giggle out loud, and the woman sitting next to me gives me a strange look. Sorry, I mutter. The security guard at the building makes me sign in and gives me a sticker ID to wear. I don't mind, but I really need the bathroom. I drank way too much coffee on the way over here. The elevator is right there, so I hop on. The company has the whole 8th floor. I get off and look up and down the hall. There is a receptionist at one end, and thank God, the restrooms at the other. Can I? I call out, pointing. She nods and waves. I rush in. There are 2 women at the counter touching up their makeup. I should do that. I can fix my makeup and hair before I see him. I want to look perfect. But first, I head into a stall. Who's the new guy? One of them asks. Oh, you didn't hear? That's Mr. Wilkins' son. I thought Chris was his son. This is the younger one. Even hotter if you ask me. I smile. Look all you want, ladies, but he's all mine. He's engaged. Well, that sucks. Yes, it sucks for you, I think. But wait a minute. Why do people in the office know about that? It was a fake engagement for his mom, right? It seems weird to think he's going around telling people at work this, considering. You know what I heard? What? I think at the same time the second girl says it out loud. You won't believe it. His dad wouldn't promote him until he got engaged. Some sort of family rule. Stop it. No, I heard it. Marion said the wife came in last week and was like, now that Connor's engaged, you have to give him the job. Well, whoever she is, she's damn lucky. He's hot as hell. They walk out. I'm left alone. I exit the stall slowly and wash my hands. I can barely recognize myself in the mirror. What did he tell me? I try to remember. He said we would pretend to be engaged to make his mom happy. That snake! I snarl at the mirror. I storm out of the bathroom and punch the button for the elevator. God, please let it come before somebody spots me, before Connor sees me. If I see him, I don't know what I'll do, but I'm liable to wind up on the news. I jump into the elevator as soon as it opens and angrily punch the button for the lobby, which is already lit up. The guy in the car stares pointedly at his phone, ignoring me. That filthy liar, I think furiously as the car begins descending. Of course it has to stop on the 7th floor. Why wouldn't it? I'm never going to get out of here. He talked about his mother, how it was just a little joke, and how it would make her so happy. He made it sound like he liked me, and we were good together, so we were just going to exaggerate things a little bit. Turns out, he was using me so he could convince his dad to promote him. What kind of sick family is this? Thankfully, we get to the lobby without having to stop again, and I head right for the front door. Hey, you need to sign out, the security guard yells at me. I stomp back over to the desk and rip the tag he gave me off. You okay? Don't ask. Sorry. No, I say. I'm sorry. Okay then, he says with a little wave. It's a get the hell out of my building, you crazy bitch wave. Gladly. So he used me to get his promotion, I recount. And the sex? Oh God, I moan. Yet another person scurries away from me. So much sex. I walked right into it, didn't I? Fake fiancé. What a stupid idea it was. I was too busy liking him and being hot for him to think straight. I let him use me to get the promotion, and then I let him do me literally over and over again. After he had already screwed me over metaphorically. I'm such an idiot. I get a text. It better not be him. It's not. It's Jamie. I block Connor before I look at Jamie's text. Number 3. It takes me a minute to jog my memory, and I realize she's still answering my question from just an hour earlier. When I was so happy I wanted to pick the perfect outfit. I look at my reflection in a shop mirror. God, I tried on 3 outfits for this guy, to bring him muffins, that I baked myself. I realize I'm still holding the bag. Do you want some muffins? I say, holding out the bag to a man that's walking by. He glares at me. I keep walking. When I get to the subway station, I decide to keep walking. Something about going down to the dark and dingy subway station is depressing. Who am I kidding? That's not why I'm depressed, I think sadly. I walk to the next subway station, and then I descend into the pit that is the New York City transit system. A train is pulling in, and I get on and sit down. I reach into the bag and pull out one of my muffins. Sugar doesn't let me down, I think, as I take an enormous bite. Sugar is dependable. It isn't good for you, but you know that up front. It doesn't pretend to like you and give you the greatest sex of your life only for you to find out it was all a load of bull. It takes me until my stop to finish the muffin. I'll put the rest in the fridge when I get home. I'll eat one every morning to remind me of my stupidity. I spend the afternoon angrily sending out my resume. When my eyes are blurry from staring at the keyboard, I give up and head into the bathroom for a long hot soak in the tub. I start the tub filling and pour in some bubbles. I don't want to be alone, so I go back to the kitchen to find an old friend. Tequila. Actually, it's Jamie's old friend. She left it when she moved out. She said she was off tequila forever, but I was welcome to it, just to, be careful. Tequila makes you promises it has no intention of keeping. She told me when she was helping me move in. At least you won't ask me to marry you to get a promotion, I tell the bottle. I stay in the tub until the water gets cold. The doorbell rings as I'm heading back to the living room to watch TV. Becca, Connor calls through the door. I know it's late. You still up? Go away, I mouth furiously. Thankfully, he does.
Chapter 22. Connor. As I stare down at my phone, I have the urge to chuck it across the room. Becca hasn't responded to my texts, calls, or anything else. From the way my messages don't even make an attempt to send, I'm starting to think that I got blocked. But why? What the hell did I do? Connor, please go away, I mumble, covering my face. I'm answering emails. Jeremiah pokes his head in, holding a brown coffee cup. But you asked me to get you a latte. My hands slam loudly against the desk. Then I beckon him over. I somewhat feel sorry for the guy, considering my actions made him flinch a little bit. Yeah, sorry, whatever. Put the coffee down. Thanks. Are you feeling okay? Jeremiah raises a brow after setting down the cup. I have no idea how mean I'm looking right now, but he almost instantly backs up a little bit and places his hands behind his back. Damn. I must look like an ogre as much as I'm feeling like one right now. I don't mean to pry or anything like that, but you're a little... Jeremiah pulls a face as he searches for the right words to say. I stifle a sigh. Worn out. Tired. Like you don't want to be here. Well, that's the damn truth. I want to talk to Becca and figure out why she's ignoring me all of a sudden. Screw this workday from the bottom of my heart. How am I supposed to get anything done like this? Cracking my neck, I force a smile. Jeremiah still has a look of apprehension on his face. I didn't get much sleep last night. I was tossing and turning for hours. That's enough to ruin anyone's day, right? In that case, why don't you take a break? Take a walk, go for a run. I don't know. Jeremiah's hands fall limply at his sides. He's doing his best to help, so I can commend him for that. It sucks to see you like this, man. Don't worry about me. I'll figure something out. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I wave him off. Thanks for the latte. He leaves without another word. Then I'm left alone in the office. Threading my fingers through my hair, I grab a fistful and tug lightly. I'm trying to stimulate my brain cells. Think, dumbass. Think, I mumble, closing my eyes. What did you do to Becca? Why isn't she talking to me anymore? How do I get her attention again? For the past few days, I've done everything possible to get her to speak to me again. I've sent texts, but those obviously aren't going through. I've called endlessly. Again, that's been for nothing. Emailing? I nearly tore my eyes out to see my messages bounce back to me. I tried multiple times to no avail. What a great way to start my day. My poor computer's lucky I didn't open the nearest window and fling it out, cables and all. Have you heard from Becca recently? It's a desperate text that gets sent to my mother. My fingers tap incessantly against the edge of my desk, eyeing my phone screen until I get a notification. No, I haven't. Is everything okay between you and her? Why are you asking me about her whereabouts? I was just curious. Sorry. She asks a few more questions, but I don't feel like answering them right now. Instead, I gather my things and head for the exit. My workday's done prematurely. If I have anyone ask me a question related to files or documents or reports I don't give a damn about, I might lash out. What do I have to do to get her to speak to me again? Dangle myself outside of her window? Break in like a robber? Drive a drone through her terrace and drop a handwritten note on her floor? That last one sounds like a pretty cool idea. On the way down to the ground floor, I run through a bunch of scenarios in my mind. Did she find something bad about me in the papers? Did an old fling from the past come around and say something to her? Jealous exes come out like roaches once they hear you're doing better for yourself. Did I mess something up by getting this promotion? I ask the empty elevator car as it descends the many floors down. I don't think I've done anything wrong, and I'm still sweating bullets. What the frick? People try to greet me as I pass by, but I shoulder my way through and head for my car. It's not their fault. None of this is, but I'm not going to pretend like I'm having the time of my life when I'm not. I'd rather be anywhere else than here. Feeling all right, son? It's a text from my father. Narrowing my eyes. I wonder if he has some weird superhuman sense that alerts him to my bad days. Then again, he's never had that before, so that wouldn't make sense. Peachy. Why? I've gotten some concerned texts from your colleagues. Pardon my language, but they're saying that it looks like you have something shoved up your ass. Their words, not mine. Groaning, I roll my eyes and shove my phone back in my pocket. No use arguing over this with my dad. It's none of his business. It's no one else's business but mine. So why do I have so many people on my ass over this? Whatever happened to the concept of turning the other cheek? The ride back to Skyside does nothing to calm my nerves. In fact, it infuriates me even more. You stupid son of a bitch, I whisper, watching in my side mirror as a guy in a huge truck has his right turn signal on, but continues barreling straight through the lane while I'm trying to merge. I guess the government just gives licenses out like candy nowadays. Someone else tries to honk at me as I'm turning left, so I roll down my window and make sure to flash them the finger while I'm executing the turn. I also make sure to turn at the very last second so that they're stuck at the red. Finally, I make it back to the complex and hand my keys off to the valet. There are 2 choices for me here, and I contemplate them thoroughly while I wait for the elevator. I can go back to my condo, sulk around for a while, and wallow in self-pity about how I'm losing Becca. Or I can march straight to her door and demand answers from her directly. I didn't do anything to her after all. I deserve something, even if it's just a slammed door in my face. At the very least, that will let me know where things stand between us. Don't act like such an asshole with her. Maybe I managed to do something that really pissed her off. Maybe she has a good reason to want to avoid me right now. I don't know. It kills me not to know. But that's just how things are. Breathing exercises. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. I practice those all the way up to her floor, where I get out and shake off the jitters with a quick shake of the limbs. Luckily for me, I see a very familiar figure trying to get the door of her condo open while she's holding a few bags of groceries. Becca! She glances up and meets my gaze. Then she hastily picks up the pace and tries to find the right key to her home. As I make my way over, she drops her keys and curses aloud. The bags greatly limit her movement. Becca, please. Don't act like this, I say, reaching out for her arm. She shrugs me off. Don't touch me. Why are you acting like this? You've ghosted me and I have no idea why. That's not fair. What happened to open and honest communication between us? I ask, allowing the emotions I've kept coiled up within my chest to start bursting out of my mouth. Did you block my number? So what if I did? It's not like you have any use for me now that you've got your promotion, she hisses, snatching her keys off the ground. Her movements are more gradual now that there's no reason to run away. Just leave me alone. What? What the hell are you talking about, Becca? Have you lost your mind or something? Stop playing dumb with me, she warns, pointing the sharp edge of a key right into my face. I told you to get out of here already. Don't make me call the cops. Yeah. And what would you tell them? That I'm just trying to talk to you? You're the one threatening me with some keys. I gesture to her hand wielding the impromptu weapon. Why don't you give me a direct answer? Why are you mad at me? You used me, you stupid asshole, she exclaims. Finally, there's the answer I've been looking for, even though it still makes absolutely no sense. I'm getting something out of her at least. That's a start. What are you? You needed someone to help you get a promotion in your dad's company. That's why you clung to me and started showering me with affection. You tricked me and it worked. Congratulations. She grits her teeth before continuing. You got what you wanted. Now leave me alone. Just like that, my shoulders start to droop. But You wanted a way out of the dry cleaners. You wanted a position in the executive suite. I get it. She sniffles, wiping at her eyes. I should have known that there was something wrong with this whole thing. I trusted you, but you're just a snake in the grass. Shoving the key in, She opens her door and starts making her way in. Against my better judgment, I stop her. Don't go, please. Let's talk about this.
Chapter 23. Becca. What's there to talk about? I whisper, glaring holes into him. For some reason, I don't shove him away, even as he's hanging tight onto my forearm. He deserves a stomping into the ground for the crap he's pulling. I don't have anything else to say to you. Well, I have a lot to say. So can we please sit down, calm down, and talk things over? Can I make you a coffee or a latte or something? He's desperate, I can tell. Swallowing hard, I look down at my grocery bags and back up to him. Pick those up for me and bring them inside. Without hesitating, he does what I ask. He puts all the bags on top of the kitchen island and starts unloading them into the fridge and pantry. Once he's done, I motion towards the door. Thanks for the help. You can go now. Oh, come on, Connor shouts, shaking his head. You can't do that, Becca. That's petty as hell. I don't care, I shrug, trying to make it seem as if I don't give a damn about him anymore. It's hard to do. My heart says one thing, but my actions say another. There's a crinkle between his brows and it makes me want to cancel the act, but I keep going. I don't want you here anymore. You've made yourself useful. Now leave. Okay. Resting his hands on his hips, he nods. He still doesn't make an attempt to leave. Do you want the truth? I'll give it to you. Go ahead. Do whatever the hell you want. It doesn't matter to me. I knew that my dad was going to promote me if I got engaged to someone. All right? That's the truth, and I'm not going to hide it. He did the same thing with my older brother, and it drove me crazy knowing that I was the one busting my ass while he was the one who got all the rewards. All because he found some woman to marry and knocked her up. Clenching my jaw, I keep my eyes firmly on the ground. I don't want to look at him right now. I'm going to tear up and cry. The tough girl facade will fade away, and I'll end up looking like the loser I am for believing that something special formed between him and me. I wanted a promotion too. Anyone in my position would. But I didn't think I was actually going to fall in love with you. I scoff, shaking my head. Bull. It's the truth. I have no reason to deny it. I wanted to be with you, and I also wanted to climb up in life, so I figured this would be my way of killing two birds with one stone. I realize now that none of that corporate crap matters to me if I can't have you by my side. Pressing my lips into a thin line, I stay silent for the time being. Ever since I met him, I just wanted to be his girl. I wanted him to love me. I wanted us to develop our relationship beyond what we had, and I figured it was possible considering the chemistry we had while working together. Right now, he disgusts me. I want nothing to do with him, as much as that breaks my heart to say. You still lied to me, I whisper, not gazing at him directly. I'm focused on some dirt speck on the floor. Not likely it'll make me cry as hard. You told me that this would make your mom happy, that she wanted to see you get married and have kids, and that's still the truth. She still wants me to find someone genuine. I didn't do things the right way. I know that, and I'm sorry. But that doesn't negate the feelings I have for you. Connor steps forward. Subconsciously, I take a step back. I want to be with you. Please give me that chance. How am I supposed to trust you after something like this? Connor bites his bottom lip, but then he covers it with his hand. This is tearing me apart, but it's for the best. For his sake and mine, we shouldn't see each other anymore. You lied to me, and you used me to get a promotion within your dad's company. That's all I'm getting from this situation. With a deep breath, I motion towards the door yet again. Please get out of here. Don't contact me again. If I blocked you, it's for a reason. Becca, please, don't do this to me. I'll be finding a new job sometime soon. When I do, I really hope you don't make any stupid attempts to try and find me. I'll get the police involved if you do. A new job? Connor scrunches up his face. Doing what? I plan on sending some samples of my writing to publishing houses. It's about time that I make the leap toward becoming a published author, and I don't want anything to tie me down when I do. That includes you. Connor pauses. With a stone face, I sidestep around him to reach my fridge. I need something cold, something that'll make me forget this conversation happened in the first place. There's a brand new bottle of rosé wine that I just bought at the store that's screaming my name. You're being so damn mean right now, he whispers. This isn't like you at all. I'm not going to fault you for it, but mean? You were the one who used me? I didn't ask for this, I reply coldly, taking out my wine bottle and searching the cabinets for a glass. I was new to this city and trying to find a way to make money. You took advantage of that, and now you're trying to paint yourself as the victim. It's not going to work with me anymore. Get lost? You say all this, but you're putting up a front. You don't actually believe what you're saying. You're just trying to hurt me so I will leave you alone. Why is he so insistent? What do I have to do to get him to leave my home? Chase him around with a knife? Even then, I bet he'd still find an excuse to stay. Are you serious about the publishing stuff? You're actually going for it? Connor edges his way closer as I pop open the bottle and pour myself a drink. I sigh loudly through my nostrils, wishing he could take the hint. Like how we used to talk about. Why are you trying to get me to reminisce with you during a time like this? I ask, not bothering to glance up while I down most of the glass. Cold and delicious, followed by the slight burn that trickles down my throat. Yes, I'm going for it. If everything turns out well, I won't be working at the dry cleaners anymore. Well, good for you. I've always wanted the best for you. I never lied about that. Yeah, but you lied about a ton of other stuff, I retort. I'm sorry if I can't really trust the words you say anymore, but you did this to yourself. I love you, he says, taking me by the arm and turning me to face him directly. I've loved you for a very long time. I never expected this to happen to me, but it did, and I don't want to fight it anymore. Stop it. I shake my head. You're lying again. I'm not. This is nothing but the truth. I love you. How do I prove it to you? He nears closer, bringing me against his chest. I take a whiff of his cologne and my knees nearly buckle, instantly reminded of the passionate moments we've had together. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. I don't want to lose you. Stay strong, Becca. Don't fold. It's not about what you want, I say quietly, meeting his gaze. This time, I hold steady. I don't want to get used and lied to anymore. I don't deserve that. Why can't you respect my wishes? Because that's not the whole truth. You're acting as if I did everything maliciously, as if I was trying to hurt you. I wasn't. That was never my intention. I don't even know how you found out about. Some women were speaking about it when I tried to visit you. Connor's face drops. What? I baked you some muffins, and I was planning on bringing them to your office. But then I heard them talk about how you were just looking to get engaged quickly so that your dad could give you a promotion. Oh, Becca. I wish I could have heard the truth directly from you, but I shrug, shaking my head. Who cares? It happened. Whatever. They didn't even know that I was there. My eyes are welling up with tears. Connor cups my face. As much as I want to lean my head upwards and accept the kiss he clearly wants to give me, I don't give in to the temptation. My God, this is the hardest thing I've ever done. To have everything you ever wanted standing in front of you and to reject them all the same is something I never imagined myself doing. Regardless of that, I have to protect my heart. No one else will. That's when I went nuclear, I explained, sniffling and wiping at my cheeks. I blocked you and decided to stay out of your life for good. It's for the best. I get that you're trying to fix your reputation right now. I know your parents will ask questions about why the engagement was called off. I'm sorry about that, but this isn't something I want to deal with anymore. I want to be with you. I don't care about anything else. A sad smile graces my lips as his eyes meet mine. I just don't believe you anymore, Connor. I don't.
Chapter 24. Connor. What more can I say? How else am I supposed to prove that she's the only woman that I want to be with? She doesn't care about me anymore. I think a bullet to the chest would hurt less than this, in all honesty. Is there anything I can do to prove myself to you? I whisper. It's a last-ditch attempt to try and change her mind, but I can see the glassiness behind her stare. She's done with me. Anything at all? Pulling herself away from me, my grip on her falters, and she's able to put some distance between us. She walks away with her wine glass in hand, trampling over my heart in the process. I think it's best if you go. I don't want you here anymore. Thank you for confirming that rumor. She sloshes her drink around, staring at the city skyline from the floor-to-ceiling windows that encapsulate her condo with an amazing view. It's nice knowing that I made the right choice. I don't think so. Of course you don't, she snaps. Everything has always been about you. What you want. I'm letting you know right now that I don't care about that anymore, and I'm finally putting myself above all that. I deserve better, and I know that one day I will find a man who can respect me and love me for who I am. That's bone-chilling. I don't want to think about her in the arms of someone else. That might give me a stomach ulcer. Please, for the last time, she says, sounding exasperated with me. She points straight at the door. Leave. Can you at least unblock my number? Why should I? Becca scoffs, turning away. There's no reason for us to stay connected. I might see you around the city here and there, but then again, it's New York. That's not too likely. I see what she's doing. Taking that imaginary knife and shoving it straight into my heart, twisting it around until I'm a total mess. I've dealt with situations like this before. They're never too serious. They always happen during the heat of the moment when everyone's stress levels are through the roof and hollow words are said, but never meant. Maybe hope isn't completely lost. Then again, that might just be me being delusional and grasping at straws. I love you. Leave. She sets her wine glass down. I can tell that she's reached a breaking point because she's headed toward me and starts shoving me toward the door. Leave, go. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I love you so much. My words fall on deaf ears. She gives one final, albeit weak, push on my chest and sends me out of her condo. Then she slams the door in my face. I hear the lock click for good measure. This doesn't feel good at all. My legs are on the verge of collapsing and I want to chug down the nearest tequila bottle I can find. For the first time in a while, I have no idea what to do besides wander aimlessly. What's the point of anything anymore? Back to the elevator I go. My mind's blank and my body moves on autopilot as I maneuver my way back down to the ground level. There's a cafe, and I catch a whiff of freshly baked pastries, so I make my way over. The line isn't too long and there's a young, preppy barista ready to take my order once I approach. How many espresso shots am I allowed to put into a drink? I ask. The barista blinks a few times at me, obviously confused. Save the judgment, kid. I'm going through something here. I think the limit's 6 within a day. Is that what you're hoping to get? 6 espresso shots down the gullet? No, of course not. I'm not a barbarian, I reply, bringing my eyes back to the menu. Most of these drinks are just sugar in a cup, right? Not necessarily. A black coffee with no sugar or creamer may work out for you. Yeah, that sounds good. Can I get a bagel with that? With smoked salmon and cream cheese, please. Absolutely. The young guy punches my order into the tablet screen and grabs a coffee cup from somewhere beneath the counter. Can I have your name, sir? Connor Wilkins. Pleasure to serve you, Mr. Wilkins. I'll have your order out in a moment. Thanks. I watch as he bustles behind the counter, gathering my order together. Reaching into my wallet, I pull out a crisp $100 bill and drop it into the near-empty tip jar. Hey, kid, can I ask you something? Sure thing, sir. His eyes drift down to the tip jar. Naturally, he perks up. What can I do for you? Have you ever dealt with heartbreak before? God, who hasn't? He mumbles, arranging my bagel in a sophisticated way. I think everyone older than 21 has gone through it in some way. Does that mean I should give up? Or should I keep fighting for her? I nod graciously as he slips me the black coffee, simmering to the touch. What do you think? Do you love this girl? Yes, with all my heart. Then I don't see why you shouldn't keep fighting. Why is she mad at you? Did you do something to her? Not quite. Well, maybe. I don't know. It's a perspective thing. The barista wrinkles his nose. Not the best answer to hear, but okay. It's a long story. Honestly, I could probably bare my soul to this barista. There's no one else in line and hardly anyone in this cafe, besides the young woman typing furiously on her laptop with headphones on. She thinks I used her, but that's not entirely true. My relationship with her earned me a promotion, but I caught feelings for her. Messy situation. He finishes off the bagel with a few sesame seeds before packaging it into a bag and handing it over. Then he slips the clear gloves off his hands and into the trash can. If I were you, I would try to convince her that she means more than the promotion, if you get me. Not really, but I'll pretend I do to feel less bad about myself. If you want her back, prove it to her. You might have to sacrifice some things to get there, but if she's worth it, you won't bat an eye. What's your name, kid? David. Well, you've made a killer bagel, and you managed to uplift my mood a little bit. I salute him. I've had a terrible morning, so this means a lot to me. Thanks. It's not every day that I get a Benjamin as a tip, so you're welcome. David smiles, leaning both hands on the counter. I hope everything goes well for you and her, sir. The heartbreak sucks, but it'll pass. Eventually. Hopefully. Making my way out of the cafe, I make the trudge back to my own condo. My stomach thanks me for the bagel, and my brain calms down slightly with the introduction of caffeine into my system. There are way too many thoughts firing off at once. Most, if not all, of them pertain to Becca. I miss her. I won't survive very long if I can't see her again. That scares me. It's one thing to stop being friends with her, but to stop contact altogether? To get blocked and shoved to the side as if I never mattered to her in the first place. That's not true. She cares about me. She doesn't want to show it right now because she's hurt, betrayed, and thinks I'm the worst asshole to roam the earth. Honestly, I might be if I was capable of hurting such a sweet soul. Did you manage to find Becca? Is she okay? Connor, I don't like what's going on. I'm worried. Chewing on my bagel, I glance down at my phone and sigh at my mom's message. The worrywart of the family, through and through. Don't worry about it, Mom. I'm going to fix things. Fix what? What happened? Sucks that I have to leave my mother on read, but I have to. I don't have the energy to go through my plan. Let's be real. I don't have a plan yet. I don't know how I'm going to fix this or if this is even fixable at all. If she's hell-bent on ignoring me for the rest of my life, I can't do much about that. Of course, I can still try. Maybe I can land a helicopter on Skyside and surprise her with a rooftop dinner. What if I hire a band to perform outside her door, as cheesy as it is? Desperate times call for desperate measures. God, I really messed up this time, I whisper, crumpling up my bagel wrapper and throwing it into the nearest trash can. Then I start sipping my coffee. And I can't talk to my parents about this either. They'll be pissed. The caffeine makes my heart pound loudly against my ribcage. Adrenaline starts pumping through my body, which gives me the illusion that things are slightly in my control. I can do something about this. I don't know what, how, or when, but I'll figure something out. I just have to make sure that Becca doesn't skip town on me in the meantime. She wants to be a writer, so I doubt it. And Skyside's a hell of a place to call home, so I don't think she'll be leaving her swanky condo anytime soon. Becca, I'll fix this, I whisper, clenching my fists and picking up the pace towards my apartment. I promise. If only she could see how my heart swells whenever I'm around her, this wouldn't be a problem. David the barista is right. I have to show that to her, not just tell her.
Chapter 25. Becca. My alarm clock blares right in my ear, pissing me off just enough to make me ball up my fist and launch it into the tiny device. Somehow, it survives the assault and continues to vibrate loudly against the floor. Damn, I can never catch a break around here. Fortunately, my days at Next Day Dry Cleaners are limited. As amazing as it would be to turn in my writing samples to a big publishing house and get a book deal the very next day, that's not realistic. I'd backflip if that ever happened, but it won't, so my spine can count its blessings for now. Still, I have to stay diligent about finding a new job. I'll take anything at this point. Waitressing, bookstore clerk, grocery store attendant. Anything to get away from Connor. My sanity and my heart depend on it. Considering Connor's moved up in the corporate world, I won't have to worry about seeing him at the shop anymore. That's good, even though that means I'm in for long, lonely days with no one except myself to talk to. Maybe Harriet will make an appearance here and there, but she doesn't have to show up for her shifts as often as I do. I yawn loudly, rubbing my eyes until I see colors. I freshen up in the bathroom, and once I'm done, I head to the kitchen to make myself a quick coffee. There's some fancy machine sitting on the counter that once belonged to Jamie, but I opt for some instant coffee for today. I have to get going soon. The walk to the dry cleaners feels more miserable than usual. Maybe it's the gloominess of the day, or maybe it's because my heart's been shattered by the guy who I fell for. Either way, I'm not feeling too good. Minutes feel like hours, and all I want to do is return to my bed, turn off the lights, and sleep my troubles away. Good morning, Next Day Dry Cleaners, I whisper, walking into the empty shop and flicking on the lights. Nice to see you again. You ruined my life, by the way. I guess there are some perks to manning a shop on your own. For one, there's a lot of peace and quiet. No one to talk to. No one to listen to. Closing my eyes, I sit at the cash register and take in the early morning ambiance. Cars and horns blare outside. The sunlight starts peeking above the horizon, brightening up more of the world with each second that passes. I should go on a walk after my shift. I muse, leaning my chin on my hand. I haven't done that in a while. What if I find a better and more attractive guy while I'm walking around? Even though I want to get my hopes up about finding someone new, it just doesn't work. My heart still clings to Connor and what could have been. I was so close. Life gave me a taste of what it would be like to be loved, then snatched it from under my feet. Cruelty at its finest. Why did things have to turn out this way? What could I have done differently? I shouldn't have walked into the dry cleaners that day. I respond bleakly, but then I scoff. I needed a job, though. I needed food. I'm sure if I walked into the coffee shop down the street, this wouldn't have happened. I'd be living my life to the fullest, dating a cool guy with tattoos and a killer taste in music. Instead, I fell for a billionaire trust fund kid who only wanted me for a job promotion. Just my luck. God, why didn't you give me the same luck as Emily? I lament softly, pressing my palm against my forehead. Or even Jamie. They're both happy and married. Why can't I get the same thing? Why was I the one who was meant to suffer? I really hope other young girls don't go through the same things as I do. I'd do anything to make sure my younger two sisters don't go through something similar. This isn't a fate I'd wish on anyone. My phone pings. A small part of me hopes to see it's Connor, contacting me through some random app, but that's the unrealistic side of me emerging to the surface. Why the hell would he want to do that after I tossed him out of my home? He said he loved you. He wants to be with you. What if you reach out to him one more time for some closure? Yeah, what a great idea. Knowing my stupid ass, I'll just eat up his lies, have sex with him again, and forgive him for all the things he's done to me. I'm not a fool. I know about the games men like him play. Mama used to talk about that all the time. Instead, I see a job offer pop up on my phone, a waitressing job at some high-end restaurant somewhere in Manhattan. Immediately, I plug in the address into my phone's GPS and try to figure out a commute route in case I land this job. I'll miss the short, walkable commute to the dry cleaners, but it's not worth it anymore. The application for the waitressing job seems simple enough, and I exaggerate a few of my skills in the hopes that it'll catch someone's attention. If I can nab an interview this week, I'll be grateful. I'll give them my all. Hours pass by in the dry cleaners, sitting quietly by myself while I twiddle my thumbs. Every now and then, a customer will come in for a drop-off or pickup. It's nice talking to them and finding out how their day is going. All of them are doing better than I am, from the looks of it. One woman just got engaged. Another is attending a lavish gala. There's a man who comes in and picks up his mother's old wedding dress, hoping to pass it off to his daughter one day when she finds her lucky someone. Why can't that be me? I whisper, watching as the man packs up the dress in his large SUV and hurries away. Why can't I get a happily ever after, too? Suddenly, the shop's phone rings, and I recite the same tired greeting that I say for everyone who calls in. I'm met by a chirpy voice who sounds none too pleased with our service. Hi there. I wanted to know when I'll be able to pick up the dress I dropped off a week ago. It's been a while, so I just wanted to check in and see what's going on. It's an expensive dress. I see, ma'am. Can you give me your name and order number? I'll check it out and see if it's ready. Sure. After gathering her details and her phone number, I promise to call back with an update once I sort out what's going on. She sounds brusque and tense, cutting me off to rant about how inconvenienced she feels and how she thought this dry cleaner was the best around. How many times do I say, I understand, in that short conversation? Too many to count. I let her ramble on until she is content enough to let me hang up the phone. Finally, damn, I shake my head as I return the phone to its hold. I need to get the hell out of this place. Lunchtime has to wait, unfortunately. I plan on taking the walk down to the nearest bodega and buying a sandwich, maybe some chips and soda on the side. Then I'll come back and eat it alone, being sad about my situation and the way my life has progressed thus far. What a fun day. Harriet. There's some noise coming from the back. That's strange. Harriet usually comes through the front because she likes to greet me. Is she sick of me? Harriet, are you there? I didn't hear you come in. No response. Now, I'm starting to get a little worried. It sounds like the pressing machine's on. Don't tell me that we're getting robbed. If we are, I'm ready to pack my stuff and get the hell out of here. I'll lose my job, but I'm valuing my safety over a minimum wage position. Thank you very much. Harriet, I say a little more forcefully this time. Where are you? She's not here. Huh? I stop in my tracks. That was a male voice that just responded to me. Who's there? Me, Connor. My mouth drops open. What is he doing here? Why isn't he in his big new office with his bigwig colleagues surrounding him? With a newfound ferocity, I shove my way through the slim aisles of clothing and find Connor hunched over the pressing machine, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. I'm at a loss. This can't be real. What? My hand falters, and feeling myself getting woozy, I reach out for the nearest table and steady myself. Why are you here? Good morning to you too, I guess. Connor straightens out, drenched in sweat and cheeks flushed pink. I'm sorry if I'm being a nuisance, but it's because I've never figured out how to work this thing. It's not my forte. I blink. He seems so nonchalant about this whole thing that I'm wondering if I just hallucinated the whole situation between us. Because, hello, aren't we supposed to be in a no-contact fight? What the hell happened to that? Becca? I don't get it, I blurt out. You shouldn't be here. I thought you didn't work here at the shop anymore and that you left for New Horizons. That used to be the case, but now I'm back. My question is why? It rests on the tip of my tongue, but the words don't fall out of my mouth easily. I'm tongue-tied and lightheaded, with the reason why standing in front of me without a care in the world. Is he out of his mind? Or maybe I am. A piece of my heart still flutters at the sight of him.
Chapter 26. Connor. Damn! Of course I stubbed my toe while getting out of bed this morning. That's just life showing me the middle finger before I even get anything started. Great. One look out the window and I'm even more demoralized by the coming workday. No sun in sight. All I see are gray clouds as far as the eye can see, making me even more miserable than I already am. As I make some coffee and wait for it to fill the carafe, my conversation with my dad revisits my thoughts. I don't know why you're asking this, Connor. I thought you wanted this position. I thought I did, but I'm starting to miss the dry cleaners. It's been all I've known for a long time, and I crave the familiarity again. That's a strange reason. You've had ambitions for greatness ever since you were young. Now that I've given you the opportunity to prove yourself, you're backing down and running back to your roots. I don't understand you, son. I don't like the office life. I smiled at my dad, who stared at me as if I had another pair of eyes growing into my forehead. It bores me, and I'm not suited for it. I work better back at the dry cleaners. Okay, then. My dad reached over his desk and grabbed a manila folder. It's settled, then. You can return to the dry cleaners, but I want you to man the pressing machine. Wait, what? Harriet has been complaining that the machine puts too much strain on her back. I don't want anything bad happening to her, so I think you should be the one who takes over that role. But I've never worked the pressing machine before. I don't even know how to use it. In that case, track down Harriet and ask her all of your questions before you head to work. It was my dad's turn to smile at me, as if to teach me a lesson for giving up my distinguished position at the company office. It's not that difficult, but it gets a bit tiring after a while. I'm not sure about this. What? I thought you craved the familiarity of the dry cleaners again. Don't let a silly little machine stop you. My dad rose from his seat, carrying some documents under his arms. I'll let your mother know about your decision. She'll be as confused as I am, trust me. Please don't worry her. That's the last thing I want to do to her. Take care of yourself, son, and take care of that fiancée of yours. If something happens to either one of you, that'll break her heart. What a way to send me off. As much as I hate working the pressing machine, I can see the silver lining to this whole thing. I think I get to learn a new skill while getting the chance to see Becca again before she inevitably leaves me in the dust. She's planning to, I know, but she hasn't found a new job yet. The only reason I'm certain of that is because I took a peek at her incoming shifts for the next week. She's scheduled for all 5 days at her usual time, meaning I have the perfect chance to come and talk to her with no one around. That's the main reason why I'm hightailing it out of my condo after gulping down some coffee and half a piece of toast. Then I race out of my building and greet everyone as I pass by, even complimenting some old man's checkered hat while I hurry out the door. This is a new day, A new opportunity to make things right. I won't squander my chances, even as life tries to throw buses and pigeon crap my way. Yes, I nearly got hit by a bus while crossing the street. And yes, it was followed up by a pigeon dropping some gross cargo from up above that narrowly missed my shirt. You can throw a missile at me right now and that still wouldn't stop me. But knowing my luck, I then beg and plead God not to take me too seriously. I'm only joking. Please don't send a nuke my way on the day I'm supposed to make things better with Becca. Slipping through the back door, I come to find relative silence within the shop. There are lights coming from the front, which means Becca got here bright and early for her shift. That's great, I'm glad, but I'm not ready to head out and greet her. I might give her a heart attack. So I focus my attention on the dreaded press machine that taunts me with its confusing buttons and structure. Looking around, I soon find myself at a loss for what to do. There has to be a manual lying around here somewhere, right? Or should I call Harriet? I lean over and rest my hands on my knees, staring the machine down as if it were my mortal enemy. No, I'll figure this out. This pink little machine isn't going to win. But damn, it can fight back. After nearly an hour of trying to figure out how this puny thing works, I still haven't been able to do it. I've watched several tutorials online, but for some reason they don't match the machine we have here at the shop. Leave it up to my dad to buy the most obscure machines for our business, I mumble. Sometimes I can hear Becca speaking with customers in the front. I want to drop everything and run to her, but she's working, and I don't want to break her concentration. And I definitely wouldn't want her to put in her early resignation because I couldn't control my patience. I'm here to prove something, and I need to prove it. Harriet? I stiffen. Harriet's not here. Is she talking to me? Harriet, are you there? I didn't hear you come in. What do I do? Should I say hi? Harriet, where are you? She's not here. Shutting my eyes tight, I suck in a breath. Hopefully she doesn't run away in fear once she realizes it's me. Huh? There's a pause. Who's there? Me. Connor. Suddenly I hear the sounds of clothing hangers being shoved around and plastic covers being jostled. Then Becca appears and catches me in front of the pressing machine, eyes wide open. What? Why are you here? Ouch. That's not something you want to hear. Good morning to you too. I guess, I reply, standing up straight and allowing my back to crack in a few places. God, I've been hunched over for too long. I'm sorry if I'm being a nuisance, but it's because I've never figured out how to work this thing. It's not my forte. Becca stares blankly at me. I would think she's frozen, but in the midst of her silence, she blinks a few times. She's still here, thankfully. Becca? I don't get it. You shouldn't be here. I thought you didn't work here at the shop anymore and that you left for new horizons. That used to be the case, but now I'm back. Motioning towards the machine, I smirk. Becca doesn't follow my movements. She looks on the verge of fainting at this point. I told my dad that I wanted to come back here, so here I am, working the press machine. I rest my hands on my hips. I've never worked this thing before, so it's been a fun experience trying to figure it out. I still don't know how to use it, but I'm getting there. Why? Becca breathes out. I wrinkle my brows together. What do you mean, why? I wanted to do this. I couldn't stand working in that office anymore. That's not true, she says, shaking her head. That was everything you ever wanted. You wouldn't just give it up for no reason unless something bad happened. You know what? You're right. Something bad did happen to me. I step forward, closing the distance between us. I'm on the verge of losing you, and I couldn't let that happen. Do you really think I could work in an office and concentrate, knowing that you want nothing to do with me? A vein pops out of her forehead. I continue. I needed to talk to you again. I wanted to see you. I'll admit, working this damn pressing machine is the worst thing I've done in a while. I'm tired, hungry, and I feel like my back is about to break in half. My hands fall limply at my sides. But I would do this for the rest of my life if it meant getting to see you for a few minutes every day. That doesn't make any sense, she whispers. Her bottom lip quivers slightly. You're meant for bigger and greater things. You're not supposed to keep working here. I want to. For you. You can't be serious. No. Becca turns away, shaking her head. No, this isn't right. Why is it so hard to believe that I'm hopelessly in love with you? That I would give up everything to be with you? Look at me, Becca. I've left a 6-figure job just to be here with you. Her chest heaves as her breathing quickens. She places a hand over her heart, then passes it over her face. I know that you don't want to believe me, and that's okay. You have that right. I'm the one who broke your trust and destroyed the beautiful relationship we had. It's all my fault, I say, wiping the sweat from my forehead. But I want to prove myself to you. I don't care how long it takes, but I'm going to show you that I love you. This isn't a ruse. This is my truth, and I'm not going to hide it. Turning towards me, there's a glimmer in her eyes that makes my breath catch in my throat. I freeze. Does she believe me?
Chapter 27. Becca. He means it, I think. Even if he would hate it, every minute of every day, forever, he would do it. He would doom himself to a lifetime of drudgery when he has the talent and connections to do so much more. Just to be near me? Not even for a chance for us to work it out. Just to see me for a few minutes every day. Connor says. Stop, I say. Just stop. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to bother you, but I will be here. Get used to it. No, I believe you. You do? I can't help it. I rush at him. Careful, he yells. I stop. I almost rammed us right into the pressing board. I take his hand and I pull him away from the machine. Connor, I love you, I say. I love you too. I'm so sorry for what I put you through. I don't care. I just want us to be together and focus on the future, not the past. What do you say? Yes, he says. 1,000, no, 1,000,000 times. Yes. He wraps his arms around me, and I close my eyes. He kisses me, and it's the most right thing that's ever happened to me. Maybe the most right that's ever happened to anyone, anywhere, at any time. I love you so much, he murmurs, gently caressing my face. I love. The bell at the front of the shop rings. I stiffen up in his arms. Duty calls, he says, brushing my hair back. I head to the front of the store. I glance back over my shoulder. Connor is back at the pressing machine, hard at work already. A broad smile spreads across my face. I should have known he wouldn't bail on his shift. When he makes a commitment, he sticks to it. So sorry, I sing out when I see the customer. Dropping off or picking up. I practically dance my way across the store. Connor loves me, I think. The morning passes excruciatingly slowly, even though we are fairly busy. I don't even run into any missing orders to give me an excuse to go in the back. I hum a wordless tune, but in my head, the lyrics are, "He loves me," over and over. I hear it like a lullaby, then a glorious show tune. When Connor comes out at 11:30, I'm imagining a full symphony. Harriet said we could go to lunch early, he says. I think I have some leftovers in my apartment if you want. My apartment's closer, I say. Do you have any leftovers? He sounds serious, but his eyes sparkle to show he's teasing. There's only one thing I want for lunch. What? Eggplant, fresh eggplant. I think I can procure that for you. Well, let's go then, I say. Back in an hour, Harriet. I'm right here. You don't need to yell, she says, stepping up to the register. Connor holds the door open for me, and we do a half walk, half run to my building. I don't hold his hand. I'm afraid if I touch him, we'll end up doing it on the sidewalk. I may not be a full-fledged New Yorker yet, but I'm pretty sure that's an arrestable offense. The elevator is tough. We are alone, but we need to remain fully clothed. By unspoken agreement, we retreat to opposite corners and look at the floor. At least, I assume he's looking at the floor because I am. If I look at him, I don't think I'll be able to hold back. There's nobody in the hallway, so we grab each other's hand and run down the hall to my apartment. It seems to take forever to open the lock, but then, success. We are alone inside. "Becca," he says. It's like a dam breaking. The flood that it releases is unstoppable. I throw myself at him. He catches me and steps back up against the wall. I grab his face and kiss him. Then I pick my leg up. As he grabs it, I grind my crotch into the lump protruding from his pants. "God, you," he says, rubbing into me. "I love you so much." "I know," I say. "And I love you, but right now, I really need you to show me exactly how much you love me." He puts my hand on his belt. "See for yourself," he says. Oh no. The remainder of this chapter is too hot and spicy for YouTube. Check out TylaWalker.com for a fantastic unabridged completion to this love story. Use code SAVE40 for even more savings. Back to the conclusion of our story.
Chapter 28. Connor. On one of the most beautiful days that this city has ever seen, with a plethora of fluffy white clouds and blue skies blanketing the heavens above, I decide to take Becca on a date that she deserves. We're going back to the place where it all began. Coney Island. "Ready to go?" "Absolutely," she says, jumping into the passenger seat. She's wearing a straw hat with a yellow sundress that complements her dark complexion beautifully. "Where are you taking me?" "Somewhere special. It's a surprise." I put the car into drive. "I'm pretty sure you're going to figure it out on the way there." "Ah, so I'm familiar with this place?" Becca asks, perking a brow. She starts staring out the window, marveling at the buildings and people we pass by. God, it seems like only yesterday when I first made it here to the city. It was like taking a breath of fresh air. Considering all of the car pollution, I doubt it. "You know what I mean," she replies, sending me a look. I reach over, grab her hand, and gently kiss her knuckles to make up for it. She relaxes in her seat while I focus on the road. "Do your parents know about what happened between us?" They don't know the full details. I don't think I'm going to tell them." "Why?" "It would worry my mom to death, and she would go on a long rant on how I'm a horrible partner, and I need to do better." Becca hums, nodding her head. "Yep, she's right. I'll make it up to you, I promise. You already have." In return, she squeezes my hand. "You've shown me a whole new world. I couldn't have done this on my own." I drive extra carefully on the way to Coney Island, knowing how some drivers can get when you don't merge as quickly as they'd like. Not to mention, I'm careful to keep my cursing at a minimum. Despite the chaos I see on the roads, I keep my thoughts to myself, not wanting to ruin the jovial mood that fills the car with so much happiness. When we get to Coney Island, I find a parking spot that ensures a quick and short walk to the beach. Opening the trunk, I take out a rolled-up tent and a picnic basket that my mom used to bring along to our beach outings when I was little. So many memories are ingrained within the woven patterns of this little basket. I hope to make many more with Becca by my side. "A picnic?" Becca gasps, helping me with the basket. She keeps a hand on her hat as the wind picks up. "You didn't tell me that you packed a picnic." "It was a surprise, remember?" Shutting the trunk and locking the car, I lead the way towards the beach. It's fun to keep you in suspense. "Is that so?" Becca runs up and pokes me in the side. Then she hurries forward in an attempt to get away, but it doesn't work very well since she's not wearing the right shoes. I catch up to her easily, wrapping my arms around her and pressing light kisses into her neck. Taking her hand in mine, I lead her to a spot on the beach with a pretty view of the ocean. I set up the tent while she takes pictures on her phone. When I ask her why, she says she wants to send them back home to her sisters. They love sights like these. With the tent set up, we cozy up inside and start enjoying the meal I've brought along. It's catered, so I didn't have to worry about cooking anything myself. Not only that, but it came along with a nice bottle of wine that I'm excited to share with my beloved, my soon-to-be wife. "This is amazing," Becca exclaims, grinning wide while I pour her a glass of red wine. "You didn't have to do this, you know. You deserve the best, so of course I did. I'm sure you've never camped on the beach with an amazing meal and a handsome guy before." She takes off her hat while she laughs. "Keep flattering yourself." "I will, thanks." The sandwiches in the picnic basket are made with corned beef, lettuce, mayo, tomato, cheese, and bacon, all packed within 2 pieces of rye bread. 3 sandwiches are in the basket, so there's one for each of us and an extra one in case we spot someone in need. "Wow," she says, covering her mouth while she chews. "Did you make these?" "Nope," I reply rather proudly. "I ordered this from a food service. I chose the wine at a special place, though. I'll take credit for that. We should cook more together. There's no reason a grown man should live his whole life without knowing how to cook. I don't care how rich and handsome you are." She taps my nose with her finger while I take a huge bite from my sandwich. "If you ever want kids someday, you're going to need to teach them how to survive." I scrunch up my nose. "Why do you say it like that?" "Like what?" "As if I won't be having those kids with you." Becca pauses, setting down her sandwich and reaching for a napkin. As she wipes her mouth, she wets her lips with her tongue. I want to pin her down and start kissing her, but I hold back. That's for later. "I would love that," she says quietly. "I've always wanted kids. I want to give them a nice life. I want them to know what it's like to be loved. Our kids are going to be very lucky then." "You sound so certain about this." She straightens out her dress, brushing out the tiny wrinkles that formed since we've sat down in this tight space. "Are you serious about that, Connor? Do you really see a future with me?" "Absolutely. That's the reason I brought you here in the first place. I wanted to ask you a special question." Patting my back pocket, the tension releases from my shoulders to find that the ring box is still there. Thank God. Things would have gotten really awkward if it wasn't there. "Becca, I love you. There's no one else in the world that I want more than you. Connor." "And for that reason," I say, pulling out the tiny box and opening it for her to see. Her eyes widen, which makes me smile. "I want to make this official between us and ask you a question I should have brought up a long time ago." Becca's eyes are swimming with tears. "Becca Hawkins, will you marry me?" "Oh," she sniffles loudly, wiping away her tears. "That's such an easy answer. Yes, I want to marry you." She tosses her arms around me, pulling me into an embrace. I bury my face into her neck, pressing kisses along her skin while she peppers my cheek with kisses. Then she pulls away and cups my cheek. "This isn't a fake proposal this time, right?" she jokes. "This is serious?" "Very serious." Taking her hand, I slip on the engagement ring. It's the one she liked at Cartier. She gasps, bringing it close to her face. "I took note of the one you wanted." "Holy crap," she whispers. "I've dreamed of having a ring like this." "You don't have to dream anymore." I kiss her gently, running my hand across her cheek and keeping her close. "Whenever you want some jewels like those, let me know. I don't mind dropping $500,000 on something you want." The wine spills out of Becca's mouth, landing on her dress and my pants. I laugh, helping her clean up with a napkin. "What? You spent $500,000? That's not too bad, right? Or is that too little?" I narrow my eyes. "I don't know. Women can have expensive tastes." "And when have I shown you that I'm a woman with expensive tastes? $500,000. You could buy a house with that type of money. A couple of houses." "I could do that for you too. Just give me the word, and it'll be a done deal." "Connor, stop it." Becca swats her hand at my arm. "You don't have to toss money at me to make me happy. I love you. I want you. As long as you're with me, that's all I need." It's comments like those that make me realize how lucky I am to have Becca by my side. She's the reason why I'm here, feeling like I'm on top of the world. She's the light of my life, the woman who made me realize that there's so much more to life than fancy job positions and sky-rise offices that overlook the city. Sure, those are nice, but having a loyal person by your side is so much better. We don't have to pretend anymore, she whispers, brushing her fingers over the shimmering diamond that rests on her ring finger. I'm so happy. Thank you. For what? For loving me. Gripping the back of my neck, she pulls me into a passionate kiss that nearly topples over our wine glasses in the bottle. We laugh and joke as the hours pass by. With Becca, time doesn't matter. She makes me forget that the rest of the world exists. As the beach waves get rowdy and the breeze cuts deeper into our skin, we pack up our things and hurry back to the car. The sun sets over Coney Island once we get into my car and start to drive home. I pass by Nathan's and instinctively reach out to grab Becca's hand again. Maybe one day our kids will take us here and introduce us to their loves, Becca muses. We could make it into a tradition. Yeah, I whisper. The business booms with activity as we drive by. I would love that.
Chapter 29. Becca. Jamie, do I look okay? I whisper. Several hands surround me, perfecting the veil and fluffing out the dress train behind me. Do you think the train is too long? You look perfect, Jamie replies. Everyone thinks so. She's right. I'm surrounded by my family, my sisters in particular, who are overwhelmed with joy and happiness for me. I've found the man of my dreams, and they couldn't be more supportive. Emily's here, as well as Mindy and Mandy. Our parents are thrilled at the thought of me getting married. Slowly but surely, the Hawkins girls are getting hitched to men who will provide for us for the rest of our lives. Are you ready? Emily asks, resting her hands on my shoulders. You look so beautiful. Connor's the luckiest guy in the world. In reality, I feel like I'm the lucky one to have won over a guy like him. I judged him so much without knowing the full story. He taught me how to be a better person, and I'm eternally grateful for that. Let's get going, Jamie whispers, shushing everyone's excited whispers and getting us down to the right vehicles to head to the cathedral. Connor wanted to honor his parents' traditional values, so we decided to get married in one of the largest cathedrals in the city. A lot of people are attending, which will serve as a great networking opportunity for Connor. Most of these people are friends of his father, people who can sneak him into amazing positions if he asks for it. What's most important to me is that our families are there, celebrating our union. My sisters are the ones who have encouraged me to branch outward and create a life for myself. Thanks to them, I had the courage to come to New York City and find the man that will soon be my husband. The wedding organizer, Heather, has done a wonderful job making sure this machine keeps running as it should. The wedding party stands at their designated spots. The music is ready and the aisles are clear. Linking my arm with my father, I quietly thank him for supporting me. You know, honey, I'm starting to wonder if this wedding bug is going to reach the twins, he whispers, rubbing circles into my arm. If it does, I hope they find nice men who can pay for these weddings. The price tags on these things must be out of this world. It is. How much? Close to $1 million, I think. Jesus Christ, my dad says, wiping the sweat from his brow. On cue, the doors open, and my dad walks me down the aisle to the man who accepts me graciously into his arms. The priest begins the ceremony, which is beautiful and symbolic. It's an amazing reminder that Connor and I are linked for life. Nothing will separate us. Even the angels are rejoicing in celebration. By the end of the ceremony, Connor smiles at me. He hangs onto my hand, giving me a reassuring squeeze here and there. I'm a bit exhausted, not truly realizing how much standing is involved in weddings. You okay? He whispers, nudging me playfully while the priest wraps up the last part of the ceremony. I nod. Just tired. I'll make sure to tire you out later tonight. Rolling my eyes, I'm glad that we're not facing the rest of the crowd. Connor carries a smirk that shows off how much of a tease he's being. I can't wait to get him alone so I can swat him with my bouquet and kiss him right afterward. You may now kiss the bride. Finally, he mumbles, moving aside my veil and cupping my face. You look beautiful, Mrs. Wilkins. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins, I reply, placing my hands over his and accepting the kiss he gives me in front of our friends and family. The cathedral erupts into a boisterous mess of cheers, applause, and screams. I smile towards my family, where I see my mom wiping away her tears and my sisters fist-pumping the air and screaming my name as if I'm the star of a rock concert they're attending. I love them all so much. Outside the cathedral, Connor and I take wedding photos while our guests head for the reception hall. The photographer puts us in countless different positions, but my favorite is the one where Connor presses a kiss against my temple while I smile at the camera. Still standing strong? Connor asks, brushing a stray curl out of my face. I don't know how you ladies do it. Wearing heels for too long sounds like torture. It is, but we sacrifice a lot in the name of fashion. Once we're finished, Connor and I head into the limousine to join the rest of our guests at the hall. The wedding organizer makes sure everything goes according to plan. The DJ announces our arrival to the applause and cheers of the guests who came along. The first dance makes me a bit nervous, but it proceeds beautifully. Connor reminds me not to focus on anyone else besides him, which makes it easier to get through. That's true. By the time I finally get to my seat and enjoy some food, my feet are exhausted and my stomach is screaming for some food. My heart soars with happiness, regardless. Becca, Connor's mother comes to me, embracing me in a tight hug. You look so beautiful up there. Tell me, did you like how the wedding turned out? Was there something we could have done better? Connor leans in, chewing through a mouthful of rice. Mom, you're acting as if your livelihood is on the line. Honey, I was the one who got this wedding organizer for you. I just want to know if she did a good job. She did amazing. Thank you so much for helping us get in touch with her. She made sure everything turned out perfectly, I reply, placing my hand over hers. And thank you for coming. I hope you're having a great time. I wouldn't miss this for the world, my darling. The wine is incredible. And Connor? She tilts her head towards the parents' table, where his father and my parents are laughing loudly over their meals. Your father wants to speak with you two. Would you mind coming over? Connor and I share a wide-eyed look. After shoveling a few more bites of food into our mouths, along with a few sips of champagne, we hurry over and take the empty seats across from Connor's parents. Hello, everyone, Connor say, buttoning his blazer and lowering himself into the seat gracefully. I was told that our presence was urgently needed here. Ah, yes, Connor's dad says, wiping his mouth. We were having a great chat with Becca's parents. We're all very happy and proud of the two of you. We wanted to make sure that you, as well as any new additions that you may plan to have, are well taken care of. Raising a brow, I can't help but wonder what he means by that. With Connor's wealth, we're set for a long time. For generations to come, I don't know how they could even supplement that. For one, I wanted to remind you about that app you created while you were in high school. It was incredibly impressive, his dad continues, followed by his wife's eager nods. Yes, it proved to us that we were raising a technological whiz on our hands. Isn't that exciting? My goodness, I can hardly use the apps on my phones, let alone create one, my mother replies. Connor's mother laughs. I plan on licensing the app. Connor's jaw goes slack. Seriously? And as a wedding gift, your mother and I wanted to give you a very sizable portion of our family's trust. We encourage you and Becca to do whatever you want with it. Go on an extended honeymoon together. Buy expensive wine bottles. Tour the Greek islands. Whatever you want. The money's yours. Now it's my turn for my mouth to fall open. Considering that the Wilkins family is an actual pack of billionaires, I can't imagine what a sizable portion means to them. Is that in the millions? Billions? The very thought of that much money in my hands makes my head twirl. Dad, thank you so much. Connor reaches for my hand under the table. It means a lot to Becca and I. We want you to enjoy your lives together. No more working at the dry cleaners. That's how they met, by the way. Connor's father takes a moment to address my parents, who nod along while they enjoy their food. It was a star-crossed meeting. Becca was searching for a job. And she walked in while Connor was working the register. He hired her on the spot. Isn't that amazing? Connor's mother adds on. She's been one of our biggest advocates this entire time. I think their feelings for each other started there. Excuse us for a moment, Connor says, leading me away by the hand and back to our seats, isolated from the rest of the tables. My mom likes to get dramatic about our love story. Let her. It makes her happy. You know what makes me very happy? Connor takes my hand and kisses my knuckles. The fact that you're my wife. Officially, no more need for fake proposals or fake marriages. Thank God. How do you feel about using that trust and traveling across Europe with it? Connor tilts his head. We don't have to do that. We can go to any continent with that type of money. First-class seats to Asia, South America, wherever you want. Europe sounds like a great idea, I say, reminded of my childhood dreams of visiting Paris and Madrid. I imagined a life for myself that I thought I'd never have. I want to go wine tasting. Then that's what we'll do.
Chapter 30. Connor. Who's on emergency tonight? I say. Fred. I like Fred. Now that my brother and I took over the business, I think my dad is finally getting used to his retirement, perhaps even enjoying it. We made a few changes. One of them was that we weren't the only ones on call 24/7. We have a long list of staffers who handle things after business hours. We pay a huge bonus for those shifts so no one minds. Cool, I say. See you Sunday? My mom likes to have us all home for Sunday dinner once a month. We'll be there. I hang up as I walk into Skyside. The doorman looks up. You got a delivery, Mr. Wilkins. I was going to send it up, but the tag said not to. No problem, I say. He retrieves the bouquet from the room behind the desk. Thank you, I say, sliding a tip to him. The ride up in the elevator seems to take forever. I'm anxious to start the weekend. Other than Sunday with my parents, we don't have any plans. We've been super busy lately. Becca mentioned wanting to see Key West. She's a huge Hemingway fan, so I surprised her with a weekend trip last weekend. I'm really looking forward to chilling out tomorrow. Sleep late. Stay in bed later. Maybe a picnic in Central Park if Becca wants. Honey, I'm home, I yell when I walk in the door. She comes running around the corner, then slows down. She looks as beautiful as ever. How was your day? I ask, handing her the flowers. How many words? I ask her every night. She's working on her second book. I had to encourage her because the first book hasn't sold yet. She thought it was a waste of time to start another book, but I insisted. She's so happy when she's had a productive day. After we got married, she landed an internship with a literary agent. I told her over and over again that she didn't have to work, but she thought it would help her to learn the business from that end. Turns out she was right. Becca and her agent Jennifer, yes with Ape, and don't you dare call her Jenny, became fast friends. At the end of the internship, Becca asked Jennifer to represent her, and she said yes. Since then, Becca's been writing full-time. Oh, she says, Not a great word day. Why not? I say, frowning. She's not frowning. In fact, she's got a huge smile. That's confusing since I can usually predict her mood by her word count. If it's not good, it means she's frustrated. Fortunately, I've become very good over the last year at cheering her up. Or, as she puts it, unsticking her writer's block. I hand her the flowers. Thanks, you shouldn't. Ahem, I say. She still isn't used to the money. I've tried to convince her if she's on a roll writing, just to order dinner up. She'd complain about the DoorDash fee. I made some progress in that area by convincing her a big tip would make the driver's day. Thanks, she says, burying her nose in them. They're beautiful. You're beautiful. Come here, she says, grabbing my hand. She leads me into the living room. She unwraps the flowers and puts them in the vase she has waiting. I bring her flowers every Friday to celebrate the start of the weekend. There's also an ice bucket with a bottle of champagne. I picked the best one, she says. I pick up the bottle and read the label. I guess you did, I say, smiling. I can put it back. No way. What are we celebrating? She doesn't say anything. It looks like her mouth is having trouble forming the words. What is it? I ask. What? I sold the book. What? She starts jumping up and down. I catch her on the third jump and spin her around the room. Tell me everything, I order. It comes out in a cascade of unfinished sentences. Jennifer called, and Becca was offered a $10,000 advance. I know what that means. When Becca was interning for Jen, okay, sue me, she'll never know. She learned a lot about the publishing business. Every night she had new things to tell me, and listening to her talk excitedly about it was my second favorite thing to do with my new wife. The first thing isn't suitable to mention in public conversation. I know 10,000 isn't much, she says. You know the standard for a first publication, I remind her sternly. This isn't about the money. It's not, she says, nodding. Oh, Connor, can you believe it? Of course, I say truthfully. I always believed in you. You did, didn't you? She says. I pop the champagne and pour it. I hand her a flute and toast her. Did you tell anyone else yet? I ask. No, she says. I wanted to tell you first. And I want to tell your parents on Sunday when we see them, you know, in person. They're going to be thrilled for you. I know. I make a mental note to have a cake sent to my mom's house on Sunday. Maybe I could get something that is shaped like a book. I'm so lucky, Connor, she says. The business is so competitive. You deserve it, I say. But one thing is puzzling me. I thought selling a book would make you have a record word day. Nope, she says. I'm too excited to think. Jennifer called me right after lunch. It's been torture waiting for you. So what did you do all afternoon? I've been counting my blessings. I even wrote them down. She pulls a sheet of paper out of her pocket. Do you want to hear them? Sure. 1, Connor. 2, Connor. 3, Connor. I think I get it, I say, smiling. She hands me the paper. She writes freehand in a loose-leaf notebook and then types it into the computer. There are notebooks all over the apartment. The page is covered. I look at it and turn it over. 643? I ask. She picks up a notebook from the table and opens it. When I get writer's block, this is what I do, she says softly, flipping it open for me to see. Every page is covered with my name. I look into her eyes. I love you so much, she says. You wrote this whole page today? I did. Your writer's block must be bad. It's awful today. What was it you said that helps with that? She smiles sheepishly and looks at the floor. I caress her upper arm. Come on now, I say. I've told you over and over again, when you need something, just ask. Now tell me, what is it you need? You. Good. Come here. She steps into my arms. I stroke her cheek with my hand and then tip her face up. She closes her eyes and parts her lips ever so slightly. I kiss her, very softly at first. I wait for her to increase the intensity. She does, slipping her tongue into my mouth. I help her out of her clothes. For our 6-month anniversary, I took her to Paris, and I got her a private fitting at Maison Close. They have a shop in Soho, but that wasn't good enough for my girl. The light blue bra and panties look amazing against her dark skin. I quickly strip off my clothes, then open my arms. She comes to me, and I kiss her again, this time crushing the length of her body against me. I unhook her bra and pull it off. "Oh, Connor," she says, sighing. I dip my finger in the champagne glass and drip some on her skin. Then I lick it off. The other side gets the same treatment. I slide her panties off, and she steps out of them. She lies down on the chaise at the end of the sofa. I bring the glass and kneel down next to her. I dribble champagne up and down her body and then clean it up with my tongue. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see her watching me. I turn to face her as I slide my hand between her legs. She takes her breath in sharply. Our eyes are locked, and I can see the excitement building in hers as I massage her. I move my hand up and down leisurely. I can feel her getting wetter under my fingertips. "You like that?" I say. "You know I do. I want you so much." This portion of the chapter is too spicy for YouTube. If you want all the juicy details, head over to tylawalker.com. Use code SAVE40 for the unabridged version and a really happy ending. Back to our story. "Did that fix your writer's block?" I ask when my voice comes back. "No," she says. My face is buried in her neck, but I can tell she's grinning. "Better try again," I say, laughing. "Yes, we better."